Thompson. Welcome to the Housing Assistance Council's 2020 Rural Housing Virtual Symposium. This year's theme is Recovery Through Resiliency. As a board member, I commend the organizers of this event for their work and planning. I believe adequate housing should be provided to all Americans. Since 1971, HAC has been helping local organizations build affordable homes in rural America. It is this organization's mission to improve the housing conditions for the rural poor. Many rural communities find themselves at a crossroads where concerns over economic viability, for example, job opportunities for future generations, is matched by worries of decent and adequate housing. Americans residing in rural America are, in a sense, recovery through resiliency. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the direct connection between increased socioeconomic viability issues across the nation. Hardworking Americans who work in low-income and emerging economies have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. We must recommit ourselves to the mission of HAC, improving the housing conditions for the rural poor. Former Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm once said that the service is the rent that you pay for room on this earth. It is our duty and our obligation. Have a great symposium. Thank you.
Congressman Thompson, thanks for the warm welcome. You've been a great friend to HAC for many, many years, and we do really appreciate it. My name's David Lipsetz, Housing Assistance Council CEO, and I'm coming to you from my attic. Yeah, it's fair to say we'd all prefer being together at a regular HAC conference in DC and re-engaging with old friends and making new connections, learning from each other, so please mark your calendars. Next year, 2021, December 1st to the 3rd, we'll be back on track here in DC for a truly grand conference. We'll be celebrating HAC's 50th, having launched several exciting initiatives, and hearing from a new president's team. Okay, so that said, I'm also really excited to get started with HAC's first ever virtual symposium. Today, we have a much needed chance to connect with each other, come together as a community. As is tradition at HAC conferences, groups of you gathered yesterday in pre-conference sessions to focus on issues impacting veterans, farm workers, tribal areas, USDA and HUD grantees. Today's symposium gathers us all back together to take a deep look at the state of rural America, to learn about making our organizations more resilient, and to find sources for building and preserving affordable housing. We're also going to get to listen to a couple of Grammy Award-winning artists between sessions, so stay tuned for that. And as we begin, please help me in thanking the entire HAC staff for organizing this event, as well as our friends at the Center for Rural Strategies for managing the video and technical that makes a symposium like this possible. Of course, thank you to our generous sponsors from Wells Fargo Housing Foundation, the Home Depot Foundation, HUD, USDA, and individual contributors like you. Your support has allowed everyone here today to go on and reach more families and reach more rural communities to lift them to a prosperous future. I think we can all feel fantastic about that. And to the HAC board, your commitment to affordable housing and community development is invaluable. Thanks for supporting me and the HAC staff. We did just bid fond farewells to Ninfa Gutierrez from the farm worker community up in Washington State and our friend Bobby Cavillo from South Texas as their terms ended. We're excited to bring in a new board chair, Maria Luisa Mercado from Lone Star Legal Aid in Galveston. And to the outgoing chair, Peter Carey, you led this organization through a period of tremendous transition with extraordinary ability and grace. And for me personally, you being a mentor and a friend is one of the real highlights of my career. So thanks everybody for your contributions. In today's symposium, we'll take a good look at recovery through resiliency. And I want to take a minute to set the stage here, and frankly, let's not sugarcoat this. When we begin to recover from this year, there will be a tremendous amount of work for rural America to build from the current crisis and let alone get ready for the next. We're going to need lots more quality, affordable housing and far more resources for you and the community groups at which you work if we're going to realize a resilient rural America. So let's keep in mind, COVID didn't create the challenges that face rural communities. COVID is exacerbating the situation. It's taken advantage of our weaknesses, and it's making it abundantly clear that we need a more resilient set of rural communities. COVID's also taught us that we can't put our heads down and do the usual tapping into the grit and determination commonly found in small towns. The pandemic is bigger than that. It's laying bare social structures and biases that have plagued this country from the get-go. We have so much to be proud of in our freedom, and our faith, and our families. We should draw from those cultural strengths to face systemic issues head on and demand America focus on fairness, root out systemic racism, and stop lifting some communities while letting others fall. We all take pride in talking about our favorite small towns, hometowns, the people we know, the community we share, of entrepreneurial spirit and a connection to generations of family in the places we all know so well. I love seeing the work we all do to build self-help homes, develop workforce housing, including farm worker housing, to bring resources to veterans and tribal communities. But as we all know, decade after decade, we've had the worst outcomes in the same locations among the same people hurting the same families. 80% of the nation's poorest zip codes, along with an astounding 86% of the nation's poorest counties, can be found in rural places. And it's not by chance that 60% of people living in areas of persistent poverty are people of color. These facts are hard to take, but I do take solace in that the pandemic and protests of this year have made space for saying these hard truths out loud. And for folks working in affordable housing in rural places, we've watched these big national forces make our loans harder to afford, our construction crews, the good ones, harder to keep, and our tenant families' incomes high enough to cover their rents. And over those decades, how often have we heard people explain that piling wealth and people into a handful of sprawling, mostly coastal cities it's naturally occurring. It's globalization, individual choice, efficiency at work. Give me a break. We can guide our economy and have public programs that diversify activity across this country. We used to build roads and string electricity and telephone. We chartered banks, founded hospitals, signed trade deals that built middle class and shared opportunity. We can support the private markets and fund public programs that rise a tide lifting all boats. My sincerest hope is that the widening gap in our politics and economy will command attention and demand action going forward. And if it's hard truth spoken out loud that demands our work, HAC here was born of the civil rights movement and has always been a gathering place for like-minded folks working to make this world a more equitable place. I love that about the community we have here. Yet as I prepared for today's symposium, a dear friend who is one of the people here today asked me if we are doing enough to promote racial equity. Our answer, and likely yours, is not nearly enough. We may be helping the people and places that need it the most. But if we learn any lessons from 2020, it should be that the good work we have been doing for decades is not enough. This year has deepened our convictions that housing is about justice, that housing is about equity, that housing is really about creating a world in which all people are treated with dignity. Okay, let me take a deep breath and dial that back a bit. It's those of you who know me well know that I often let that righteous indignation drown out so many of the other messages. So let me tuck that impulse away for a moment and point out where I draw my inspiration and why I feel hope. We are all doing so much good work, and the best part of it is we are doing it together and gaining new allies for it every day. We all, everyone at HAC and everyone at this symposium, share a vision for a world in which rural places have recovered and are resilient and are thriving and strong. We share a vision for a world in which everyone has access to a safe, healthy home that they can afford. We share a vision for a world in which no one is left behind. When we hear a president-elect say he wants to be a voice for all Americans, we can make sure rural voices are in that conversation. We're going to make sure that rural has a seat at the table when there are conversations about recovery or growth or progress. This symposium is a collection of the most talented and driven people in our industry. Together, we're going to make sure that our country does right by those that have been left behind. I know that our organizations and our communities are going to do that hard work. We've all watched it for years. So as you participate in today's symposium, I hope you can see how your work fits into that bigger context, that you can see how your hard work is helping those less fortunate, and that our work together can make rural America strong enough to weather the rest of this crisis as well as the next, and meaningfully contribute to a more equitable future. We designed the symposium to inform, but we obviously hope it also inspires. We've come a long way, but there's so much further we can go. So come on, let's go. Let's get to work. And we can start our panel discussions and sessions. Today will be starting soon, but first, let's get a message from U.S. Senator Tina Smith from Minnesota. Senator?
Hi, I'm Senator Tina Smith. It is great to join you today. This has been a deeply challenging year as we navigate the public health and economic crisis of COVID. A Minnesota farmer said to me a few months back that with COVID, we're all in the same storm, but not all in the same boat. This is so true, and it gets at how we are all affected one way or another. But COVID also is not the great equalizer. Black and brown and indigenous people, as well as elders and people experiencing homelessness, are being hit especially hard by COVID. In the midst of the pandemic, rural housing organizations have stepped up to support families who are struggling to maintain safe and affordable housing. So I want to thank you for doing this important work. Without adequate housing, it is nearly impossible to maintain a job, to go to school, and to stay healthy. Last year, I created a bipartisan Senate working group focused on how we can help communities in small towns and rural areas thrive. This year, during COVID, we've continued our work to improve rural communities, healthcare, and affordable housing. I've also fought to expand rural rental assistance in the CARES Act, and this remains a top priority of mine. Right now, I'm working to increase funding for the USDA Rural Rental Housing Assistance Program in the next COVID relief bill, which we desperately need. I'm also pushing for Congress to create a $100 billion emergency rental assistance fund, a $75 billion fund to help stabilize homeowners, and an $11.5 billion emergency solutions grant program to help people experiencing homelessness. In the midst of this economic and public health crisis, we also need to help small businesses and schools and families that are struggling to pay rent, childcare expenses, and groceries. I'm working to pass another bipartisan COVID relief package as soon as possible. As we prepare for a new Congress and a new administration in January, I look forward to working with you to build back better. We have so much work to do to reduce racial disparities in home ownership and housing insecurity. We need to invest in new housing construction in rural and Native communities, and we need to make sure that families have a safe and affordable home. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak with all of you, and I wish you a peaceful and safe December.
Hi, I'm Eileen Fitzgerald, Head of Housing Affordability Philanthropy with the Wells Fargo Foundation. On behalf of Wells Fargo, we're delighted to join you at this year's HAC Virtual Symposium. With our shared mission to create more housing affordability solutions in rural America, Wells Fargo is proud to serve as sponsor of this important event as we discuss the strength and resiliency of rural communities across our nation. We understand rural organizations have different challenges than their urban and suburban counterparts. We want to be part of that solution that helps remove those obstacles to housing affordability, economic mobility, and overall growth. Wells Fargo has been supporting rural and Native American communities for more than 50 years. In addition to being among the nation's top rural lenders, we continue to be focused on addressing environmental sustainability, economic empowerment, and diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in rural and Native communities. Wells Fargo has funded a range of rural and Native organizations as part of our national and local housing affordability philanthropy, as well as through our Small Business Diverse Community Capital and our Open for Business Fund. Our rural housing efforts have ranged the gamut from supporting rehab, building new capacity for homeownership, and investing in rural-focused research. We were especially pleased that we had such a strong interest from rural organizations as part of the Housing Affordability Breakthrough Challenge, which was run by Enterprise Community Partners. 3 of the 6 winners clearly serve rural populations in Texas, Washington State, Mississippi, and Alabama. CDCB, CDCB, Come Dream and Come Build in Brownsville, Texas. Their project is very much focused on building the resilience of homeowners. And Forterra Northwest in Washington State is focused on more resilient construction. This year, the economic fallout caused by COVID-19 has disproportionately affected communities of color, Native communities, and now we're seeing it kind of go through rural communities across our country. For that reason, Wells Fargo responded with more than $175 million commitment in response to COVID-19, including grants for the Partners for Rural Transformation. These grants are supporting rural housing initiatives on the ground and led by this coalition of regional CDFIs who are committed to fighting persistent poverty and reframing our approach and finding solutions to that. We also have supported housing stability through housing counseling and legal assistance organizations, some of which are serving rural America, and included a special focus with one organization on farm workers and their challenges for housing stability during COVID. Collaborations such as the one we have with HAC are critical to reducing housing poverty and homelessness, improving health outcomes, boosting economic mobility, supporting job creation and retention, and just strengthening the economy across rural America. We're going to continue to collaborate to bring forward productive policy and meaningful change. There continues to be more work to do to advocate, to innovate, and to invest in community solutions to create economic empowerment so people across the country can have that opportunity to live the best life that they can have. By working together, we can have access to build sustainable and promising futures in the wake of COVID-19 and beyond. Thank you so much for all you're doing. As I tell so many people, I find that rural housing and community development organizations are the most creative out there. Collaborating, stretching resources, and looking for new approaches are literally part of your DNA. We're so looking forward to continue collaborating to bring more solutions to rural America and to working with all of you. I really hope you enjoy this panel. Thank you so much to HAC for all the work you're doing to get the news out there and support people, especially during COVID. And please enjoy the symposium. Thanks so much.
Greetings. I'm Maria Luisa Mercado, Chair of the Board of Directors of the Housing Assistance Council. Welcome again to the HAC's 2020 Virtual Rural Housing Symposium, Recovery Through Resiliency. With so many competing priorities and limited bandwidth, both mental and actual, We are extremely appreciative of your time in joining us today to take part in the critical conversations around rural recovery and resiliency through collective strategies, planning and mapping out partnerships, activities, and priorities toward a more prosperous and equitable rural America. To begin this critical conversations, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our two esteemed panelists. Ann Carpenter, Assistant Vice President at the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, managing the applied research and policy efforts of the Community and Economic Development CED Group. And Karama Neal, President of Southern Bancorp Community Partners, where she oversees all asset building and public policy programs, as well as partner relations and grant reporting. In an armchair discussions on COVID-19 impacts on rural communities, access to credit, and the role of housing counseling agencies as families work to retain their homes, owned or rented, during the current economic environment. Thank you again for joining us. I'll now turn it over to Ann and Karama.
Hello, and welcome virtually to this session of the Housing Assistance Council's Rural Housing Symposium. We're glad that you can join us. I'm Ann Carpenter with the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, and I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Karama Neal of Southern Bancorp Community Partners. Although I'm not in an armchair and Karama and I are hundreds of miles apart, we are going to structure this as rather an informal armchair discussion, really about affordable housing, rural issues, and particularly in the areas of the country that we serve, so the southern and southeastern United States. As I said, my name is Ann Carpenter, and I am an assistant vice president at the Atlanta Fed. We, in our Community and Economic Development Program, we seek to better understand issues that affect low and moderate income communities within our footprint, which is 6 southeastern states, and to highlight evidence-based solutions to work towards meeting the needs of our communities. I do need to give a Fed disclaimer, so these comments are my own and not those of the Federal Reserve System or the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. And with that, I would like to introduce Karama. Dr. Karama Neal is president of Southern Bancorp Community Partners, which is a nonprofit community development loan fund focused on improving economic mobility for underserved people and places in the Mid-South. And they do this through financial development services, public policy and research, and development lending. Prior to joining SBCP in 2009, she was an adjunct professor and a program director at Emory University, where she earned a PhD in genetics. She also has an MA in bioethics and health policy from Loyola and a BA in biology from Swarthmore. She also serves on the Little Rock branch of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. So hello, Karama, welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here. Really appreciate this forum.
And you have such a unique background. I've long meant to ask you more about it, and I wanted to take this opportunity to kick off this conversation by asking you how your deep knowledge in healthcare and healthcare policy influences the work that you do today, and does it influence how you think about rural housing issues?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So again, thanks for this conversation. I started off in basic science, and that was sort of what I wanted to do at the time. I loved it. I did it for about 20 years. I think it really gave me a good sense of how to approach problems, how to uncover assumptions, how to really take, you talked about being evidence-based before, how to take an evidence-based sort of data-driven approach to problem solving. And so that has really served me well in the CDFI sector. It's served me well at Southern. It's been really nice to be able to apply those tools to particular kinds of problems that we see in development finance, but then also as we think about, how housing patterns, housing policy, those kinds of things. The other thing I'll just say is that, in the timing that I've spent in other places, it's been interesting to see what housing patterns look like and how different they can be, and what is considered luxury housing one place, that's a big, beautiful high rise somewhere in New York City, for someone else who's used to having a yard like I was growing up in Arkansas, that feels very different. And so I think really being attentive to what housing looks like is really critical. The other thing I'll say too, just real quickly, is that, when we look at some of the housing challenges that we face, particularly in rural parts of our country, some of the sanitation issues, those kinds of things, those directly align with public health issues. And so, thinking about health and wealth, health and housing are really, really critical things to think about together. And we see it's a wonderful book out called Waste recently that talks about some of these issues. So there's really a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, and you serve rural areas and the states of Arkansas and Mississippi. At the Atlanta Fed, we cover several southeastern states. We actually overlap on Mississippi, but kind of building on that, I wondered what kinds of conditions on the ground, what kinds of challenges that you're seeing in the markets that you serve today with rural housing.
Yeah, it can be a real challenge. It can also be a real opportunity. I mean, part of the things we see is that, housing is oftentimes fairly inexpensive in a lot of the areas where we work in particular. And so that can be a real boost, right? It's not unusual for someone to own their home, to have a home passed down, those kinds of things. Like home ownership is not, there are definitely folks who don't have that, but it is not oftentimes unattainable because the housing prices are relatively low. That said, housing quality can be a real issue for families. We just talked about, some of the sanitation issues that sometimes folks have, but also just, the quality of the structures, the quality of housing. Many of the places where Southern works are in communities where there has been out-migration and persistent poverty for 30, 40, 50 years. So when you have a community that has had systemic poverty for that long, has had out-migration for that long, no one's coming in and building new, nice homes. It doesn't cash flow, at least at scale. Someone, obviously individually might do that, but at scale, that the money doesn't work in that regard. And so we're really thoughtful about how to help people access housing that is of decent quality, help them make those repairs or those improvements as is necessary. But that is a real issue, the quality of the housing. Also the quantity, particularly of affordable housing and of decent affordable housing is really also an issue as well. I think, because housing in rural areas are almost by definition less dense. There may not be as many options to choose from. You may not have as many vacant options, particularly at ones that, one would want to live in that you have to choose from, that you might compare to a more urban, more dense kind of area. So that's an issue as well. We have a HUD certified housing counseling agency as well at our organization. So we're also very thoughtful about how to help people make good decisions about home ownership, about renting, about fair lending, all those kinds of things that are really critical for folks to have and feel comfortable with their housing decisions. And this is particularly important right now. We've seen a lot of conversation around eviction, particularly because of the economic impact of the pandemic. And that's an area where we're starting to delve into a little bit. I know you all have done some work on that as well.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Evictions getting a lot of deserved attention right now with the loss of income people are facing, with the moratoria on evictions that are expiring or set to expire soon. And I think a lot of the work, and I can speak to the work that we've been doing, has been on denser, more populated areas. And there's been a gap, frankly, in kind of the data and knowledge that we have about how evictions and displacement and rent debt will play out in rural areas. And I do think we need more quantitative and qualitative data to better understand what the scope is and what some of the impacts likely will be on families in rural areas. For one thing, there is less representation from the legal community in rural areas sometimes, and that's another issue that we should be really thinking about in terms of recourse that these families have. And another question I have then, going back to the challenges that you've just mentioned, is really how, and you mentioned one about being a HUD certified counseling organization, but what other roles does your CDFI play in addressing some of these housing challenges?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. We are obviously a mission-driven organization. We were founded about 30 years ago with a real intention around improving economic mobility. And so, and particularly around the issues of race, there was a lot of, when you go back and you read the original papers, you talk to the people who were originally founding Southern in the late 80s, that was a very clear part of their goal. And so when we go back and we look at that now and we say, okay, what is our purpose? Why are we here? What is the work that we are here to do? We recognize this role of economic mobility. We look at the data and say, okay, what are the drivers of economic mobility? There's research that shows that net worth is a key driver of economic mobility. So people have higher net worth, they're able to take advantage of opportunities, they become more economically mobile. So when you go back another step, what are the drivers of net worth? And there are a number of things that are drivers of net worth: savings, having a good job, owning a business, a job that pays a living wage, those kinds of things. Home ownership and affordable housing are drivers of net worth. When someone buys a home, if that home appreciates in value, that can be a driver of net worth. Having the equity in the home can be a driver of net worth that allows you to pull value from that home and use it for key purposes. Even having affordable rental housing can be a driver of net worth. If you're not paying exorbitant amounts for your rental housing, that's more money that you have for other kinds of things, to save for emergencies, to put towards goals that you might have. So we have a set of 3 what we call 10-year big, hairy, audacious goals that we work alongside Southern Bancorp Bank and Southern Bancorp Inc., also CDFIs that we were founded in partnership with about 30 years ago. We work together on these goals, and our housing goal is to empower 10,000 people with affordable housing. And so we're working on that all the time. We work through it through a number of ways. So you mentioned the housing and credit counseling. That's a really critical driver to help people make the decisions that they want to, that are going to be best for them, particularly long-term around housing, particularly if it's home purchase. That can be a huge purchase, sometimes the biggest purchase people make in their lives, and we make sure that's a good decision. Similarly, obviously, we're a CDFI, so we do lending. And so we do some mortgage lending as well, do affordable housing development lending. So we're thoughtful about those opportunities and trying again to ensure that the capital that we are providing access to is going into places that might not have access to capital otherwise, particularly rural areas, particularly areas where the housing quality might not be as good or the housing quantity might not be where it needs to be. We're also recognize that, everybody's not necessarily ready for a mortgage right away, or they may need some additional supports, that counseling offers that homebuyer education offers that support. We also have a small number of individual development accounts. So we've been able to continue to get some private and other funding to support these matched savings accounts. And in our version, typically people will save $1,000, they'll get a match of $2,000, and they can use that towards certain kinds of home-related purchases, things like buying a home. So it can be basically down payment assistance. But then they can also use it for home repair. And as I mentioned, that's a really critical issue. We often find people who, they may buy a home with us, maybe they'll get their mortgage through us to buy a home, but they know as soon as they buy that home, they're going to have home repair. So at the same time they're preparing to buy that home, they're also saving in an individual development account, so they have some additional monies to begin to make repairs on that home, or just bring it up to the standard that they would want for themselves and for their families. So we're glad to be able to offer those services as well. Part of what we find is that these are really important, particularly in areas where we work in. We're very intentionally in locations where there are not a lot of other banks. We're here to provide access to capital. And so we intentionally focus our efforts in places where there may not be a lot of access to capital, or at least affordable capital, because other banks may not have located there. So for us, what that means is that there's oftentimes a CRA, a bit of a CRA desert there, where there aren't a lot of institutions who have CRA assessment areas in the places where we work. So we are oftentimes trying to have conversations to figure out how we can partner with those organizations in different ways, because that CRA opportunity may not be there in quite the same way it might be as in a more dense area where you might have a number of banks that have assessment areas that overlap, and so you can provide those services. So I think that's something, obviously that's our issue, but I know that that's also an issue for a lot of other rural areas. They may not have significant CRA assessment areas that are relevant to a lot of banks.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up CRA, or the Community Reinvestment Act, which is legislation that was established in the 70s to address redlining and discriminatory lending. And currently, the Federal Reserve Board of Governors has an open advance notice of proposed rulemaking. So I would like to encourage folks on this session to submit comments, which are due by February 16th of 2021. And you can do that online or by email to help to ensure that the new Community Reinvestment Act meets the needs of the communities that it ought to. So I wanted to build on and turn to an issue that you briefly mentioned, which is racial equity. The Atlanta Fed is committed to racial equity and inclusion, and really thinking about it in the same way that you described, as something that is a barrier to economic mobility, particularly, kind of in the district that we serve. You probably have seen Dr. Raphael Bostic, our president CEO's essay on a moral and economic imperative to end racism, which correctly notes the historic, systemic, and structural barriers that racism has brought to our society and to our economy. And so currently, the Atlanta Fed is really listening and learning and intentionally putting a racial equity lens on the work that we do. And of course, this pandemic has brought this to light and made it a top concern. We see disproportionate impacts on communities of color, both in terms of the health impacts and the economic impacts as well. So currently, our community development program at the Atlanta Fed is working to understand what does it mean to have an inclusive recovery coming out of this pandemic. We, rather than recreate or re-entrench some of the disparities that we see today and we saw prior to the pandemic, how can we create a society that is more equitable and not do as we have sort of after different other natural disasters or other shocks and recessions, develop policy that further widens these disparities. So we have launched a series on inclusive recovery, and there'll be a session on housing particularly, which should be in early 2021. And so, Krama, I wanted to turn to you and to get a little bit more of your perspective on what inclusivity means broadly to you, and are you thinking of it any differently in light of COVID-19 and the pandemic?
Yeah, it's an important question. And, we have at Southern have been really intentional, as I said, about thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, about thinking about that in a wide variety of our activities, right? So, that's not just hiring, but it's how we spend our money. It's how we lend. It's looking at our policies, our lending policies, and determining, are there ways we should restructure that so that we can still be safe, obviously be a safe lending institution, but can ensure that more people have access to capital. So there's just a variety of ways that we're looking at that and trying to improve our practices and our policies to ensure really that we meet the goal of why we were founded, which was really around this issue of racial economic equity. So when we think about right now, as you said, the pandemic, just similar to other kinds of situations, other kinds of disasters, public health or natural or otherwise, really exacerbates some of the issues of inequity that are already out there, right? It sort of brings to light things that many of us knew, maybe many of us didn't know, hadn't paid attention to, but it really sort of shows those inequities. And we're seeing a lot of that now. And so when I hear comments, we want to get back to normal, I think it's really just critical to remember that normal was not working, right? Normal was not a normal. If we think of normal as, 18 months ago, that was not a perfect time. There were a lot of existing inequities then that we're paying attention to now, but we don't need to get back to that. We need to actually improve upon that. And I think there are a lot of opportunities that come with developing these kinds of policies and practices and products that allow us to not re-entrench what was not working before for everyone, but develop new ways of working that are much more equitable, that allow more people to have more opportunity. And I think what's really critical there is you begin to grow the economic pie. I think sometimes it can be thought of as, there's a limited amount of resources and everybody takes from that. And certainly that's the case in some cases. But when we think broadly about how the economy has grown over time, as we've had greater participation in the economy, as more people can contribute who can contribute to their full extent, the economy grows with that. And that means it's a larger pie, and everybody can benefit from that. And so I think as we move forward with it, that's really the mindset that we have as we go through this work around diversity, around equity and inclusion. And so, around housing in particular, I think there are a number of issues. We've seen housing challenges, in the past. We talked just now about, evictions, as we think about, orders to stay home or to self-quarantine in the home, it's important to recognize what home means for some folks. And that house might not be the safest place to be for any number of reasons, for mold issues or ability to exercise or just get out and do the kinds of things. I mean, people may not have broadband access that allows them to work from home or go to school from home or those kinds of things. So it's really a critical, as we think about, what housing means right now and what housing means going forward, how we can make those improvements. I think it's important to keep all of those pieces in mind. One of the things that that I think, I'm thoughtful about personally, just sort of on my passion project is around Heirs property. I know the Atlanta Fed has done some significant work on that as well. And thinking about how families who have land, who may have a home on that land, how can they be better positioned to access the wealth in that land and make it a real viable asset for themselves and for their families.
Yeah, so Karama, you and I have connected quite a bit over the years over this topic, which is personally important to us. And of course, we see in the areas that we serve is a tremendous issue. If people aren't familiar with heirs property, it goes by several other names. It can be called family land or tangled title or clouded title property. But essentially, it's formed if someone owns property and they pass away without a will in place, or sometimes they leave a simple will that divides that property amongst their heirs equally. And this forms a very unstable form of land ownership, generally. Tenancy in common, it's called. So everyone has equal access to the property and an undivided interest. And it really can be vulnerable to things like interfamily disputes or sometimes third parties coming in and forcing a sale. And it's been a driver of land loss in many families for quite some time. I personally have heirs property in my family. It's in rural Wisconsin. Right now, there's, I think, only 9 heirs that own the property, but unfortunately, as generations pass on, the number of heirs will only exponentially increase. And again, that can lead to a lot of issues with how to make best use of the property, how to sell or dispose of the property, et cetera. And we do know that this is an acute issue in the rural South, particularly among Black families, and this has been one of the drivers of Black land loss, but it's also known to be pervasive in places like Appalachia among white families and the Colonias in Texas among Latinx families. So really a widespread issue. And Karama, you are the founder of the Heirs of Arkansas, a great organization, and recently penned an article on heir property issues and opportunities. So is there anything else you'd like to fill us in on the issues, and what are the opportunities as you see them?
Yeah, I think it's a really important issue, and we have worked together on these issues in the past, and it's always so nice to meet people who understand heirs property and who have had it and have it and are working around it. Particularly in rural areas, I think this is a real asset and an untapped resource, not just for individual families who might want to build something on the land or lease out the land or cut the timber on the land to the benefit of all the heirs, whether it's 9 in your case or because my great-great-grandfather bought his after he got out of slavery, a couple hundred on my side. But that property can be a real value and a real asset, but you've got to have that title clear in order to do that. I think that particularly in rural areas, this is a real asset. There are families who have this property, who some of whom members don't even know that they are heirs to their property. And when I think about, I remember being in a conversation with a group of people who were focused on asset building. And they were, really attentive to how people can build net worth, how people can increase their income, savings, those kinds of things, and really focused on that. And I mentioned to them this notion of property and land as an asset. And all the folks who were in the room, who were mostly on the coast and the northeastern part of the state and in California, just couldn't quite grasp what that meant because property is so expensive in the areas where they come from. It was not something that you would talk about in the context of low or moderate wealth families, that land would be an asset. Because, high net worth families can't even own land in some of those places in some cases. So, but in a lot of rural areas where there is property, where property and land and housing is less expensive, as we talked about earlier, where there is generational property, where families have passed that property down. And even if folks don't live in it, they may be able to use it as an asset and contribute back to the economy in that way. It is really important to think about that and recognize what that asset is and find ways to unlock that value. I think a lot of times people talk about heirs property specifically with regard to the families, And obviously that's absolutely critical. The families are the ones that own the property and have the most availability to make use of it. But it is also critical for the larger community. So if you see, for example, a community of someone who has property that is underdeveloped, they're not being used, they may not be taxed at the same rate as property that is more developed, that has timber on it, or that has a newer home on it, or those kinds of things. When those tax rates go up, hopefully the family's obviously in a good position to pay those, but then that contributes to the larger community as well. They have a larger tax base with which to provide services for everyone in that community. In areas, and this is true in urban and rural areas as well, if you have property that oftentimes can be heirs property that is dilapidated, for example. It's sort of the saying that when everyone has responsibility, no one has responsibility. So in the case of heirs property, sort of everybody has responsibility. And so who's going to fix the roof or repair the windows or those kinds of things? Well, as we find solutions for clearing title, for unlocking that value, not only do those properties increase in value, it's better for the whole neighborhood, for the neighbors, for the community at large. So I think really thinking about all those kinds of things is really critical. They're both policy and practice approaches. In Arkansas, I led an effort through the Heirs of Arkansas group to pass the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act. It's now been passed in 18 states and jurisdictions in the country, continuing to grow all the time. So there's some real energy and momentum around that. There's been some incentives written into the 2018 Farm Bill that really, frankly, incentivize states to pass the Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act that really levels the playing field to help families keep their property if they want to keep it, not lose it if they don't want to lose it. So I think there's some real benefits there, some real opportunities, again, particularly in rural areas, that benefit not only families, but also the communities. And it's just a prime time to take advantage of that, particularly right now.
Yes, and I encourage you to check out Karama's piece, and we have some resources on our website too that we've done often in partnership with a number of different organizations who are working on this topic of heirs property. So I did want to keep this positive kind of vibe going and end on an opportunistic or a note of opportunity. Are there any other opportunities that you would like to point to, particularly in light of the disruptions caused by COVID-19 that apply to rural areas and housing?
Yeah, no, I think there really is an opportunity. It's sort of, this has been a extremely challenging time for public health and other purposes, but there are some things that come out of it that I think we should position ourselves well to take advantage of. I was just heard recently a radio article on NPR talking about trends in where people live. And they were talking about how there've been 100%, 150% increases in people moving from densely populated areas to less densely populated areas. The example they used that focused most of the story on was Burlington, Vermont, which has, I think, population of 43,000 people, which by some definitions counts as rural. And so, as people are thinking about, can I work from home? I think you and I are both in our homes right now. If people are able to work from home, if people have those options, they may be able to do that from anywhere. And so a lot of people are choosing and saying, you know what, I could live in this more dense area, or I could live someplace outside, have in some cases, maybe a better quality of life, depending on what their priorities are as a family. And still work and still, provide in the ways that I need to provide and be engaged professionally. And so I think we're seeing those trends happen. I was really pleased to see in that same article, they talked about Burlington, Vermont. They also talked about Little Rock, Arkansas, where I'm sitting right now as one of the top 10 places where people are relocating to from more densely populated areas. And there were a number of places across the country, some of them a little larger than others, but all of them, small or mid-sized cities. And there are people who are making those decisions. And so I think, it is a real opportunity for those communities, for the residents in those communities, the leadership, and for the people who are moving in to really re-envision what housing looks like, what home ownership looks like, what community looks like, in ways that are more equitable, in ways that provide more services for everybody. And so I think that, again, it is a real opportunity. I think we're ripe to capitalize on that really right now.
Fabulous closing words. Thank you so much. I totally agree, Karama. And we're grateful to the Housing Assistance Council for the work that they do to help move forward some of these ideas and opportunities. So again, thanks, Karama. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks to the Housing Assistance Council for the invitation. Everyone be safe and enjoy the rest of this event.
Thank you all so much.
Young people give me hope. Last year, I got to spend some time with young folks at 2 different universities who were either from rural places or interested in rural issues. I get to hear from suburban young adults pretty regularly because my son is one, and I have some amazing young colleagues on HAC's staff. All these kids are smart, engaged, and caring. Barack Obama explains better than I can what makes this so great. He writes in his latest memoir that the next generation's conviction in the equal worth of all people seems to come as second nature, and they insist on making real those principles that their parents and teachers told them were true, but that they perhaps never fully believed themselves.
2 technological developments are really giving me some hope for rural America's future prosperity. The first is the proliferation of internet infrastructure throughout the country. So more and more rural students are able to do their homework, seniors can access telehealth, and businesses can expand their customer base. The second is advancements in green energy technologies. So as we shift away from fossil fuels to wind and solar, there's an opportunity for rural residents to gain really well-paying green jobs. We can also pay people to preserve open space and for carbon sequestration. This can all help rural economies thrive and helps keep Earth a nice place to live. It's a win-win.
Hello, my name is Keith Wiley, and I'm a research associate here at the Housing Assistance Council. And one thing that makes me hopeful about rural America is not the production of maple syrup, but the sense of community that one finds there. My dad gave me this quart of maple syrup one of the last times I was up to see them a while back. And I think of that, I look at it, I think of a community I grew up in, I think of how everybody kind of looked out for each other. I think about the high quality life we had because of it. I knew the person cutting my hair, I knew the person at the gas station, the grocery store, and it was just special. And I think that's important in part of that real high quality of life. And I think that ultimately does not grow old and will lead to better days for all of us, rural America and the nation as a whole. So it's the high quality of life and the sense of community that I have, that I know is there, and it's very important.
What gives me hope? Family. Today, families, whether they look the same or different from what we used to, still share the same needs for shelter, economic opportunity, and community, and the same goal of helping each other to achieve it. Family includes the dedicated individuals who work together in our shared goal of helping other families in rural America attain equitable prosperity. More youth in today's family expect equity to be the norm, which is a hopeful sign that they will help more and more of society to take the same view and act towards making it a reality. Family.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lance George, the Director of Research and Information at the Housing Assistance Council. I'd like to reiterate my colleagues' thanks in joining us today. And I'll have to say, just to step back, make a personal comment for a moment. The Housing Assistance Council conference has been special to me. I've been going to them for over 25 years, and one of the professional joys of my life is seeing all of my friends and colleagues every 2 years at the HAC conference. And this year's a little different, but at the same time, it's really amazing to see and to learn and to share with you. I'll have to say, you energize me, and I know many of my fellow Hacksters. You do amazing work every day, and especially in these challenging and troubled times, you're doing even more work. So we're really looking forward to this conversation today. I think it's slightly different, but really it's the same people, and we're really in awe of your amazing work. And I think it'll make next year in December 2021 even that more special to see you. So I'm going to share my screen now. So today we wanted to take a few minutes to share some information and really set the stage and the context for some of the conversations that are coming up, and help. What we try to do in research and information at the Housing Assistance Council is provide strategies and solutions, provide information to underpin that. So we really wanted to couch today's discussion in the larger theme of the conference, which is resilience in rural America, and really looking at it from 2 dynamics: short-term resilience and long-term resilience. And I think the times kind of, I hate to be so binary or dichotomous about that, but I think the times really speak to this, where you have these often polar opposites happening at the same time, or I would call them incongruities. The first, you'll note that the stock market has reached all-time highs. You have record purchases or sales on online shopping. Now you have bidding wars and unprecedented demand for homeownership. But on the other hand, you have unemployment at generational highs. You have a large number of Americans who are on the cusp of potentially foreclosure or eviction, and a lot of uncertainty. So looking at some of the data trends in rural communities under that dichotomy, we could spend a lot of time today on just one or two of these. I'm going to look at 3 or 4 major issues and present those. But again, through this context of short-term resilience and long-term resilience. So the first, I just wanted to give a brief overview of the COVID-19 pandemic in rural communities. And I do think I'd rather be not talking about this candidly. I'd like to be focusing on other issues or topics, but it is salient to the day and the times. It is obviously the largest issue of this year. And it's ephemeral, it changes on a daily basis. So just wanted to give an overview and perspective because this really does inform a lot of the short-term resilience in rural communities. So the pandemic has manifested itself in different ways in rural communities. One of those is, it has looked slightly different, but the main context today is that we're seeing record numbers of cases since the outbreak began. So it looks slightly different in the rural context than nationally. You'll see maybe kind of a small dip or a wave there in the midsummer, but you can see a dramatic increase to where we're seeing more than 20 or on average, more than 20 or 30,000 cases per day. And there've been well more than 1.6 million reported cases. I think reported is the operative word. We think this is an undercount, and there are other definitional issues where I know it's an undercount for rural communities. But it is extremely important and will shape a lot of the issues. And one area that has concerned me is another dynamic or a way to look at this is the share of cases in rural communities. So the gray bars indicate the proportion of rural cases per day since the pandemic started. And the very first rural cases were reported on February 20th. And the orange lines indicates the ratio of deaths. So when we first started analyzing this in the early spring, rural cases were somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 5 to 6%, but you can see over the months it's progressively increased to now cases and especially deaths are higher than the proportion of the population, and that is concerning. We don't know where that's going, but I think that is a significant issue. It's perilous to look back at other crises and other concerns. I think a parallel that many people look back to is the economic crisis of 2008, where I think it's conventional wisdom that the crisis came later to rural America, probably was not as profound or deep, but lasted longer. And I think that was maybe an early thought that would happen here, but we've seen now that at least proportionally, the cases are just the same in rural communities or more than they are nationally. So one particular element. And just to look at this geographically. So this map presents cases per 100,000 as of March 16th. That's the day that the CDC issued social distancing guidelines. And you'll notice the yellow areas are counties, rural counties that had reported cases, and they're relatively low. So you'll see on these following maps, the higher the case count, the darker the orange or red. So that's March of 2020, March 16th. Then we go to May, June, July, August, September, October, and then more recently, November. And there are a couple of narratives here. One, you see much of the county is, much of the nation is now in red, which have the highest, basically the highest level of rates per 100,000. And I think the larger narrative is that there's virtually no rural community that's untouched now by COVID-13 or COVID-19. There are only 3 counties that don't have reported cases, and one of them actually does. It's just technically not reported. This is elevated so much that we might have to even change the scale on the map. Rarely does that happen in our world where we get so much change that quickly. But this is, you can see geographically and visually how much COVID-19 has impacted rural communities. And we'll use that as the short-term, the basis for a lot of the short-term resilience that we talk about in various social and economic conditions. We're going to look at basically three conditions of short-term and long-term resilience, namely social conditions, economic conditions, and housing conditions. So to look at social resilience in rural America, I want to start with kind of what I would call long-term resilience issue. And that's merely just population growth and population decline and viability in rural communities. So I've often been accused of maybe spending a little too much time on this. It's a demographic issue, but I think it's really important to viability, and the viability of rural communities is the issue of population loss. So population gain over the last 8 or 9 years, looking at that time span, was somewhat anemic in rural communities, about 8%, when other areas, suburban and urban communities, had much larger population gain. And in fact, for much of that decade, there was a decline in the population just in the last few years where we're able to go back into positive territory. But I want to illustrate this dynamic and show you the long-term resilience and the long-term impacts of population decline. So the first map, all areas in blue were counties that experienced population decline from 1990 to 2000. Then we look at the next decade from 2000 to 2010. And then finally just progress to the most recent data we have in 2019. But you'll see a much larger proportion of the nation, particularly rural communities, lost population over this period. And I continue to fall back and say, this could have dramatic long-term. I mean, this is something that has much longer term impacts than might be oftentimes we think about in a housing context. But this is a major issue and a major concern for the economic viability. I will temper that to some degree because much of that population loss is the outmigration of younger and working age population. And I'll temper some of that by saying, this is different. It varies a lot by market. And just looking at age, looking at age groups, you'll notice this map indicates the plurality of age group by county. So it's not the majority, but what's the largest age group in each county? And the kind of plum communities there, the medium purple, that the largest age group are baby boomers. But you'll notice that's not the case in some portions of the country, where the lighter blue and even the lightest blue indicate that millennials or even Generation Z make up the largest population in those communities. So I offer this to say that it is not a monolithic, trend, that a lot of communities vary, but I do think that population dynamics greatly contribute to rural viability in the long-term sense of resilience. I know there's a question that's come up and people have tried to read the tea leaves on what does the pandemic and the short-term resilience, what does it mean for rural communities and rural resilience? And I'll have to say, I just don't know. I don't think we have enough data or information to discern that right now. There's no doubt that there's some level of population churn in the nation, right? It's just very hard to discern. I am less sanguine than others. There have been stories where, again, people are trying to read the tea leaves from Zillow or Redfin or various anecdotal articles from various cities where there's massive demand in some rural communities. I don't doubt that some of that is happening, but I don't know if it's a full-fledged rural return. So I think the jury is still out. We'll just have to look at that. But I would still say that population dynamics are extremely important, especially demographic dynamics, to many of these, to resilience in general. So another social, and I look at a long-term social trend that contributes to resilience, is race and ethnicity. And obviously this has been a very large issue in 2020 as well. And race and ethnicity are just as complex in rural communities as they are in the nation. And in some respects, they manifest themselves much differently. It is a very long-term and complex issue that provides a lot of consternation and a lot of complexity and a lot of concern. But I would say, looking back at a longer-term trend, while there's a narrative that rural communities, and it is true, rural communities are more homogeneous and they're not as diverse as the nation as a whole. About 60% of the US population is white, not Hispanic, but in rural areas, that's about 77%. But rural communities increasingly are becoming more diverse. And to illustrate that, I wanted to show this map. So from 2010 to 2018, over 92% of all counties in the United States became more diverse. That means their minority population, their non-white, non-Hispanic population increased. It actually increased. And just to look at the inverse of that, there were a few counties, about 8% of counties, where the population, the white, not Hispanic population, actually increased. And that's a mixed picture. Some of those counties were actually had very high minority populations. So in some respects, they became more diverse, others not. But I would say the larger trend, even though there's oftentimes a larger narrative about race and ethnicity in rural communities, the longer trend is that rural America is becoming more diverse. And I think for the better. I think that is an important consideration looking forward. In the short-term resilience around race and ethnicity, I do think it's important to acknowledge, one, going back to the pandemic, what has happened in some of the communities that have been impacted, but also the unique dynamic patterns and trends in rural communities regarding race and ethnicity. Again, there's a long history and a complex history, but noting, for example, about 9 out of 10 rural African Americans live in the rural Southeast. You see different demographic patterns and different geographic and residential patterns. So this map illustrates majority minority census tracts. So all of those tracts highlighted in a color indicate a majority minority group. So the fuchsia, what the color I would call fuchsia in the rural Southeast, those are tracts that have majority minority African American population. Similarly, majority minority Hispanic population in purple, the lighter purple Native American. And those blue areas indicate not one dominant majority minority group, but a combination. So meaning more than half the population, 51% of the population is majority minority. I would only say, this is both a long-term and a short-term resilience, that these are long-term patterns and long-term trends. And many of these communities suffer economic distress. And you'll see in the previous maps and in the maps going forward, you'll see these trends emerge, particularly for some geographic areas. But I would note, when we were talking about the pandemic, some of the communities that have the highest infection rates in the nation are these communities. Rural minorities have been impacted much more so than many other communities. And we have this incongruity, but in the short term, there could be a major impact in some of these communities looking at resilience going forward. So a couple of points on economic resilience. And I think the larger story on economic resilience this year is employment. I'm a houser. I like to think about housing issues, but at the end of the day, many people say it's all about jobs, jobs, jobs. And I think this year it's particularly relevant. So this is the short-term resilience item that we wanted to highlight in kind of economic resilience. And so the green line indicates unemployment rate over about the last year and a half or a couple of years in rural communities. And you'll note that rural communities that often tracked above urban communities or suburban communities and unemployment rates slightly above. But then in April of 2020, you see this dramatic increase commensurate with the nation, but not as high, but it jumps up dramatically to about 13%. We have seen a slight decline well, not a slight, a pretty dramatic decline, a kind of a steady decline. But at the same time, it's still twice the rate it was at that point last year. So you have a kind of a mixed story here on unemployment. I would say that this could impact rural communities in both short term and the long term, but many rural families and families nationwide don't have the luxury that I do, where I can sit and work from my desk behind a computer. They have to get out into the workforce, maybe in dangerous, perilous work, or maybe their work is not permitted due to health reasons right now, or has been reduced dramatically because of the economic situation. And that's much more likely to happen in a rural community. So I would just say that this, in the short-term resilience, is a very significant issue to look at employment. And just to give a geographic presentation of that, this is the map of unemployment rates in April of 2020. You know, this would be at the kind of the height of the unemployment of this year. But in the darker green area, the higher the unemployment rate. You'll note those darkest green areas were above 20%. That's really high. Some of the communities impacted were recreation communities, but other communities that have experienced long-term employment challenges. So we transitioned to the most recent data that we have, which is September for rural communities. And you'll see that has moderated some, but it harkens back to this issue of it's still relatively high compared to where we were. And the future is somewhat uncertain going forward. I would say transitioning to the long-term rural resilience issue, it's definitely poverty. I think maybe poverty has been overlooked, but at the Housing Assistance Council, the long-term resilience issue, economic resilience issue in rural America is definitely poverty. There's no doubt about that. I know it's been much discussed, but we still need to discuss it. It dramatically impacts the lives of millions of Americans, and especially in some rural communities, there are very high poverty rates still, and they're increasing to some degree. And the short-term resilience of this, the short-term impacts could only impact or confound this even more. So just a quick distillation, many of you are familiar with this map, but the lighter purple areas indicate a higher poverty rate. Many of these are rural communities. And another way to look at that is just persistently poor communities, those communities that have more than 20% of the poverty rate for the last 3 decades. And you'll notice about 85% of those communities are rural communities, and they are geographically clustered. This is not a random pattern. And you can almost go back and look at the race and ethnicity map, or also look at some of the COVID maps, and you'll see a very similar pattern. And one other distillation of that is just child persistent poverty. We oftentimes don't think about that, but it's even more endemic, where you have much higher rates of children experiencing poverty rates. And you'll see that it's just a larger footprint and a greater incidence of that problem. So the short-term resilience is definitely employment, but it feeds into and exacerbates other issues. And I think that's a trend that I would also like to focus on, that I've noted this year, is that the short-term resilience, or the short-term problems, some of the challenges, I've often used the term that they exacerbate the problems, but in some respects, they may be accelerating them as well. And finally, looking at housing resilience, I want to focus on, in the short-term resilience, looking at housing tenure, whether you own or rent your house. So this is a map of home ownership in the United States. The darker brown areas indicate a higher home ownership rate, and the lighter yellow areas indicate a lower home ownership rate, and it would just be a higher rental rate. This is a dichotomous variable. With a few exceptions, you're either an owner or a renter in this country in your housing tenure. And I think this manifests itself, this particular element, especially in the housing world, in the short term, is a major issue of resilience in rural communities. There aren't as many renters. Obviously, in rural communities, the home ownership rate is higher. But in many respects, renters, the data are clear, are having more challenges in the short term outside of the pandemic. They are more likely to be employed in occupations that are impacted by the pandemic. They are much more likely, less likely to have savings, lower incomes, and much less likely to weather a shock to their economic system. So I think that home ownership is definitely a major, major issue in the short term, and it's obviously a long-term issue, but home ownership and rental housing is a major, housing tenure is a major issue in the resilience of rural communities. I just wanted to highlight this chart that shows home ownership rates, and the converse would be rental rates by various demographic groups. And you'll notice the rural rate is higher, but one particular note is the home ownership rate among minorities is about 20 percentage points lower than for non-white Hispanics. And you'll see this is just an indication that there's a lot of variation in home ownership. It's not a panacea, and there are life cycle issues where home ownership is valued and rental housing is valued and needed. So the inverse of this is that renters and rental housing is important, All housing units are important, but I think in the short term, rental housing is a much more of a concern, especially with the pandemic. And finally, in the housing dynamic, I wanted to look at the long-term, one of the long-term resiliency issues is just affordability. The ability to afford one's home is by far the most significant housing challenge and issue in the nation and rural Americas. Oftentimes there's a misconception that housing challenges are just not as stark, are not as big in rural communities because housing prices are lower, but that is not the case. By far the largest housing challenge in any rural community or most rural communities is the ability to afford one's home. Now, just illustrate that through this time series map. So we've been looking at various time ranges throughout this discussion, looking at just a few months. We're going back really far here to 1980. And in 1980, these yellow counties, or any county in yellow and orange, indicate a county where more than 1/4 of their population paid more than 30% of their monthly housing or monthly income towards housing costs, which is a standard dynamic, which is a standard indicator of housing affordability challenges. If we just fast forward to the most recent data, we'll look at, yes, some communities have had much higher rates, but the incidence of housing affordability challenges are much, much greater across the entire United States, especially in rural communities. So this is both a short-term resilience issue that can be impacted by the economic fallout from the pandemic, but also this continues to be a very long-term trend that we need to watch. So those are a few basic short-term and long-term resilient points that we wanted to talk about. But I wanted to also highlight within this discussion the people behind these numbers and the people that do amazing work, and that's HAC's research team. They do, again, they are the real engine behind a lot of the work that we do and all the amazing tools and analysis that we present. So I'd really like to acknowledge them. We have Christina Davila, our research associate, Mike Feinberg, senior policy associate, Evelyn Emanen, research and policy associate, Dan Stern, many of you know, works in our communications, Leslie Strauss is a senior policy associate, and Keith Wiley is a senior research associate. So really big thanks to the HAC staff, the HAC research and information staff. I know you'll probably see them during this day, but really wanted to thank them for all of their work and the amazing work that they continue to do. So I wanted to note, just end on looking forward to the discussion and talking about some of these trends that we mentioned today that we highlighted. But also note that you can find most of this information, oftentimes in interactive formats, on HAC's website at www.ruralhome.org. Once again, thanks for joining us. We look forward to the discussion, and I look forward to having an iterative discussion and learning how these issues are manifesting themselves in your community. Hi, everyone. We're back and moving into what I think is the most important part of the discussion today, which is how some of these issues that we discussed, or these topics, or maybe didn't discuss as well, are working or playing themselves out in your communities and how they're impacting your ability to serve residents in your communities. As a researcher, it's difficult to admit, but the data really only get you so far. Anyone can throw up a few maps and charts and graphs, but they're not an abstraction to a lot of other people. In reality, these issues are often very complicated and nuanced and have long-term histories and complexities, and they really vary from community to community. So to help us with this perspective, we are joined by two highly impressive individuals today who work to improve their communities every day. And I'm really pleased to welcome Zoraima Diaz from CDCB. I can never pronounce that. It's Come Dream, Come Build. But you heard about CDCB from Eileen earlier today and the impressive work that they do. And Vivian Ballou from Legacy CDC in Port Arthur, Texas. And both of these women have amazing, amazing resumes, which I could spend a lot of our time talking about. But we're going to move on from that because you'll hear about that. Much of that will be imbued in their discussion today. But we're going to jump into a few questions and hopefully much more of a dialogue. And again, I also welcome and encourage you through the chat to ask questions and to comment on some of the issues. But I'm going to stop talking because I've talked enough. But just ask a couple questions. And the first question would be, unfortunately, the COVID-19 health crisis is currently as bad in the U.S. as it's ever been. I've made several presentations on this, and I often say, there was an unfortunate circumstance, and I opened up the paper this morning and saw yet another one where the deaths reached the highest that they've reached in the U.S. in basically since the pandemic began. And I would say that the virus, I think in the presentation, it is very unfair and very uneven. And the infection rates in rural America, we have simultaneously some of the highest communities with the highest infection rates and some of those with the lowest. But I want to focus on the impacts part. What has been the impact of the virus in your community? Oftentimes at HAC, we're asked, how is the virus? Everyone's trying to figure everything out, right? But people often ask us, how is it impacting the communities you work with, the stakeholders, the residents? The best way to do that is to have this discussion today, and hopefully Vivian and Zarima can help us with that. So I'm going to turn to Zarima first and ask for Vivian's perspectives as well. But how has COVID-19 impacted the ability for you to provide services and resilience in your community?
Thank you, Lance, and thank you for the insightful presentation. I would just echo, I think, some of the comments that you made and some of the other presenters. I really believe that at CUCB, we've seen our response to this pandemic in our community in three parts, primarily in terms of relief, recovery, and then long-term resilience. And I think for us, the impetus at the beginning, and when the pandemic hit, immediate relief was just how can we pivot and take the services that we provide in person over the last 45 years and continue to deliver them in a remote context. And this is critically important because we were in the middle of tax season. We have families applying for home ownership. We have families waiting to close. So that was really our impetus at the very beginning, just taking 10 days to transition everything that we had previously done in person to a remote platform. I would say, secondly, we also have observed that in this period, the ability to serve clients remotely has really expanded our reach, even beyond our immediate geographic footprint. In the third quarter, we served more clients in that period in 2020, almost twice as many as we did in the previous year. So while we know it has expanded our reach, we're also just trying to remain very cognizant of the clients in the rural areas and colonias that are harder to reach and aren't as able to plug into services now that they're being provided remotely because of the digital divide and inability to access services in that space. I also think that we know, right, as a fact, immediately when we felt the impact, just in April, 21% of clients that CUCB was currently serving were either unemployed or were suffering from reduced hours. So we felt the immediate impacts in our region. And I should say that in the long term, what we're looking at is a longer recovery for the communities that we serve, because we were in a financial precarious position, at least the families that we serve prior to the pandemic. And the onset of the pandemic has just provided a sense of immense financial stress. And I think in the long term, now we're looking at the uncertainty and how long this will last in the future, where previously I think we were prepared for natural disasters or, a certain industry shutting down. We knew how to train, we knew how to prepare, we knew how to provide relief. But this pandemic, the thought that we can't really predict how long the extent of this is going to be really has put us in a precarious position as a region, because again, we were seeing unemployment rates that were 14, 15% prior to the pandemic. And now, in the peak, they were at 24%, now going down to 18%. So we really feel that this is going to be more of a long-term recovery for the communities that we serve.
Thanks. Vivian?
Yes, I agree. I've noticed that we've had increased service, but there's been some benefit. I think we have become more efficient in how we deliver our services to our clients. We've basically perfected drive-through distributions. We've gotten that down. I think that the way that we operate as an organization, I think we were more hands-on. I think the pandemic has added insult to injury to our community. We were already struggling from the disaster recovery efforts from Hurricane Harvey and Thunderstorm Imelda. So in the midst of the pandemic, we had 3 other disasters occur. So the way that we normally address the services to our clients has been impacted, not just we're doing disaster recovery in the middle of a pandemic. So that's really changed how we do things. And many of the clients here are experiencing depression from the previous disasters. So this has really exacerbated their depression and the need for contact and to be more social and to have human contact. So it's really tied our hands. We still operate in office. We're no longer seeing clients in the office. We've moved towards Zoom, telephone calls, but you still lose that personal touch that's needed in these situations. So we've had to alter how we do business. I agree that it's a longer term recovery on top of what we're dealing with as a disaster recovery at the same time. So you have many people who are sheltering and being asked to stay home in homes that are substandard, mold infested, all the issues that are going on. So, it's just sort of layering and stacking issue upon issue. But I think that we're anticipating needing additional funding for the services that we provide, a longer recovery. And we have not experienced the high unemployment rates, but we have reduced hours, more requests for services, and more food requests than ever. So I do agree that it is a different type of recovery than we're used to as far as from comparing a pandemic to a disaster.
No, thanks, Vivian. You make an interesting point, which I'll have to give a little bit of context. Some who know me often say this. I am a glass half empty person. And I've basically spent a career of coming in and telling communities what's wrong and what the problems are. But I really was interested in your comment on, we often focus on the negatives of this, but you noted that sometimes these emergencies do kind of institute some efficiencies and some changes and some improvements. And while on balance, obviously, this is not good for anyone. Right. But I think that's interesting in this discussion and the way you provide services and the way you do your business. I really think that's an interesting point. I'd like to maybe return to that later. I just want to ask if either of you had any follow-up kind of points or dialogue between your both perspectives on how you're experiencing and maybe particularly how the residents you serve. I know you touched on that, Vivian.
I would just add that I think one of the things that we've encountered, again, on the client service side, on housing counseling and financial coaching, is that we are dealing with clients that are presented with situations that they haven't previously, that they're not accustomed to, right? They're actively participating in the workforce, although they may earn low wages, but they've had a lifetime of work and continuity of work. And so I think it's a bit of a departure from their norm, and the way that we respond to clients with respect and dignity in this moment has been very important because they're dealing with situations that, prior to this, they hadn't.
Correct. And at a higher income level than before.
Well, thank you on that. I'm going to move on. In the data presentation, I asked about another element that we highlighted. We looked at race and ethnicity dynamics in rural America. And again, for highly unfortunate reasons, this issue has come to the forefront as well in the United States and in rural communities as well. And while there has been recent or short-term, I would say, awakening of consciousness on this issue, you both live and work in communities of color. And this is not a new issue for you. So I would maybe like to say, can you please share your perspectives on how race and ethnicity have impacted dynamics of resiliency in your community, maybe in the long term, maybe in the short term, and maybe I'll ask Vivian to take the lead on this.
Sure. You know that the pandemic is basically impacting the minority community at a higher rate. So we are seeing more deaths, more hospitalization in the minority community, as well as unemployment, higher unemployment has been impacted. The communities that we serve are primarily maybe 3 to 10% minority makeup. So we're basically serving in our rural communities white, low to moderate income families. Our rural areas, basically more of our suburbs, more affluent people live there. Maybe it's because of the lack of services or jobs or public transportation, but the minority community tends to stay closer to the city, the larger cities in our area. But we still face the same issues that other communities face as far as like the systematic racism and things like that impact minorities all over the world. We also see that there's a lot of discrimination, even in our disaster. I go back to our disaster recovery because I see those two as linked. There's been reports that even in the disaster recovery efforts, there's been discrimination. And so I'm assuming because of the systemic racism that's being through all the processes, people have to go to application processes. I've even noticed that where people go to seek assistance, it's not in minority communities. They establish the temporary offices in the white communities. And so minorities have to find their way to the assistance where maybe there's no transportation, and sometimes going through neighborhoods that are not friendly to minorities. And I've gone through some communities where I've had to pass through Confederate flags and things like that to get to those services to help or to offer assistance. And I've also, as a minority organization, we went to a community that was primarily white, and our services were rejected. You would not accept the assistance from us because it was coming from Black women at that time. So, I think that even in a pandemic, the racism and some of the things that impact minorities is still there.
Thank you for sharing that, Vivian. Maybe I'll turn to Zoraima and give her perspectives as well. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your perspective, Vivian. I certainly appreciate it. And I feel like again, this pandemic has just provided an opportunity to shine a light on how fractured our social service system is, how fractured the system of income support programs are, especially for low-wage earners, low-income families in this country. I think in Texas specifically, we know that 39% of confirmed cases, are represented by Hispanics in our state, and 54% of fatalities, right, in terms of just ethnic and racial demographics here. We also know, I think our community is a little different because we are a majority minority community. We represent deep South Texas, where Hispanics are the majority of the population. But I would also just note that, again, if we take the perspective of pre-pandemic and then within this pandemic and then a lens looking forward, what we see is that I feel is a lack of capacity and a lack of long-term, what we would say, disinvestment in our region at the federal and state level, which I think, again, disproportionately impacts rural and small communities because it really puts the onus of responsibility in terms of response on local municipalities and the counties, which really don't have, access to the resources that we need in this moment. One thing I would point to in terms of just rapid response, again, just to differentiate the response between major metropolitan areas and our smaller communities, within a week or 2 weeks, we saw in Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, there were relief funds, congregated within local United Ways because of the large family or foundations in those big cities. And so they were able to begin distributing relief immediately. Whereas in the small communities that we serve, we don't have that large, philanthropic private foundation network. And we really do rely more on funds that are kind of come from the state or the Fed through the CARES Act and we know that response is slower. So again, I think in terms of just how the dynamics in our state going forward, for the long term, we really have to look at how are we investing in majority minority communities, not just in this moment, but in the next 10, 20 to 30 years. Because what we need now is an investment in opportunities to have an intergenerational transfer of wealth going forward. And especially in persistent poverty communities where we've seen generations living in persistent poverty, we know this also has a toll, a toxic stress on the families that we serve. And I would also just add, to give perspective in the nation, we know that, as your presentation mentioned, and the maps, I think the maps are just so telling to look at the change in majority minority populations in rural areas across the state, across the country, really, is how do we change the narrative about what's really happening in the broader United States, right? And how do we bring to light the stories of families in, Hispanic families, Black families, Native American families, Asian American families that are expanding in this country, that are changing their dynamics in rural places, as we've seen, right, over the last 20 years? And how do we change the national narrative to really reflect the lived experience of the communities that we serve, working hard diligently, but still living in poverty? And again, I think just to give the pandemic perspective, we've seen across the country, even just in meat processing, packaging, or poultry processing, the majority of individuals that have been impacted, 73% of confirmed cases, are Latino meat packers, right, in these rural places. So it's not something that just affects the communities that we serve, but really the broader United States.
No, I agree. I think that building the generational wealth and planning for that is going to be most important. While we have access to funds, while maybe we're on people's minds, we should start planning the longer term, trying to break these cycles of poverty in our communities. And I think that not just planning to PPE, but going beyond that. We're spending people give you a lot of money to buy masks, things like that. But I think that we should prepare people to be able to take care of themselves in the future when things happen, and helping them to amass generational wealth through housing is very important to us.
Vivian and Zorana, thank you both. These are invaluable perspectives, and candidly, we could spend hours on this, right? We should, but we have some limited time. So I did want to move on to one element, but hopefully we'll continue these discussions throughout the day. But you are both Texans. So Texas is well represented here. Maria Luisa was on earlier, so not intentionally by design, but and Texas is a big place. So as I often say, even though you're both Texans, there's a lot of variation in the community you serve, and it's its own nation state, right? It could at one time, but it could a lot of variation. But you are as Texans, there's often a term that I've heard when I'm in Texas that you are housers, which I am endeared to. I love that term. You help build, preserve, maintain, and provide access, a whole range of housing services to people. So I really want to move, because we have a lot of other housers. I like to call myself a houser, but I've never built a house. You guys are really housers. You actually really do this. But I wanted to move on in just that third major element. We talked some about the pandemic. We talked about some social and economic characteristics, but really turning the conversation to what you see as the biggest housing issues, and do they relate to some of the issues that we presented, or are they not? What are the housing issues in your communities? And as the two housers, I'm going to open up to both of you and see which one wants to kind of take that one on.
I'll start first. As I touched on earlier about our responses to the pandemic, I relate to the disaster. We were hit by Hurricane Harvey. We lost 85% of our housing stock. So when you start there, and then on top of that, the things that are happening today, we really have to focus on the development of affordable housing. Being from rural communities, we're not receiving entitlement funds from HUD. So getting more funding to the smaller communities, and we're having to compete for smaller grants. I think that we'll have to start thinking bigger and having the community start thinking larger. I've noticed that we've had a lot of redevelopment in our rural areas after the hurricane, but they're not affordable housing. So we have to get our communities, our counties, our cities to start requiring a portion of all of these new redevelopments to be set aside for affordable housing, 10%, whatever the number might be. But some of the houses that are coming up are in the $200,000 range, new developments, and none of them would be accessible to our clients. And then also requesting funding be made available for down payment assistance. We need to be able to subsidize the cost of these houses so that we can buy them down and make them more affordable to low to moderate income families, so that we don't see where all the new housing would be in one side of town, and then the low to moderate income people are living in the older homes. And so I think that there has to be a balance and a plan put in place now, so that we can start making plans to incorporate the low to moderate income families into the redevelopment plans.
Thank you, Vivian.
I would echo Vivian's comments, and I would just add that I think that one of the things, the barriers that we face is really negating this affordability myth in small communities and rural areas, the communities that we serve, especially when we're talking about client-facing services, when you have a housing counseling team, a financial coaching team, tax prep team, and they help families through all the correct steps, right? They increase their capital, they reduce their debt to income ratio, they increase their credit score. You still have families at the baseline that are starting out with the average of 560, right? That's a long way to go before you can reach the affordability status. You still have situations where families are working more than full time, two income, adult house earners, and still don't qualify for what's essentially necessary to purchase a home. So we do feel, on the client-facing side, we do all this work to prepare clients and make them ready to qualify, pass the underwriting guidelines. But even at their, most active participation in the labor force and, accumulated all the savings that they can and reduce their debt to as low as humanly possible, they still only qualify for $70,000. And even in the communities that we serve, you cannot buy anything at $70,000 or below. So I think Vivian is 100% correct. I think we need to talk more about how can we subsidize the home purchase for low wage earners, specifically low wage earners, women of color, and caregiving professions. We know this is one of the fastest growing industries in the regions where we serve, the clients that we serve, and it is going to continue to be at this place low wage work. How do we change the conversation about how we value the type of work that our clients provide, the industries that they're involved in, so that we can increase their earnings to really enable them to be capable to purchase a home for the long term? And I would just add that I think this goes back to your question about, the impact on racial or gender wealth gap in this country. We know that for low-income families, that home purchase is the largest asset purchase they will make in their lifetime. And they will probably only purchase one home. So it's critically important in terms of not only just our individual families' wealth building or trajectory for their household, but how we're shifting this as a demographic group across the country, again, forward going.
Correct. And I think that the lending criteria, has changed and become more rigid and more strenuous during this pandemic. So we were preparing people to meet a 620 score and have a certain amount of money set aside. So now in the pandemic, all those things have increased. So we're now counseling at a different level. So it's slowing down our process. We're building homes, but our clients aren't able to qualify at this time, where they maybe once were one step away from being able to purchase. Now they're further away. They're wanting more down payment on a higher credit score. So it has caused some delays in our development of our affordable housing line.
And I would just add to what Vivian said. I think another thing that we see is that as the credit market tightens up, right, and the parameters change, it really is difficult on families, because you've been working with a family for 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 months, and you tell them you're at the finishing line, and then all of a sudden the metrics change, and that can be extremely disheartening. And so even again on the client side, it's hard to keep families engaged and provide them with a sense of hope of what the future, what's possible in the future, when there are just factors outside of their control and our control that are happening in the larger market around them.
Yeah, we had a client that was actually furloughed the week of closing. So he lost that house. And so we started on the next house. And since we started building him another house, he's lost his job. He's been laid off twice. So, but he's back to work now. So he's had to continually stay qualified, stay ready, keep finding other employment to maintain his pre-approval. So it's been really hard, especially when people are being furloughed, brought back, let go again. It's really hard in this situation to keep going.
Well, thank you both. I did want to revert back to the kind of the data presentation, and just reiterate, because I think I heard it from both of you, which is a larger issue on just affordability, that quite simply, incomes have not really risen in this country for a long time, particularly in the communities that you live in and in many rural communities, but housing prices have, right? And that's the huge disconnect that we continue to see. You articulated it better than I do, candidly, but I think that is a major theme that we continue to see. And unfortunately, I think we will see in this discussion about long-term and short-term resilience, how they cross-pollinate. I think that will continue. We only have a couple of minutes left, but I did want to, and there's some items in the chat that we might try to get to in time, but I did want to ask both of you Very quickly, I don't know if we have enough time. It might just be one sentence. It was admittedly a very selective review of a few social, economic, and housing characteristics. But would there be one issue that was not presented in the research discussion? And this is maybe for me, so we can kind of move on, so we can address additional elements or where we need to focus our energies, that you would say we need more attention on in the work that you do?
Maybe environmental impacts in our communities. I know that we didn't have time to touch on those type of things, but I think that might be something that can be expanded upon.
And I would just add, I think there are nuances in the data on the quantitative side that we can't see, right? Like we can show what the aggregate average credit scores, DTIs, savings. What we can't see is how deeply intertwined the threads of families' financial lives are, in the impact again of the length of this pandemic to the financial anchors for the families that we serve, to the extent that we see financially unhealthy snacking, the sharing of Social Security, numbers to access credit and services. So I feel like that's a major underlying issue that will have major implications for their short-term and long-term housing security, and it's harder to see in the data.
Right.
Thank you, Vivian and Desiree. We are nearing the end of time. I would say I just make a kind of, I wish we could go on for much longer, and we will have an opportunity. There'll be networking sessions at the end of the day to kind of continue some of these discussions. I know there were some discussions in the chat that we didn't get to about disasters, and both of you, unfortunately and coincidentally, work and live in areas that have been impacted by disasters. Vivian noted this, and I know that's a big component of some of CDCBC's work recently. But I would just like to say, your perspectives were invaluable. I would like to have you present with me every time. You make the data presentation so much better. So we really want to thank you for all that you've done, and we really appreciate your perspectives. And we will continue this discussion throughout the day. And candidly, we're going to continue this discussion for a long time. This is just a start. I think there's some positives, but there are obviously many challenges or many headwinds as well here. So we thank you very much for assisting us today, and the discussion will continue. And thank you all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Hively, and I work for USDA Rural Development. I've worked for the agency for about 12 years, and when I first started, everybody wanted to come to the HAC conference because this is the big dance where all the stakeholders are making housing work for everyone in the nation. Specifically, I work for Self-Help Housing, and I'm here to partner with our stakeholders and see how we can make this program even better to house rural America. Yay, HAC!
My name is Kyle White. I'm the TMA Contractor Program Director for Little Dixie. We're one of the 4 contractors in the United States. We provide services to mutual self-help programs to give technical support to help them with their 2-year mutual self-help programs and repair and rehab programs. The self-help programs, the families are able to, that are low and very low income, they put in 65% of labor, and they build their own homes. So it's a great opportunity for the families to feel like part of their communities, to have their own home, and also feel more productive.
I'm Tina Dahmer. I'm from Ohio. I work for a community action agency there in Fayette County. We're a very small farming community. I'm a loan packager for community action, so I do the 502 loan packaging, and I've done that for about 14 years now. Self-help housing, of course, is all about getting your own home, and whether you do new construction or whether you do purchase rehab, you've got to know and you be willing to learn how to build your own home. But in order to do that, the first step is to get that loan to buy it. So that's what I do.
My name is Michael C. Threet. I am the CEO of the Sylacauga Housing Authority. Just a great privilege to be here at HAC. This is my first conference. Working now in a rural housing authority. Wanted to come out and figure out what the best practices were, and just start to network with several individuals that can assist us with all the things that we're trying to do. With the Housing Authority platform and funding challenges with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the Housing Authority looking forward to using different type of funding streams, the more paradigm shift with the platform. So totally interested in the sweat equity with the rural. In the midst of that too, looking at the 515s, other things of that nature. Where I'm at in Sylacauga, it's the #1 manufacturing area in the country. So when we look at that, we want to be able to do some workforce housing and be able to provide housing for individuals, whether it may be aging in place or families that may be relocating to the area. So I just found HAC as being one of those entities, intermediaries that are moving things forward as it relates to affordable housing and community development. And I began to look at the website and I said, wow, this is a bicentennial actual conference, so it's going to happen every couple of years, so they might as well go ahead and come on in and be able to take this information back to the community as we continue to try to rebuild and revitalize the Sylacauga and Talladega area.
I believe hope begins in the darkness, a byproduct of tenacity, persistence, and the will to never give up or give in, many times in a space or place of despair. For millions of families, that space or place is represented by marginalization and multidimensional poverty. But in those spaces and places, hope is born and continues to manifest across boundaries, believing that if we continue to show up with our best efforts, hope will run its natural course. So what gives me hope? People like each of you who continue to show up for the mission of creating a more equitable future, where marginalization and multidimensional poverty has no place, where the path to prosperity is unimpeded and accessible to all. So thank you for giving me hope.
Hello, I'm Evelyn, and right now I'm in Kane, Pennsylvania, near where I grew up. And it's gotten me thinking about what I appreciate about the people of rural America and being able to work with them through the Housing Assistance Council. In small towns, any effort that you make can make a huge difference. And there's so many hardworking people that are really engaged with their community and want to see the quality of life improve. And that's what's always drawn me to working in rural areas, is to seeing that pace of life and quality of life, get better every year.
Hello everyone, my name is Lonnie Dion and I am an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. I am a housing specialist for HAC. I'm thankful for the opportunity to give others a sense of hope to one day own their own home in rural America. I have the opportunity to work with so many intelligent staff members at HAC who come with their own expertise in different areas. We as HAC staff are able to provide assistance in any and all rural America because of the uniqueness of HAC and our employees. We can be seen as an organization of opportunities to those in rural America. Thanks everyone.
Working in HAC's Training and Technical Assistance Division, every day I get to work with people who are committed to helping their communities. People like you, who believe everyone should have a safe, healthy place to call home, who take the time to help others, who find solutions, and who make a difference in rural America. At HAC, I've been fortunate enough to work with people near and far, from Paris, Tennessee, to Cuba, New York, and seeing their commitment and your commitment to your communities gives me hope every day.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Nichols. I'm a senior housing specialist with the Housing Assistance Council. Welcome to the Nuts and Bolts session. This session has always had a special place in my heart. I was just out of college when I had the privilege to assist Art Collings with Nuts and Bolts 2 decades ago. That session, just like today, is a chance for you, practitioners in the field, to hear firsthand from decision makers at HUD and USDA Rural Development. It's my privilege to introduce today's speakers. Kathy Glover, Deputy Administrator, Single Family Housing, USDA Rural Development. Kathy started her career in housing and farm-related programs in 1988 with the Farmers Home Administration in Illinois, moving to Washington, D.C. in 2004. She served in various roles at headquarters, including Director of Single Family Housing Direct Loan Division, Assistant Deputy Administrator, and Executive Director, Single Family Guaranteed Loan Program. Unfortunately, our next speaker, Nancy Ann Bodell, was unable to join us today, but I have the pleasure to introduce Jen Larson. Jen is the Director of Multifamily Asset Management Division at USDA Rural Development's Rural Housing Service. She has nearly 20 years of private and public sector experience in the affordable housing field in roles spanning the stakeholder spectrum from nonprofit owner, manager, developer to senior leadership positions at HUD and now USDA. Chad Parker, Deputy Administrator, Community Facilities, USDA Rural Development. Chad started working at USDA in 1991 with the Rural Electrification Administration and presently serves as the Deputy Administrator, Community Facilities Program. During his USDA tenure, Chad served as the Assistant Administrator, Telecommunication Programs, as well as having previously administered cooperative programs, business programs, single-family housing programs, and community facilities programs. Todd Richardson, General Deputy Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Todd leads HUD's research arm of approximately 145 staff that manage national surveys, conduct and manage research and program evaluations, and develop program parameter data to support HUD's major programs. He has developed several funding allocation formulas for HUD's programs, including the Indian Housing Block Grant Formula, the Neighborhood Stabilization Program Formula, and formulas to allocate post-disaster supplemental appropriations. And our final speaker, Stephen Washington, Director of the Office of Policy Development and Coordination in HUD's Office of Community Planning and Development. Steve manages various programs, including Section 4 and the Rural Capacity Building Program. He also is responsible for the resolution closing of outstanding CPD Office of Inspector General audits and the closing of expired grants for programs such as CDBG, HOME, and SNAP. Other duties include the oversight of Economic Development Initiative and the Neighborhood Initiative. Welcome, everybody. So we have 2 questions that each presenter will respond to one at a time. And then as time permits, we'll open up a few questions from the chat. And then finally, we're going to come back and provide a few minutes for each presenter to add in some final thoughts. So let's jump into the first question. 2020 has been an incredibly difficult year, and it's especially difficult for many rural communities, for minority populations and people living in poverty. As it relates to the pandemic and subsequent economic downturn, can you please speak to the strategies that your agencies have implemented to position programs and services to help families hardest hit by the pandemic and the grantees, communities, and nonprofits that serve them? And then the second part of that question, most of our audience today is representing rural nonprofit housing organizations. What would you recommend these organizations do in terms of repositioning their priorities or pivoting services and activities to be responsive to the needs of their community? I think we're going to turn it over to Steve Washington first.
Well, thank you, Stephanie. And good morning to some and afternoon, I think, to most, but appreciate the time. Well, folks, it's been some type of 2020, hasn't it? And the one thing I want to start off with is saying that we will get through this. So with that said, I want to talk a little bit about what we at HUD, in my office in particular, did to kind of change the narrative and deal with our environment, our current environment, as we deal with our clients and customers. So, the first thing we had to do, frankly, is to put a pause on things. We had to stop and literally, in my office, regroup, because just like you as our clients, this is unprecedented for us. So the first thing we did actually was stop. It's not business as usual. And when we stopped, then we sat down and we had to say, okay, it's time to pivot to ensure that we meet the needs of our customers. Remember, you are our customers. Just like a bank has customers, we as federal agencies, you're our customers. I mean, there's some differences. We have to make sure you follow the rules and regulations, but we had to stop and pivot. This was really driven by my team, and I want to give them credit. I'm not going to name them one by one, but the team our staff, the staff that works with me in the Office of Policy Development, really were the ones that said, stop, we got to stop, Steve, revisit. Our clients, our grantees are telling us we need to revisit how we do business. So I want to thank them again. But the first thing for us was determining and realizing, unfortunately, we have a new norm that we're operating in. And remember, folks, we go way back to March when this all first started. And I, for one, and I've heard from others, never expected this to be prolonged as long as it's been. And so that was the first thing for us, to kind of revisit and figure out how to be more, and I'm going to use these terms, nimble and flexible. And one thing that helped us in this regard, there's been a lot of talk about not enough guidance on how we deal with COVID nationally, but the Office of Management and Budget, OMB as we call them, actually put out some guidance to help us. And that the Office of Management and Budget works federal agency wide. So they provide guidance in March. And I do want to reference that particular executive order. It's Executive Order M-2011. M as in Mary 2011. And you should reference that and look at that, because there are flexibilities that you are awarded as a result of that you need to take advantage of. But we did that. And from there, we were able to be a little more creative and proactive. So really what happened from there is that we knew that one of the things that was key was for us to communicate with you better. Because I don't have a crystal ball, the staff doesn't have a crystal ball. We needed to hear from you what was going on. One of the things, and I'll mention this right up front, that we were afforded the flexibility on was changing the use of funds. We had numerous years of grants out, and basically what folks use our funds for is to go out and train, but they have to get there. So they have to go to a rural community. So travel was a big part of the budget. Well, we were nimble enough that, number one, OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, allowed us to change the budget categories from travel to other categories. And here's the key thing. In rural communities, and we work with urban communities too, but in rural communities, a couple things go on. You gotta really travel to get there. And normally, you have limited resources. A city like Charlotte, North Carolina is different than a very small community in North Carolina where they don't have resources. So you may actually be the only thing in town, and that's a key thing. So what we started doing immediately is receiving requests that said, okay, we don't need to travel, but I have someone over here whose office is going to close, or who had 2 employees and now they only have 1, or much less had 1 employee and don't have any now. So we changed that so that we could be more flexible. It wasn't just for travel, now it could be for salaries, now it could be for reopening an office if needed. So we needed to get a firm foundation for those that were not able to operate because the pandemic hit them hard. No resources, office they could go to, no funding, not enough funding for salaries. Because as my mother used to always tell me, and I really recognize this, you can't pour out of an empty cup. So you have to really provide folks with some ability to do what they were going to do. Then what we did was regroup and said, we need to ask what is needed. So what we did shortly after we received the OMB guidance is I said, you know, we can't have our clients all over the place. We have to help them get through this. So I called a meeting with all of them and sat down and told them and shared with them a bit of what the guidance said. But more importantly, we opened up and said, what is it you need? As I said, I can't guess. I don't need to. You have boots on the ground. You can tell us what you need. What do you need? That was the question. And I'm not always going to be able to say, yes, we can give it to you. But if you don't ask, I won't know. And I certainly can't help you. But if you ask, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure you get what you need. Again, you are in areas that are probably in more need because you're in a rural community and don't have as many and have limited resources. So I guess my takeaway is that I must hear from you to know about what you need to do. If you need to do this in one case, you need to do this in another case. And the other thing that I need to point out is that, there are different needs in every one of our entities that we work with. Let me quickly just give you a few examples and then try to touch upon the second question. I mentioned one of the changes we did. We quickly, in those cases where we could, move funds from travel to salaries, to opening up an office, to providing funds for that, to providing assistance with technology so that folks can be trained or accessed when they're dealing with their clients. Because remember, we fund organizations that go out and build capacity with other smaller organizations. The next thing we did was determine what COVID-related reopening things that might be needed. As I said, you may be the only entity in town, and you need to be open. You may be the only entity in the county. You need to be open. Another thing that happened kind of as we were working on it is that we were behind in preparing our next funding request. We're always a year behind. We were working on 2019 during 2020, but as fate would have it, Congress approved funding for 2020 during 2020 for the first time in a long time. So we coupled those and had a bigger pool of funds are available, and we tried to move that through quickly. And frankly, we just finished with the competition for a joint 2019-2020 funding cycle. So we moved that along quickly. The other thing, and I have just two more before I go to the second part of the question. The other thing that we did, we encouraged partnerships. The USDA, who was on here with us, even they were working with one of our other partners, or our other entities. They have, for example, a housing preservation grant program that folks were able to access. And I'm sure they can speak to that. I'm not trying to steal their thunder. But other two entities that I would suggest, banks, they still have their Community Reinvestment Act requirements. Those didn't go away. They may have an office that closed. You may need an office space that you can use. Approach them about things of that nature. They may have funding that's available. You never know. It may be grant funding. You never know. Reach out to them. Other not-for-profit entities as well. We actually work with 3 other entities that work in urban communities that are required to do work in rural communities. I'm going to tell you their names real quick. Enterprise Community Partners, Habitat for Humanity International, and the Local Initiative Support Corporation. Now, I'm not saying for sure that they'll be able to partner with you, but reach out to them. Reach out to them, you never know. The final thing I'm going to say on the first question is, I encourage you to not just communicate with us, but to communicate with all your partners more than ever before. These are different times. Your needs are different. You need to express them. You need to request them, things that you need. Make us say, yes, I will do everything I can and have, but make us say yes, bring it to us so that we can have the ability to help you. So that's kind of how we've been operating now. Here are some things I would suggest for the future. I'm going to start where I ended. You need to communicate with all of your partners. Let them know what your needs are. We have some flexibility that's in writing, but there are probably flexibilities beyond that. The second thing I would say, early on ask. If you're not sure if it's something you might want to do, let us know, because maybe somebody else has already done it and it worked. Or maybe it didn't work and this is a modification to it. Flexible and nimble, remember that? This is very important. Document what you're doing during this period from March to now, because although I pray that we never go through this again, there's no certainty that we won't. You need to document it so that the next person coming around, if we have this, has at least a game plan to start with. It may be different a bit, but document your process. Get some standard operating procedures in place for how you're operating now in the midst of this pandemic. The last couple of things I'll say is keep and enhance those partnerships that you develop during this time. They are important. I mentioned banks, I mentioned other not-for-profit entities. Actually, some of the same not-for-profit entities that are working in rural communities, partner up with them. Maybe you both can't operate independently anymore, but you can partner. So the last thing I'm going to say before I turn it back over to you, Stephanie, is that we need to realize that this is unique, because I normally say to folks, you know, it's either a sprint or a marathon. This is both. We are in a sprint because there are needs right now. My vision of that is if you look at what we've seen on TV with cars lined up with people who normally, or some are working, or who used to be working, needing food, especially over Thanksgiving. That's different than we've seen before. So it's a sprint in that we got to meet these needs immediately. But it's also a marathon, because even now, folks are saying this vaccine is not going to be available for everyone until mid next year. We have to position ourselves to be able to deal with this long enough to get to the end of this. As I said, I pray that we never have to experience this again. But remember, we got to crawl before we walk. We got to walk before we run. We got to get to the end, and we will. My final comment is that we at HUD, and Todd, I'm going to let you speak for yourself, but I'm sure the same applies, are here to help you. Just reach out to us as you need. And I appreciate your time. Thank you, Housing Assistance Council, for bringing us on board to have this conversation. And I'll be ready to answer any questions if we have time at the end. Thank you, Stephanie.
Steve, so many pieces of great advice. I can see lots of things being quoted. Todd, would you like to take over next and respond to the initial question?
Absolutely. I'm going to take a little different direction here. So being the research and data part of HUD, the big thing that we have pivoted on here is that we realized we need to get data much faster than we normally do to understand what is happening in real time. In particular, we're interested in understanding how unemployment, the CARES Act, expenditures, home ownership forbearance policies, eviction policies, how all those are changing monthly and how that's impacting housing payment, foreclosures, and evictions. So for those of you who like data and like a data heavy presentation, I'm going to give you a lot of numbers here, and you might want to grab a pencil. For those of you who don't like data, you might want to go grab some lunch. But here's the data thing. So your HAC team just gave a fabulous presentation, great researchers at HAC, on sort of what a lot of data issues in rural areas. What I'm going to offer up here is sort of like hot off the presses data that's useful, I think, right now with the monthly data. So I'm going to start with unemployment numbers. Now, we all hear this on the news. I don't know about you, but I find the way the unemployment is being presented on the news to be very confusing. That's because a lot of different unemployment numbers are flying around. So I'm going to offer a little bit of sort of like, tell you how they're a little bit different. So the official unemployment numbers are based on surveys. So there's a monthly survey that comes out with the unemployment numbers. In fact, the November numbers are going to come out tomorrow from the survey. Now, this is a nice measuring stick, and it peaked at, unemployment peaked under this measuring stick in April at 14.7%. It's been declining ever since. In October, it was 6.9%. So that represents 11.1 million unemployed individuals. Another measure, which we will hear in the news today, is around unemployment claims. Unemployment claims and receipt of unemployment are very different kind of statistic, and they're different because this is administrative data from states. Now, as you know, the basic state unemployment benefit is 26 weeks, and many states extend that to 32 weeks. The CARES Act allows for that to go out to 39 weeks. Those CARES Act funding expire at the end of December. In addition, the CARES Act pays for unemployment that we don't normally pay for gig workers and such. So if you look at the unemployment, who's receiving unemployment benefits, you can see that about 5.6 million individuals are receiving the regular state benefits, but another 13 million, so that's less than the national sort of estimate of 11 million, but another 13 million are receiving unemployment benefits through some form of CARES Act funding. So all told, we have 20 million individuals receiving unemployment benefits at this time. So, and the reason why I think that's important from a housing perspective is that is a major source of money going right now that people are using to pay their unemployment benefits. Congress is currently debating whether or not to do some extensions on those unemployment benefits. But that's going to be very important because they have been helping people pay rent. So now I'm going to shift gear to the data we have that's current data on people's ability to pay their housing payments. So the Census Bureau initiated a survey called the Pulse Survey. This is a really cool survey. It's a survey that collects data over a two-week period, and within 3 days of that data being collected, they're making that available to us to be able to see what the results are. So this massive survey, and it has about 100,000 respondents each 2-week period. So it's a big survey. And so it gives us a lot of great data, and it's real-time data on what's happening. So when we look at those data in the housing space, we can look at and see that there are about 4.7 million renters that are not at all confident about making their rent payment. And that was data from August, September, and October. It was about 4.7 million renters saying that they weren't confident about making the rent payment. For November, the last 2 weeks of November, the most recent data we have on this, so just available from the last 2-week period, that jumped to 5.4 million. So we're seeing renters getting more nervous about being able to make their rent payment. And that's something, they're seeing the end to these moratoriums, and we're seeing people falling off of unemployment benefits. So that's seeing this spike here. This is similar about renters who think it very likely they're going to be evicted. That had been at about 1 million in August, September, and October of renters saying they think that it's very likely they'll be evicted in the next 2 months. That jumped to 1.23 million in the last month. Homeowners, however, are a very different story. We have these forbearance policies in place. And in fact, on the homeowner side, we saw a decline in homeowners thinking it very likely they'll be foreclosed upon, falling from a relatively small number of 350,000 to 220,000. So on the homeowner space, the policies are still holding. It is in the renter space where we see the sort of this growing crisis. Now, these data these Pulse survey data don't break down by rural, urban. We can, however, split it out by the 15 largest metro areas versus the rest of the country. So when we look at that, the national rate of renters saying that they're behind on their rent is 16%. Of those outside of the 15 metropolitan areas, it's about 15.2%. So that seems like it might be a little better, but not a lot better in areas that are the sort of less metropolitan. But the flip side of that is this survey, we break it out single family versus multifamily, and we know that single family rentals are more prevalent in rural areas. And the Pulse survey shows that for folks living in single family properties, that they're reporting 18% of them are reporting they're behind on their payments versus 13% for multifamily properties. So this issue of missing rent payment is more severe in the single family market than the multifamily market. I mention that because the other data we have that's really cool is administrative data from the tech companies that serve the multifamily housing market. These tech companies can tell us about payment of tenants because there's a relatively few tech companies serving most of the multifamily market. And we can break it down by market rate, by USDA, by HUD. So from those data, we can see that in general, for the HUD public housing and project-based Section 8 tenants, that they're about 85% of them are making their payment within the month. 88% of USDA housed tenants, 90% of tax credit tenants, and 95% of market rate tenants as of the end of October. We should get November numbers next week for these data points. So I'm expecting those November numbers to be similar to the Pulse survey, where we're going to see them get a bit worse. Now we can see that for August, September, and October, that the project-based Section 8 and the USDA numbers are about the same as we saw last year. But for the tax credit and market rate, they'd begun to show some signs of folks being lower rates of making payments. So folks without subsidy are beginning to show some struggling. And I'm expecting that to continue into November. So we'll get those data next week. So that's my comment on the first point of this pivoting on the data and research to know what's happening in real time. Now, switching gears to, so what? Well, what the so what of this is that emergency rental assistance program. So this is the second part of the question here. It's emergency rental assistance programs is something that we don't usually do with our CDBG or ESG money, but it's something that people are starting to do with the CDBG and ESG money. And that's going to be even more important now, depending on what Congress does. But there are people falling through the cracks now of the existing systems in emergency rental systems. And to the extent you're setting up emergency rental assistance programs, it's really important they start getting up and running now. I can see in the data that very little of the CDBG and ESG CARES Act funding has been expended to date. So there's money there, and that money can be used for emergency rental assistance. I know it's very hard because both those programs are rarely used for that. So everybody has to ramp up. But if you're ramping up, I just want to encourage you to keep working at it, because the time is now that we really need to be working at that. So that's it for me.
Much, Todd. We're going to switch gears and now move over to USDA. And I think we're going to kick that off with Kathy Glover.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, HAC, for hosting this event today and for having us all on. As I think most of you know, USDA administered two major home loan purchase programs, the single family direct loan program and the single family guarantee loan program. And that we also administer the rehabilitation program, 504 loan and grant programs. Right before the pandemic hit, we had already realigned our single family guarantee loan program. All loan approval, loss mitigation, and compliance functions were realigned under our national office structures. The functions are realigned, but the staff remained in the state. While we always think of single family as a moderate loan program, I like to share that of the nearly 138,000 loans we guaranteed last fiscal year, approximately 25% of those loans were provided to very low and low income families, and that's families with median household income under 80%. Because of the new delivery structure and automation systems that we have in place, we were able to administer the single family guarantee program with zero interruption to our customers. This included managing an entirely new virtual staff and moving them from an RD state office or a field office to a remote duty station. The change in our direct programs, especially the 504 loan and grant program, were not as easy to overcome during the pandemic, but we managed with some temporary programmatic changes. In our 502 direct program, we were successful with some electronic processes, and I admit they were long overdue. We were able to expand abilities to accept electronic signatures from our applicants and from our staff as well, so that we can communicate. We also collected email addresses from some of our applicants when available, and this gave us a new way to communicate with some of our rural customers. A big win, we were finally able to electronically accept the credit report fee, eliminating the need for the customers to mail in checks and money orders, because remember, a lot of the offices were closed and we had no way to receive that. Up until the electronic credit report fee breakthrough, we got a little creative, and we allowed our packagers and our self-help group to provide the credit reports to us. So we found other means to get the credit reports so that we can continue to process those applications. We also made some exceptions for our self-help groups, and then we leaned on our partners as much as we could. We continue to monitor the structure and administration of our program, and the pandemic just showed us that we can deliver, but kind of to Steve's point earlier, we can't do it alone. We need help of our partners. To the second part of the question about priorities, one thing that we did was we stepped back, and I think Steve might have mentioned this as well. We stepped back. We didn't release anything. We just kind of took a look. And what we did immediately was we connected with our partners at HUD and VA, since HUD is the largest insurer of government loans, and followed by VA, and USDA is the smaller of the three agencies. So we coordinated with them with our guaranteed program, but we also took that information, that coordination from single family guarantee, to make sure it aligned for our single family direct program. The last thing that anyone wanted was for HUD and VA to be doing something and USDA to be doing something totally different. We're all in this government lending game. So we just wanted to make sure that we were aligned and what we were doing made sense for the customers. And same thing with our direct program. We didn't want to do anything on our guaranteed side that would hurt the direct side, or that would be so counter to what we were doing on the other side. So we tried to maintain some consistency amongst housing in the entire government housing lending structure. So really quickly, in a nutshell, that's what we did in single family guarantee. So our advice would be, to stay connected with our partners, and that seemed to work well for us. So I'm going to turn it over now to my colleague in multifamily housing, Jen Larson, who's acting for Nancy Ann today. Jen?
Thanks, Cassie. So great to be here today. We in multifamily were in planning stages for our own realignment as the pandemic was just starting. And so we ended up going ahead with it, and just wanted to share a little bit with you about our new organizational structure. We implemented in July with the first wave, and then the second wave in October. So we're fully implemented now in our future state. Previously, multifamily housing programs were administered by 47 different state offices, which gave us some challenges. State offices differed in structure, policy interpretations, and turnaround times. Staff often had multiple roles and just was not conducive to consistent program delivery. So we've now consolidated under a national office structure where we have the multifamily group under the Deputy Administrator for Multifamily, Nancy Ann Bodell. We have three divisions: the Field Operations Division, which handles the direct servicing of all of our multifamily properties out in the field. And these staff did remain in the field. They remained in the different offices, but they're now reporting under a centralized structure, broken up into 4 different regions. So we have a regional director in the Northeast, in the Midwest, in the South, and in the West regions. And then under those folks are teams of servicing staff that are performing the day-to-day servicing activities, formally divided up under each state. Then we also have a preservation and direct loan, or preservation and production division. They are responsible for all of our production as well as preservation activities. They are reorganized by function. So there's a processing and report review branch, an underwriting branch, and a closing branch. And then lastly, a program support branch there that's working on policy and updates to procedures. Lastly, we have the Asset Management Division, which is what I'm in charge of. We have servicing support branches there to support our field staff with anything that they might need. We also have a new risk branch that is working on implementation of a risk assessment system. And we have a policy branch there as well to deal with policy and guidance and training that needs to happen. So integration benefits to our realignment we're enabling our 4-pillar model, continuing to align our work with industry standards to allow for increased consistency and specialization, improving the way that we're able to serve our customers. We're also able to streamline our business processes, providing opportunities for a refresh and allowing programs to operate more effectively. We're also investing in people, elevating our employee experience with tools and resources to support their ongoing development and career progression, and allowing staff to specialize as well as managing workload to help keep things more uniform across the country. Lastly, we're continuing to manage important local relationships through lenders, property managers, and tenants throughout the life cycle of the asset, and focus on marketing and outreach is still in the state offices. So those folks are important partners in making sure that we're raising awareness of our programs and availability of any funding that we have. So in terms of what we have done under the COVID, with regard to COVID under the CARES Act, we did also have 90-day deferrals allowed under the CARES Act. We processed over 4,000 of those. They're mostly terminated at this point, but they were helpful for those properties that were able to request them. We also encouraged and tracked interim certification. So for tenants who lost income, if the unit had rental assistance, they were able to do a recertification and lower that rent so that the rent remained affordable for the tenant and they were able to maintain their stable housing. We did track the number of interim certifications as well as the impact on our rental assistance fund to make sure that funding was able to remain steady, and we were pleased we were able to do that. We also issued several different FAQs to our owners and agents through GovDelivery so that we could deliver information on questions we were being asked, many regarding, alternate uses of vacant units or waivers that were possibly needed, or a big one was electronic signatures, or phone certifications if tenants couldn't come to the office to do interim certification. Doing those certifications by email or by phone, and just really encouraging as much flexibility as possible to still maintain compliance with our program requirements, but work within this new space that we're all living in. We just have so much gratitude to the owners and agents out there who have been able to maintain the programs and keep things going, as well as our staff that have maintained a lot of flexibility through this time. As far as our goals for 2021 going forward, we have a significant goal to implement our risk assessment system where we're looking at property risk in a lot of different areas, and those include, the financial health of the property, the physical health of the property, the health of the communities where they're located, and really using all of that information, bringing that all together to figure out which properties are presenting the biggest risk to our portfolio, and then identifying trends and common themes like that we're seeing at the portfolio as a whole. And we think, it's very timely that we're doing this right now, given that our portfolio is facing stress like never before with the pandemic. We're able to really monitor how that's affecting the properties, both individually and then for our portfolio as a whole. And then for a secondary goal, another goal is to develop preservation goals based on this risk assessment that we've completed at the properties, so that we know we have a lot of properties out there that are aging, that need rehab, and that need to locate sources of capital funds to recapitalize and maintain quality housing over the long term. And so we're going to work through what we know about the portfolio. Given the risk assessment that we're doing, we're going to have a lot more information on the portfolio, and then put together a clear preservation strategy that coincides with the funding that we have available. We are going to continue to use NPR funds to clear out our existing pipeline. And with that, I can turn over to Chad Parker for community facilities.
Let me interject super quick, if you don't mind. Everybody in the audience, if you have any questions, please remember to submit them in the chat in YouTube or tweet them, and we have communication staff that are passing them along to me. Sorry to interrupt, Chad. Go ahead.
No problem at all. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Stephanie. And thanks to the Housing Assistance Council for allowing me to participate in today's discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you know, the Community Facility Program partners with rural communities by financing construction, expansion, improvements to essential community infrastructure for things like healthcare, education, public safety, and public services. Flexible nature of the CF program allows us to finance about 100 different types of facilities in response to needs of the communities. The things that CF put in place for the COVID-19 pandemic was that we first moved quickly, along with the rest of USDA, to comply with the guidelines on social distancing to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 virus. We did things like halting all non-essential travel. We halted all in-person meetings. We also postponed, we have a whole rural community infrastructure roundtables across the country. So we postponed those meetings, started to hold those virtually. My staff also quickly pivoted to implement strategies to conduct their work remotely. We modified staff instructions and operating procedures that allowed us to do things like outreach, site inspections, project appraisals, and hold public meetings virtually and through other sources of technology. That way we limited exposure to both our staff as well as the people living in the rural communities. The community's facilities also put in additional authorities for our borrowers. We worked with OMB and the Office of the USDA Department to put in some loan deferral options that we previously had legal authority, statutory authority to put in place, but had never been implemented in regulation. So we put some of those authorities in place, allowing us to do loan deferrals for a period of time. Over the pandemic, we've put 125 of our community facilities direct loans on deferrals agreements. That's about 11% of our CF direct loan portfolio. And we also put 30 guaranteed loan borrowers into a deferral status, a little bit over 8% of our CF guaranteed loan portfolio. As the question mentioned, there are also other instances, unexpected occurrences. We're continuing to deal with natural disasters. We are especially working closely with communities that have been impacted by Hurricane Michael and Florence, along with wildfires, tornadoes, and floods that occurred over 2018, 2019, and 2020. It's not really the community facilities role to kind of be a first responder. Instead, I see the community facilities role as like a steady partner in recovery and rebuilding efforts, helping communities to get that affordable financing to repair and rebuild the essential community facilities that were impacted by the disasters. So we received under the Disaster Relief Act about $150 million for grants to fund essential community facilities in natural disaster impacted areas. So over FY 2020, we obligated $56 million of those grants and provided about $3.4 million for additional technical assistance to areas affected by natural disasters. We're working with those communities right now to plan for and fund projects throughout FY 2021 to utilize the remainder of those funds. Probably the third crisis that community facilities has mostly worked with has been the opioid crisis. There are rural towns and communities that have just been extremely hard hit by the struggle with prescription opioids and substance use disorders. Especially in rural areas, access to prevention, treatment, and recovery opportunities, it was limited before COVID-19, and after COVID-19, it has especially been a challenge. The Center for Disease Control estimates that about $78.5 billion a year are the cost of the opioid misuse. That includes the cost of healthcare, lost productivity, and the addiction treatment. So what our RHS Community Facilities has done is we put a priority in for our whole suite of programs for projects that support opioid prevention, treatment, and recovery in rural America. We've been fairly successful at it. Over the last year, over FY 2020, we funded 42 CF loans and grants to organizations that were focused on that for a total of just over $8 million. So CF has kind of enacted all of these efforts for the COVID-19 pandemic, for the natural disasters, and the opioids, and it's given us a lot of additional tools in the toolbox. So I think that will allow us, we have those tools now available to us, and will allow us to react to future natural disasters and epidemics, hopefully nothing like what we've seen in FY 2020. But that's kind of the tools that are available to CF, and I think we've done a good job in implementing those to help our rural communities. As for the second question, I think it focused on areas of priority. I think the best way I can answer that question is to highlight a couple of key sectors here for our stakeholders and partners, so that as they look to collaborate with community programs over the next year, they'll understand what our focus is kind of in supporting rural communities. The largest sectors under the CF program are education and healthcare. And those areas were already in financial crisis prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. Especially for small private colleges, they've been under tremendous financial pressure. A number of them have ceased operations. All of them have seen expenses rise and overall enrollment decline. As the landscape on this sector, looking out over the near future, it's not promising at the moment. There are shifting demographics, there's rising tuition, shrinking endowments, and there's weakening support from state governments. If you look across our portfolio, we've got about 30% of the CF portfolio invested in the education and cultural sector, with a large portion of that in rural higher education. So we're looking to collaborate with partners to figure out ways to assist those organizations that are already our borrowers and those that are struggling that aren't borrowers of the CF program. For rural hospitals, they're also were in financial distress prior to the global pandemic. Certainly HHS and some of the CARES Act programs allowed some additional immediate financing to help them, but they're still struggling. The National Rural Health Association, which is a long-term partner of the CF program, reports that right now a total of 130 hospitals have closed since 2010 in rural areas. The rural economies are really reliant on these. They provide just very essential services. The National Rural Health Association, looking at the ones that are open and operating right now, they project that 453 rural hospitals are at risk at this moment, and that 216 of them are at very high risk of closure. About 48% of the CF portfolio is invested in the healthcare sector, and a large portion of that is in rural hospitals. So we're going to continue to look and work with our stakeholders and our partners to try and make sure that there's financing available to help these communities and help these types of facilities for the critical infrastructure that they provide. Probably the remaining sector that's most important, that we see as the most important priority, is rural child care facilities. Access to quality child care does a lot of things in rural communities. It helps early education and enrichment for rural children. It removes barriers for parents, especially mothers who are interested in entering the workforce. It creates jobs. All those are things that are going to be needed as we rebuild from this pandemic. So we've got, I think, a continuing focus working with HHS and their Head Start facilities and other child care facilities across the country. So that's kind of the main facility that we're focused on right now. We're also focused on making sure that there's capacity development in rural communities. The CF program has a number of smaller initiatives: the Rural Community Development Initiative Program, the Technical Assistance Training Grant Program, and some of our online resource guides that provide additional resources to help build capacity in rural communities. And also my staff and the staff of the community facilities, people working the community facilities program out in our field offices, our area offices, and state offices. We are always available to engage. We look to our partners to reach out. We're willing to make presentations, talk about our programs and our resources, and to assist those communities by gaining knowledge about the opportunities that are available through USDA. So we look forward to working with our stakeholders and invite you to reach out. Always feel free to reach out to me. I'll put you in contact with the right people on our CF side. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, so questions, keep them coming in. I've got a couple so far, and I have one myself if we don't have enough. I think this question is for Jen. Do you know what percentage of the rental assistance recipients receive the interim recertifications? Do you have any?
Yeah, it wasn't a high percentage. We actually have about 65-70% of our tenants that are elderly or disabled, and so those people were, I think, generally on fixed income that didn't see an impact of COVID. But we did have enough of a percentage that it was measurable, and we were just monitoring that closely to make sure that we weren't going to have to have an impact on the rental assistance fund. But it was not large enough to have a significant impact on the rental assistance fund.
Okay, thank you. This next question I'm not 100% following, but I'm going to ask it, and I kind of think I have my own response. Is it possible to get a list of the federal rural housing programs, the support offered on a one sheet? If one already exists, then they would look like a link. On the HUD side, I don't think it's a one sheeter, but the HUD Exchange is a really great resource. The list of all the programs that are out there. The HAC's website is a good resource for the programs that are out there. Looks like Steve maybe wants to.
Well, I don't think there's one source for all programs, unfortunately. And Todd, you can weigh in on this if I'm missing something. But I talked a little bit about the CARES Act. So go ahead, Todd. I'm gonna. Well,
actually, there is a publication called Programs of HUD that has all of our programs, and it's a book that's on our website. You can pick it up. It's Programs of HUD. That provides a summary of all the programs. It's not offering what's happening right now. So I think HUDexchange.info, as Stephanie noted, is the place to go for most the best information that's current on how our programs are running.
Yeah, thanks for that, Todd. Yeah, and I was trying to think if there's any place that has information that might be relevant, even more relevant right now, that specifies all COVID type assistance that's available. And I don't think there's one pure location for that, Todd. I don't think there is.
The HUD Exchange. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to say the HUD Exchange does have a section set aside specifically for COVID, but it's more training and information and I'm not sure if I've seen anything from USDA just specific to on the coronavirus stuff. But I'm sorry, Todd, you were gonna.
The HUD.gov page has a single place to go to get the resources on all the COVID related efforts on HUD.gov.
My question I was thinking about when Chad was speaking, one of the groups that HAC works with, and they're a multi-service community action agency. They're a Head Start provider. So at the beginning of the pandemic, this group kind of shifted gears and provided childcare services to frontline essential workers. Have you guys seen any best practices or models of people who have pivoted and done innovative things underneath the current environment since March? Anything you'd like, any stories or anything inspirational you'd like to share?
So we have had a couple of tribal organizations, tribal colleges that have started and requested some funds from community facilities to revamp facilities so that they could provide childcare as a part of the services they provide at the college. That they were not previously providing childcare services, but they wanted to have those services available to assist the people that were having to come into the facilities.
Anybody else? Anything cool, fun, innovative? Best practices? Okay. Well, I'm going to move on to the final question then, because we don't have anything else coming in from the audience. As we close the discussion, are there any key program shifts that you either are in the works or you're anticipating, or any changes you'd like to highlight at your agencies that could have a major impact on funding accessibility, program implementation, kind of heading into 2021, or anything else you want to highlight?
Well, I can start. From the 100%, I mean, obviously the big thing we want to be on the lookout for is what Congress is going to do over the next few weeks. That's going to have a huge effect on how all of our programs have to operate and respond. Congress is debating several different strategies. So it could be that there's more funding for each of our agencies that we'll have to be deploying. So that's sort of a wait and see. I think that my main point earlier was what Congress does on unemployment insurance is going to make a big difference on how all of our programs are running. So we're talking right now about the rental assistance programs haven't been really hit hard in terms of recertifications and having to be, and that's largely because tenants who lost their jobs were getting unemployment benefits. But if those go away, we are going to see those programs needing more money. And that's something we'll have to adjust to. And of course, more people who are going to be needing food pantry services, needing rental assistance, those kinds of things, that could all ramp up in the next few weeks. So I think the next few weeks are really, really critical in terms of how all of our programs are going to respond.
And Stephanie, I'll jump in here too on that. For our single family program, I don't see any major policy shift, but we are, we're just trying to determine what flexibilities we're going to have to use to be able to continue to assist folks based on some of the stats that Todd has. Some of the unemployment people have been on forbearances. Credit may be an issue. So for us, it's going to be more looking at those underwriting flexibilities over the next 12 months to not, for lack of a better term, penalize people for being impacted by COVID.
Steve, Jen, Todd, any final?
Well, not on the policy side, but I really want to encourage folks as they experience these new things that come up to reach out. I did also hear Chad and the other folks from USDA also state that the importance of communication. I want to again emphasize that we need to know what you're experiencing. I don't know of any policy issues. That's more of Todd's area overall, and he did a great job of explaining that. I agree. CARES Act funding is available, or even to some of our rural communities, and they need to take advantage of them, probably even more so. But just make sure you reach out to us and let us know what's going on, because that way we can determine how we can help you. And I would say that the folks at USDA have also emphasized that communication as well, as we at HUD, Todd and I have.
Anyone else? I did get one more question in. I think it's for Kathy. Okay. Final question, then we'll wrap up and move on. How has the widespread use of appraisal waivers affected rural home valuations where AVMs are less reliable?
I haven't seen any necessarily impact in valuation. The impact really has been getting appraisals timely. We've seen a lot of, especially in the more remote rural areas, being able to get those appraisals in timely to help folks, meet their closing deadline. We've seen more of a challenge there, not necessarily valuation. Values, our average loan amount on both of our programs, direct and the guaranteed program, are increasing. So I'm definitely not seeing any decline in value out there.
Thank you. On behalf of HAC, I want to thank everybody for participating today. I personally found this session very helpful and very informative, and I think this was a wonderful session, and I'm going to turn it back over to our little interim sessions, and we'll be back in a few minutes with 2020 Vision Pathways and Outcomes. Thank you so much, everybody.
Hi everyone, I'm Chance McCoy, and I'm so excited to be performing for the HAC's 2020 Symposium, Recovery Through Resilience. I myself am a rural musician, and many years ago I was living pretty much in poverty in a rundown cabin in Floyd, Virginia, living on food stamps, when I got a call from a band in Nashville, Tennessee called Old Crow Medicine Show that changed my life. They asked me to come audition for the band. I got the gig, and the first album I recorded with them won the Grammy for 2014's Best Folk Album. So it was an absolute success story for me, coming from a a rural background. I still live in a rural area. I spent 6 years in Nashville and then just returned to my farm here in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. I'm here in my studio, which is basically a sharecropper's shack on the back of my property. And I've just been so fortunate in my career and to be able to achieve the things that I have. And one of the absolute amazing things that happened to me was the support early on from the National Endowment for the Arts, which I was able to study with under a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts. I was able to study with master Appalachian musicians, and that's where I learned a lot of my music. So it's just been absolutely fantastic, and I'm so happy to be here performing for you all for such an amazing organization and cause. And I'm going to go ahead and perform a song now that I wrote last year called Whippoorwill, and this song was actually used in the feature film The Peanut Butter Falcon starring Shia LaBeouf. And just another success story of rural folks is that you know, me being a rural musician, this farm was actually purchased on a HUD loan, and after I got this song placed in this film, the director for the film, of course, didn't know where the song was made or where I lived, and he called me up and he said, "I just love your music. I want to work for you more. I want to work with you more. Can I come to your studio? Where is it in LA?" And of course, I thought that was hilarious because I'd recorded the song in a 500 square foot shack in West Virginia. So anyways, it's an amazing cause and an amazing thing to support. So I'm very happy to be here. And I'll play the song now, Whippoorwills. Oh, don't you tell me he no story. Don't you tell me he no lie. Well, have you seen my little whippoorwill? Yeah, she lives up in the sky. I'm gonna lay down up in them tall trees on a mountain so high, so I can hear my little whippoorwill. Yeah, she goes flying by. My little whippoorwill, she sings for me. My little whippoorwill, Tennessee. Oh, little whippoorwill, sing me a song. It's a short while to be with you and a long time to be gone. My little whippoorwill, she sings for me. My little whippoorwill, Tennessee. Oh, little whippoorwill, sing me a song. It's a short while to be with you and a long time to be gone. It's a short while to be with you and a long time to be gone. It's a short while to be with you in a long time to be gone.
Homeownership has long been viewed as the American dream. Homeownership is a foundation for building families, communities, and retirement security. It conveys prosperity, financial security, and upward mobility. Let's take a look at homeownership in rural America. Many households in rural areas own their homes. In 2018, there were 16.5 million homeowners in rural areas. This map indicates U.S. counties based on the percentage of households that own their homes. Areas in dark red have over 92% homeownership. According to the most recent data, the percentage of homeowners is lower in 2018 than it was in 2010, but there are indications that the decline has leveled off and begun to improve after 2016. Additionally, rural America has the highest rate of true home ownership. Nearly half of rural and small-town homeowners own their properties with no mortgage debt, compared to about 37% of all U.S. homeowners. Rates of homeownership in rural areas are generally higher than in urban areas, but still face many challenges. The rate of homeownership declined in nearly 3/4 of U.S. counties between 2009 and 2018. Home values are lower in rural America. An estimated 38% of rural and small-town homes are valued at less than $100,000. Homeownership is also a question of equity. Rural and small-town minorities are less likely to own their homes than white households. Nearly 75% of rural and small-town white households own their homes, while only 55% of minority households own their homes, a 20 percentage point gap. Thank you for listening. You can learn more about the Housing Assistance Council by going to ruralhome.org.
Hi there, I'm joining you today from my beautiful hometown of Bozeman, Montana. 2020 has been a tough year, so it's been a welcome exercise to spend a little bit of time thinking about what brings me hope. In my work with HAC, I get hope from seeing members of Congress on both sides of the aisle who take an honest interest in addressing the challenges and the opportunities that are facing their rural communities. It also brings me hope to see rural journalists and rural storytellers who really communicate the diversity and the dignity of rural places. And finally, it gives me hope to see rural residents who take an interest in having an active role in bettering their community. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event today, and thank you for joining us. It gives me hope to participate with you in this event.
What makes me hopeful? I have to say, every time I speak to a HAC partner doing work in the field, it's always an inspiration. Seeing people who are so passionate about making their communities a better place to live for themselves and everyone around them, you can't help but be inspired and feel a sense of hope for everyone else that we can get things right here.
Hi, I'm Vicki Stratton. In my work in affordable rural housing in Arkansas, I worked with the Mutual Step-Up Housing Program. Through this program, it gives people the opportunity to build their homes using sweat equity hours. While the building process is stressful, it's also very uplifting. It also gives a sense of ownership and pride for what they've built. They're not only just building homes, they're also building communities. In my work as a housing specialist with the Housing Assistance Council now, I'm very excited about being able to continue my work with rural organizations to increase their knowledge about home ownership.
Good morning, this is Eileen and I'm from HAC, and I am coming to you from beautiful Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. I had originally planned to come to you from the top of the mountain in Kicapin State Park, but it is closed for the season. And I thought that was a great metaphor for our work, which is I had a plan didn't work out, and I had to adapt and adopt. And so here I am in an alternative scenic overlook. The overlook we are looking at is 3 states, mountains, rivers, residential, farmland, woods, and it is also a great metaphor for the diversity of ruralities where we work. Right now, things, while beautiful, are kind of dormant. And we know that come spring, that's all going to change. And things are going to come back to life. And that's what gives me hope for our work.
What gives me hope for rural America? Their optimism. Rural Americans are the most likely geography in the country to believe that their children will be better off than they are. And most rural Americans think that they're better off than their parents were. That sounds like optimism and hope to me.
Uh-oh, that's not allowed.
Greetings, and again, a very warm welcome to HAC's 2020 Virtual Rural Housing Symposium, Recovery Through Resiliency. This is the 2020 Visions, Pathways, and Outcomes session. I am Shantaria Charleston, the Director of Technical Assistance and Training here at the Housing Assistance Council, and I am ecstatic to moderate this conversation amongst such an amazing and capable group of practitioners. Before we move into the session, I'd like to provide a few housekeeping items. Please be sure and join us in this conversation by using the chat feature to provide comments and or impressions. And also, please be sure to join HAC Online to transition those conversations and impressions by using the hashtag Rural Resiliency. That said, let's begin the conversation. So the encompassing idea of pathways and outcomes through vision, it's a perfect soliloquy for this panel of practitioners, from the direct service provider who interacts and touches the end beneficiary to the construction director who leads the on-the-ground development activities that ultimately puts units in the ground, to the CEO and visionary who is responsible for coordinating and shepherding the many moving pieces into one concise mission. This panel is ripe for synergistic discussion that is sure to yield fruit of conscious thought and boundless possibilities. That said, the 2020 Pathways and Outcomes session was developed with the full understanding that recovery in any form is filled with twists and turns, requiring practitioners to approach the task with clarity, understanding that any changes made ultimately impacts operations and service delivery, and should be planned with the future in mind, not simply immediate mitigation. Our panel today includes Lenora Jarvis Mackey, President and CEO of River City CDC, located in Elizabeth City, North Carolina; Elizabeth Mooney, Loan Packager and Housing Counselor with Community Action Commission of Fayette County, located in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, that's a mouthful, and Louis Hertha Serna, Construction Director at Housing America Corporation, located in Somerton, Arizona. And so as we begin, I'm reminded of the quote from Mahatma Gandhi, in the midst of darkness, light persists. And so believing and functioning with the idea of light persisting, I'd like to open the conversation by shining a light on what has worked across the three organizations for each of our panelists. So with that as our baseline, I'll start off by asking each of the panelists to share a bit about your organization, and then also one or two of the key accomplishments over the past 9 months. So what your organization has been able to turn into meaningful, impactful outcomes. Let's start with Liz.
Hi. So my name's Liz. I am the loan packager and housing counselor at Community Action Commission in Fayette County, Ohio. So we're located in a very rural, small community, very tight-knit. Our agency, covers many different bases, from homelessness to Salvation Army, the self-help housing program, other housing programs, rapid rehousing. We also have recovery, and we opened a domestic violence shelter as of this year as well. So we encompass many different varieties of services to tailor to our community, to set them up for success. So just like everybody, COVID has really hit our community more now than towards the beginning. But some of the main changes we've made, we've essentially restructured and revamped our homebuyer counseling process start to finish, to kind of tailor to, you know, these unknown waters that we are entering. We've had to streamline it to make it more effective. We've had to tailor our program to meet the different needs of our clients. Some are, you know, in the elderly community where they are unable to come in now because they're in a high-risk group exposed to COVID, or they have a family member. Same with our younger generation. You know, most of them have younger kids. So the familial aspect was really affected as well. So we've had to tailor to kind of meet the needs of everybody, along with that technological divide that you always run into in a rural area. So we've had to streamline our process to make it, you know, more time efficient, more flexible, you know, more convenient, because with, you know, you're working at home or you're teaching your children at home, you don't have much flexibility to get into the office during business hours. You know, it's harder. So we've had to really exercise every avenue and see what works best for us, because what works best for someone else might not be the best choice for my area, for my client, and even client to client. So we've really had to take more of a technological approach, just to open more windows of convenience and different avenues of communication. This actually has given me here at Community Action a much deeper relationship with our clients, which, if you would think about it, a technological and virtual relationship might not be as deep as someone who you can come in and see face to face. It's actually quite the opposite. I have gotten a lot closer with a lot of my clients. I've gotten more information from them. We've connected on on more of a base where you might not have that communication when they come into the office. You might not know why they can only talk to you at 8 p.m. on Facebook for this reason. So it's really building deeper relationships, and it's giving them more trust. They know that I'm here. They know that our entire housing program and just our agency in general is here any time of the day, within reason, for what they need. So it's really helped that's really building our trust with them, and it's giving me the trust to move forward. It's given, we've been able to create effective avenues just of our day-to-day process and procedures that we might not have reevaluated if we weren't in the middle of an unforeseen pandemic that is really hindering every aspect and every community. It's crazy, but it's all a lot of trial and error to figure out what's working in our community. And, restructuring this process has really helped in our community, and it's helped us as well. So.
That's very interesting, Liz, where you talked about getting those deeper relationships, even while the pandemic has, made it mandatory for us to social distance. So I want to come back to you later on that, but I'll go ahead and pass it off to Lenora to start out. Nora? All right. While Lenora connects her volume there, we'll go ahead and shift to Luis. And so, Luis, if you want to go ahead, and then we'll come back around to Lenora to finish us out on this particular question.
Definitely. Hello, everyone. Well, here at Housing America Coalition, we were fortunate enough to keep working through the pandemic, organizing ourselves first, and communicating with our participating family members. And as you mentioned, throughout these 9 months, by having continuous dissemination of information, in particular, your very basics, washing your hands. I mean, taking care of them, taking care of the individual, not only at work but at home. Okay, and This, and also by showing them that communicating to us if they had a symptom or other, that was key in order to keep the whole group moving forward. And by doing this, we were able to record 42 certificates of occupancy this past fiscal year. Our goal was 26. Okay. We're also able to refine the way we communicate with our participating families, by sending out weekly assignments through a communications application. This allowed us to designate each and everyone's task prior to the work weekend. By doing this, it motivated them. It gave them a sense of commitment. And, what that looked, and also it allowed them to look forward to building and continuing to build their future homes. Additionally, we also utilized online bidding. And when it came time for bid opening, yes, we had to do some adjustments, but we did it in a controlled area, taking all the cautions in place. And that's what got us through. And that's, how we're at where we're at now.
Thank you for that, Luis. Lenora, it looks like you might still be muted. And so not really sure. I'm going to ask if we could have our logistics. Oh, there you are.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I told you this technology. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lenore Jarvis Mackey, and I am President and CEO of River City Community Development Corporation. And I'm very proud to say that we are celebrating 30 years of service this year. And while we had a banner year planned, COVID hit. So we're going to have to put our 30th year celebration over to 31 years. Our organization is a community development corporation, and some of the programs that we work with are, we have a youth build program, a second chance and restitution for young people who have gotten in trouble with the law, but they are not sent to jail or anything. They have to do the restitution in the program in the community, so we're able to work with them doing that. And of course, we have AmeriCorps housing and homelessness and housing counseling. So needless to say, as COVID has hit, it has impacted our programs tremendously. But we've been able to, as you say, find a light at the end of the tunnel to still be able to continue some of the services and some additional services that we were doing in our community. For example, before COVID, we were not doing as much with the homelessness population as we are now. And since COVID, that population has increased tremendously. So we are able to help them with housing, emergency housing in hotels, for example. And also we have a rehousing program that we're able to help them to get into permanent housing. So that has really increased since COVID. And with that, we have been able to provide other supportive services to our service area. Although our office closed during the first couple of months, we were still able to work from home and also by the phone. So we were still able to do a lot of what we were doing and much more since COVID hit. So I think that in a way, we have certainly been handicapped, but we certainly have been able to reach a lot of clients since COVID hit and been able to help them and help our community. And that has been really, heartwarming.
That's great. So it sounds like what I've heard from each of the three of you is that despite the hardships endured, there have been some lessons learned from each of your pandemic experiences, just as we all have, learned some lessons. And so thinking along those lines, let's turn and get a little bit more specific about the adjustments to how we serve client needs or situational shifts and how your organizations have been able to pivot. I'm loving the word pivot. We've heard it a couple of times this morning, and it seems like it's going to be the word of the day. But if we could talk more specifically about what your organization did or developed, or how you guys have restructured in terms of your operational activities, and to what were the results of those shifts and pivoting around the pandemic. Let's go with Luis first this time.
Yes. Well, I'm thinking here we can go ahead and show the second slide, and just speaking of that, breaking down the responsibilities is let's see, it's going to be the first slide. I'm about to say, there you go. Breaking down the responsibilities, and this is a good example on how we do it. Of each participating family member, and assigning them to what they do best in the building process has really been essential and key to us. Also taking a systematic approach on building homes. Again, going back to the basics, showing them, from how to hold a hammer, how to use a measure tape, how to do layouts, eventually how to build our homes. In the beginning, it is very slow, but using the systematic approach, once they get going, it starts picking up, and everybody gets excited and starts participating, and they're going from one home to another home to another home. So the results of all of this, have been phenomenal. Families get excited when they see that they've advanced and that they're going to be saving 2 to 4 months in rental once they complete their new homes. So it is very, very emotional to the families when we're working with them this way. Now turn it back to you, Terry. You may be muted.
There we go. I'm being a producer behind the scenes, showing slides and all that kind of stuff. So Liz, we can shift to you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So it seems to be a recurring theme from the beginning of the symposium to now. The pivot that our agency has made is being more technologically and virtual focused, and working on, creating innovative ways to tailor and meet that, that aspect of what we want to do, and creating different approaches that meet, the 19-year-old that I have coming in to the 65-year-old who still doesn't have, a smartphone. They're still on a flip phone, or they just don't have a computer, all the way up to, the 76-year-old that we have right now. That's kind of in the same boat. So it's trying to find the right option that works for the agency and that works for a variety of clients. So we have opened multiple new lines of consistent and flexible communication. So we have, shifted to, we have a Facebook option to message through there. If you don't have a smartphone, but you have, a computer at home, a desktop, anything, even if there's no computer, you can do a call through Facebook. We've done Zoom. We have Google Talks, and I don't want to give out my cell phone number to my clients. So I have this app that I can download that generates, a cell phone number that I can give to clients to text and call through. But it also allows me to have that separation of work and my personal life. which when you're working from home and in this, the pandemic that we're going through now, it's really hard to find that separation, because that you have your clients right now that, they lost their original jobs, so now they're working nights, or vice versa. So that time of communication has changed. So it's hard when, you get that call, and I've had it before, realtors or homeowners, it's 11:30 on a Saturday, but this is the only time that they're able to give you a call. And you're going back and forth. Do I answer it? Do I just, try to give them? And then it's, this is the only time I'm going to be able to talk to them for another 3 days. So let's go ahead and, get up out of the bedroom. We don't wake the kids up, and let's see what's going on. So these different avenues are really giving you, or they're helping me, create that definition between my professionalism, my personal, and just wanting to help. So there are tons of different tools that you can utilize that we have been trying, and we find what works best for each one. Not everybody has, an iPhone, so they can't FaceTime. So if they have an Android, you use Google Duo. So there are multiple different avenues that you can go through. So our pivoting has really just been finding which one works for me, which one works for them, and what can get us on a same page to be able to move forward, in the same expectations that we would if you were coming in and only meeting with me, and, stopping that communication, and, business is over at 4:30, so I will talk to you at 8 in the morning. So it's finding that fine line between the two and seeing what works. And like I said previously, it has that in itself, finding these different avenues has really helped strengthen that relationship between our clients and keeping them involved and interested in the program, even through all of this crazy, that's happening right now. They are still here for it. They're still involved. They're still doing it. Whereas if I personally feel like in my area, if we didn't have these different, options for them, that it would be okay, well, let's pull back. And when everything is, kind of back to normal, then I'll readdress and we'll restart the entire process. So it's giving me more commitment. It's keeping them involved. It's keeping me positive. So it's, we know how this business is. It's, you can work with someone for 13 or 14 months and they're excited and you get them credit ready, and then they go to a traditional bank and don't do the program. So it's a shining light to keep it going for me too. So we were able to streamline our process. Like I said before, time efficiency is a big thing right now because there are so many hands in the pot. There's so many things going on that you want to make sure that you are being really effective with your time, especially when you are working virtually or from home. You want to make sure that you have a plan and you can stick to it. So we've streamlined it through. And actually by doing that, we limited the time that we spend on our program, give them a couple different tasks, such as get your credit report, create your budget. I'm having first, and it's actually giving me much more commitment because before they even meet to talk in depth about the program, they've already done these steps. And your personal time generates commitment. So if I'm doing a budget, if I'm getting my credit report, and then I'm sending all this stuff in, and I'm coming into me, I already guessed it. So I'm only going to stand to move through. So that, unfortunately, we've had to marketing in the community. We haven't had any of our supportive services. So we've had to find creative ways to do that. So, lives on Facebook. I'm starting to get more familiar with Zoom. know that you're still thinking about them, even though they can't come into you every day and just, chit chat and catch up. Adaptation, a lot of changes.
We are getting a lot of pocketing with your audio, Liz. So not sure if you can hear us clearly. But since there's been such a delay, I wanted to go ahead and shift over to Lenora to respond to the question, what specifically has River City CDC done in terms of development and restructuring in terms of its operations, and what were the results?
Okay, thank you. I would like to ditto as it relates to what Liz was saying about technology and being virtual. However, the clients that we serve, we have not been able to do a lot with virtual and the technology because it has to be more hands-on. So we've had to COVIDize our office, if you will, and make sure that the staff is safe, but our clients have still been able to come in for services, because if you're homeless, you don't have necessarily a way of communicating with us using technology. They usually come to the door and we allow them to come in, but of course practicing social distances and making sure everybody has a mask and so forth. And as well as we have been partnering with another agency to provide support services. So we've been actually going into some of the most rural communities that have food deserts and having food distributions on days that people can drive by, and we actually put the food in the trunk of the car and they continue on. So far we have been able to do 3 of those, and we've served now over 1,500 people. And so we have just been really pleased with being able to provide the service, because especially in our most rural counties that are already food deserts, and a lot of them don't even have a supermarket. So when we can bring in a tractor trailer truck to provide food for them, it has been really rewarding. And so with that, we also have been working with COVID testing. So as they are lined up waiting for the food, we have a group that's actually doing COVID testing before they come in to get their to get their food. So that has worked well. And providing additional services, we make sure every car has mask and sanitizer. We're passing that out as well. So our work has been more hands-on. A lot of it's been hands-on, although we're able to do some things virtually. For example, our youth build program, we've been able to do our GED virtually and online with the students. But pretty much the day-to-day, we've been able to actually provide those services in person.
Thank you. Thank you. It sounds, well, what I heard from the 3 of you across the 3 organizations is that you guys have been able to do a very delicate balancing act. That too has involved some pivoting. There goes that word again, pivoting in terms of shifting your operations to actually move implementation of these new services and ways of operating that you've not had to do before. So let's transition a little bit. Earlier, Liz talked about the use of technology, and Lenora, you talked about the not being able to use technology because of the clients that you serve. And so we know undoubtedly technology to a certain extent has played a large part in how organizations are able to adapt to challenges around social distancing and remote work. And so I've got 3 different things that I want you guys to maybe focus on and respond to. And we'll do them, we'll kind of round robin on them, or you can answer them all at once. But want to find out or want to hear from you how your organization was able to maximize technology technology to its advantage? Liz talked a little bit about that already. And then what might have been some of the unexpected benefits to making those changes? So we'll start with those two first. How your organization has been able to maximize technology to its advantage, and then what were, or did you find any unexpected benefits in trying to shift to address those changes? So let's start with Louise first on this one.
Right. Well, I'm hearing communication, and I think that's key, especially in construction. We were able to maximize technology in communicating with our family members. We don't use Facebook or Twitter. We use a direct communication application, WhatsApp, because it is a simple to use application. It's just messages, but it also allows us to send out documents that we need them to review, documents that we maybe need them to sign. So, communication to us has been key. It also, has helped us organize as a team, staying focused at a glance basis, and create. This application also helps you create communications groups. So we created, for instance, a construction team group, a daily log group, a separate group for every group of families that we work with. This is focused again and able to deliver the information that we need to everyone at the same time. Some of the benefits, I go back to communications. It also better management overall. It has made it clear on all fronts that we have to depend on each other, that we have to work as a team in order to succeed and continue to assist our community, which is our goal, which is our mission. The social distancing that you mentioned, or that was in the information you shared and part of the questions, is by knowing in advance what is planned out and being able to keep away from the group briefings that we have to with working with the groups. That's one of the things that this has also helped us with, because we can get that message, we can get information out to them and not necessarily have them gathered as a whole group. If they have any questions, they'll communicate back to us, like I said, as a simple text. So all in all, that's how we've managed to use technology and address the social distancing requirement.
I am muted. I am constantly muted, constantly on mute. Lenora, would you like to chime in next on this question?
Yes. Our organization has maximized technology by utilizing it for meetings, of course, and communicating, as he indicated. And of course, it has worked very well. As I said, we have not been able to use it to a great extent as it relates to our clients, but we have been able to use it with having business meetings or meetings with staff, meetings with the board, and so forth. And so that has worked out well, and it has certainly been to our advantage to stay connected, if you will. And we have been able to utilize, I guess, Facebook and our website during this time, because we have been able to put applications for, say, for example, we are able to assist with utilities and rent. So we're able to put applications on our website and Facebook so that those persons who want to access those services can fill out an application. And after filling out the application, we're able to make contact with them via the phone. So that has worked out really well as we have gone forward through this COVID times.
Great. Thank you, Liz.
So we have at Community Action been able to maximize our technology. I know I'm not the only one who has personally been affected by COVID. So, I'm a young employee. I am a young mother. I have a growing family of 3 beautiful young children, all school aged, and then 1 infant, not quite in school yet. And my 2-year-old actually is immunocompromised. So when this hit, all the uncertainty, it really put me in a situation where I didn't know if I was, going to be able to continue to stay employed. Because you hear of every, you don't take them out, you don't know what's going to happen. So you don't put them in daycare. And typically, I'm not in a position that normally teleworks or that's part of, their job description. So I have been very blessed to work at an agency that was so willing to accommodate and work with me. But me, being home in the virtual school and my kids losing daycare, it put me in a position where I didn't have much time to work through it. I had to find a solution and show that, my work can still be done at home if I want to continue to work. So it was a very, it was thrown at you and you had to show it, find it, work through it, figure out how it's going to work for you, work for your clients. Because like I said before, even though I am technologically inclined and I, have all the different apps that I need, I have social media, a smartphone, a computer, my tablet, doesn't mean that all my clients are going to, and doesn't mean that they're going to have access to the internet. So I need to find a way to show that I can still help those clients while doing this. So it has been a back and forth process, but technology has really helped that, come full circle. So our agency actually put a computer and a printer in our front lobby. It's in a private little corner. It has access to the internet. So our clients can come in and they can print off paperwork that they need. They can go online and request their credit reports if that's not something that they would typically be able to do at home. They can, have a sense of communication with us. So, even if they don't want to come and meet face-to-face in a small office, they can come in, email, or they can send documents that they need. And so we are trying our best as an agency to tailor to that digital divide for those who might not have access to internet at home or a computer, a smartphone, or something that can scan or take a picture. So we are trying our best to meet those needs. Our agency also implemented PandaDoc, which I know a lot of people do. They have the capability to e-sign. But this is a new thing for our agency. It hasn't been used up until recently. So we've been able to do that to send documents out for our clients for, HEAP or PIP. I'm hoping to implement it in the self-help program soon. I think that would really help our program as well. We just, have to kind of check everything out and see as long as it meets all of our compliance. So we all know how that goes. So it was really just okay, this is happening. We have to figure out what can I do? So another benefit that we found, so like we asked about maybe an unexpected benefit, is I don't necessarily enjoy working from home because I have 3 young kids. So it was a challenge at first to figure out what I'm going to do, how I'm going to fill my day, how am I going to prove to my boss that I'm doing, 8 hours of work every day. So the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, this is new to me. Let's find a training. Let's find something I can watch. Let's talk to someone who's done it before. I think I have probably watched 200 to 300 webinars in the last 2 months, filling my days up, trying to take in information, trying to find, I want tips from everybody who's done it before. If anybody watching, Laura Rohr, go get on her Instagram, go to her neighbor work trainings, because you have any questions with technology or outreach, she's gonna give you that answer. She knows what she's talking about. So that's a little tidbit there. But it was just really given, how am I gonna connect? How am I gonna continue this to work? So it's given my clients and myself a sense of security and safety, knowing that, okay, I know that this is a potential. I got an email today that my kids, we're practicing for full virtual, which we haven't had yet this year. So it's really scary. But knowing that there's all these different avenues and there's these different ways to connect and work, it's making you feel secure in the world of, you don't know what's happening next. But I know that I have this agency. I know that my clients have me, and I know that I have someone that I can rely on. And there's different ways to do it. There's always going to be a way to make it work. You just have to find that way and be willing to work for that way. So, that's how we've maximized our technology. And those were some of the unexpected benefits, on top of as I had mentioned earlier, making deeper connections with clients through virtual, where I honestly expected the opposite going into it. And I was worried it was going to be difficult to keep them engaged, and wanting to come back. So those are some of, my benefits and, my technology.
I think you raise a lot of great points, Liz. And so one of the things that I heard you repeat that sort of resonates with me, not only in this conversation, but just in this field in general, is really the idea of stakeholders or people that are involved in, housing affordability, homelessness, the many other things that we do, the many other hats that we wear, is really finding a way to provide the services and the critical needs of the communities in which we live and we love. And so in thinking about that, I wonder, and this question, I'm just going to throw it out to the three of you. Don't all have to answer. One of you answer, or the three of you answer. Is there one issue that came up that you might have, something came up that technology was able to solve for you?
Yeah. So one thing that came up, and I was going to answer it in another question, but so we all know that when you are doing, if you're a housing counselor, that the questioning process, you have to earn that trust to move forward. But your clients can sometimes feel intimidated. They can feel interrogated. And the hardest part of getting help is coming in. So this has actually generated more interest, because you don't have to come in. That's the hardest part. I mean, you have 3 kids and then are in school, but you can't come in during this time. So it's, I'll try it another time. Or you keep scheduling appointments, you keep calling to get information, but you're not quite ready to take that step to come in. So this has actually helped that problem. And it's helped connect more to the clients. I've actually got more information virtually than I have with them sitting in my office. They are more inclined to open up over an email or a message than they are in person, because I don't think that they fear any sort of judgment. I don't feel like they feel like you're looking down on them because they're in a financial hardship, or they're in they're in a situation that they think that you're not in. The thing with COVID, I think it's kind of brought everybody to a level playing field. So for me, it's really easy if someone's like, I've lost my job for COVID. I totally understand. I've had to take time off myself for this. It gives everybody a common ground to start with, and it already builds that trust right out of the gate. So it's been a lot easier for me to get information from clients and for them to open up on a deeper level than they would have person to person. Because I've worked in a banking industry prior to this, and it was the same thing. A young woman on the other side of the table, and here I am, an elder, and I have to ask them for help. It's not always, especially in rural communities, that's a big thing. A woman is the first part that's a problem, but a younger woman is another problem that it's hard to get over that. So this has really helped because at first they don't know who I am. They don't know what I look like. They don't know how old I am. They don't know what I'm going through. They don't think I'm looking down on them. So that was a problem that they're telling me one thing and then this is coming out after. I can only go by what they tell me. But this has given a lot more honesty, a lot more transparency, and a lot more, information for me to take in, which is surprising to me. So that was something I found worked. That now it's, hey, maybe if I have a touchy question, let's email them and see what they say, if they'll answer it better. So.
Right. Great. Lenora, we want to hear from you on this. If you have an experience that you want to share, I know that you guys have started your food truck. And so want to find out if you've had any experiences where technology might have been assistive in that effort. You're muted. See, no one told me I was muted, so you're muted.
I think, doing food distribution has really been something new for our organization. We have been a food pantry, and we have always just dispersed food to our students and to the community as needed. But we have not taken on food distribution to the level that we're doing it now, where we're actually going into communities and having to make sure that people know that we're coming, the time that we're coming, and so forth. So technology has played a big part in that, and especially the little towns that have, they don't have newspaper, they don't have TV, and et cetera. So we have had to depend on Facebook and so forth, just by putting it out to several people we may know in the community and ask them to just flood the community with all the people that they know so that people will know about it, because that's really the only form of communication. We can take flyers and put them up at the general store, if you will, and so forth, but it's not the same as technology, because I've been really surprised, because one community we went in, and we only really had 3 days to let people know that we were coming. And we served 300 people in 3 days that came out in their cars to take advantage of the opportunity. So I would say technology has really worked in that regard. And the local radio stations, of course, that has helped us tremendously, especially those that are connected to the community. So they know exactly, how to get the word out. So technology has helped us with that as well.
Great. Luis, did you want to comment on this, or were you okay?
Our line of work is out there in the field, and so what has helped us, though, I have to admit that. By putting out bidding online, it has helped us streamline that bidding process. So that's one thing that I'd like to share. Other than that, communication is key.
Great. I've heard a few things, but I think both you, Luis, and Liz both talked about it. Facebook calling or interacting over Facebook. And so it seems as though, even with the limited communication, Facebook is enabling a lot of small organizations to reach their clients in a way that normally they would not have evolved into doing outreach. And so that's one thing that's critically important, is just really utilizing the advancements in technology. And I know a lot of people are very excited about that. but we're almost ending near our time. And so what I want to do is I want to come full circle to where we began and thinking about how light persists in the darkness with our direction forward facing, yet in retrospect. And so Lenora started talking a little bit about this, but I wanted to kind of pull that out a little bit more because I didn't want to lose it as we near the end here. Were there any lessons learned, new partnerships developed that you can attribute to your organization being able to contort to or move forward with a positive impact as a result of COVID? And what were the experiences that you guys had? And so if you could just maybe take 1 or 2 minutes each to kind of chime in on that, that would be great. Let's start with Lenora first, since she was the one who sort of, flicked the light switch for me. If we could have her. See, you're muted, Lenora. I'm going to be the mute queen before this is over.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, much.
Okay, definitely. We have formed several new partnerships since COVID and since we've started doing the types of services that we are doing in the various communities. And one would be a partnership with a mental health group, because that was a service that we really had not focused a lot on in the past. But as we go forth and we go into the various communities, we have this as a part of our supportive services that we're able to offer the community. And we give each person a survey or a sheet to tell us what their needs are as they are sitting in the car waiting to get their food. And you'll be surprised at the number of individuals and families who have indicated that they really need mental health support. And so it has been great to have an organization on the ground as our partner that we can take these forms and give them to them, and they will follow up and receive the services. And we, created, I would say, a much stronger relationship with social services, the United Way, some of the Salvation Army, those other service areas in these communities that provide similar services as we do. But we've had to come together to really make a whole. And everybody has been very willing to come in and do what they can and go beyond what our normal services would be. So that has helped us as well. So going forward, as a result of this, one of the partners that we have been working with is going to actually set up a business here in my town to provide mental health services, which is very limited here. We only have 2 service providers and in the area that we serve. And we are, of course, a rural community, and we have several communities surrounding us, but we don't have the service providers that could really meet the needs of our various communities. So they are going to be coming in and setting up an office here in our town. So we're really excited about that. And that's certainly a direct result of the supportive services that we've been able to provide as we go out in the various communities to not just take care of food needs, but other needs as well.
Great. Thank you. Luis, do you want to jump in at this time on the question?
Certainly. Like we've all heard here and that anything can happen. And, I've also heard that it takes a team to make things work. So, because it takes a lot of planning and it follows through discipline, and no one individual really can make this happen. And that's why you have this team and you bring it together and you work as one. And so, that I think is key. We've always had a relationship with rural development, but they were great help. I have to mention this because what we accomplished, this was a good part of that. And it is that, they worked with us in 2 things. One is they were flexible enough to allow us to make contractor draws more than once a month. that really helped getting us to those 42 homes. Plus the last few groups that we submitted, they were submitted electronically. And the only thing that we had to do was send out completed inspection forms for the houses, pictures of houses, and also the certificates of occupancy, And just shortly, for the future, we need to stay informed. We need to get educated in things like this moving forward, because we always have a plan. This is the only way to succeed, the only way to come ahead, is knowing what's coming and knowing what steps to take. And I'll finish it off with that.
Great, thank you. We'll turn to Liz for the final comment of the hour.
So I'll make it quick because I know I talk a lot. But so our organization, one of the partnerships is there's some more funding streams that are coming in that, can tailor to different programs that we might not have utilized before. So CARES is helping with rental, mortgage, and utility assistance. So that's creating new partnerships with landlords, which in turn can help, later down the line with our homeless programs, where we now have a relationship with these landlords that we can maybe get some information if they have, any tenancy available, anything like that, or if they have any friends with units available. So it's creating relationships there. It's creating relationships with lenders on the mortgage that we're paying. It's creating a deeper relationship with the, utility companies that we already work with. And it's building our relationships in the community. So I think the biggest lesson that COVID has brought is community action has been open since this started. We haven't closed our doors, and we'll continue to work through it. So I think it really just solidifies to our community that we are always going to be here. We're going to have their back. We're going to help them find a way. We're going to help them find a way to win. And we're going to work with you start to end. And another lesson, like I said, I've watched a lot of webinars, a lot of trainings, is to give yourself grace. This is a learning curve for everyone. Very few organizations, at least with my connections that I've talked to, have already had a virtual plan instilled. This is new waters for most. So it's just giving yourself that breath that, okay, I don't have to know all this today. I just have to be willing to find how it's going to work going forward. So I think that those are some of the biggest lessons that COVID has brought to me and to my agency. And it's also helping to deepen those relationships, externally and also with, the employees in the office. So if I'm not here every day, I'm having a better line of communication with some of the staff that I might not have talked to, on a personal level or outside of hours. So it's really opening we keep saying it, opening lots of lines of communication, but those are going to be so necessary going forward because you never know what tomorrow is going to bring. It's just a crapshoot at this point. So it's just preparing yourself as much as you can before we hit a point where we are at a wall with no preparation and no idea of what to do moving forward.
I think, Liz, you ended very succinctly there. We never know what tomorrow is going to bring. I can't help but constantly go back to the comment that's been made a few times during this hour, is finding that way. It also takes me back to when we're finding our way, it's looking for that one small patch of light in the darkness. And so, that goes back to the theme that's been resonating across the symposium here today, is the theme of hope. And so I want to go ahead and close out this session today and start that by thanking our presenter, Luis, Lenora, and Liz, for sharing their experience and expertise. I also want to invite everyone to continue this discussion by joining us in the 2020 Vision Pathways and Outcomes Networking Breakout that's going to immediately follow the symposium, where participants will be able to use their video and audio to talk with presenters and other participants. To access the networking rooms, you will be provided with a link, I'm told, in the chat area as the symposium closes. And then also, if you are unable to join us for the post-event networking, we hope that you will continue to explore the many topics and conversations heard today and make plans to join us for HAC's 2021 National Rural Housing Conference that's scheduled for December 1 through 3 in Washington, D.C. So with that said, thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the continued transition of baby boomers into older age, the United States is now squarely in one of the largest demographic shifts in our nation's history. In rural America, the impacts of an older and aging population are even more pronounced. Let's take a look at age and aging in rural America. Rural America is older than the nation as a whole. The median age in rural and small-town communities is 41.3 years of age, compared to 38.2 nationally. In 2010, the rural median age was 40 years old. Here we have a map of the median age in the United States, and you may notice a pattern. For decades, many rural areas have witnessed an exodus of younger and working-age adults, particularly those with higher education levels, in search of more viable employment options. These migration patterns have resulted in an age imbalance where older residents comprise a larger percentage of the rural population. Over 11 million, or 18%, of rural and small-town residents are over the age of 65, compared to 15% nationally. More than 1/4 of the nation's seniors live in rural and small-town areas. Seniors are not a static group or population segment, and the characteristics and needs of older Americans vary substantially by age. Millennials, generally defined as those aged 22 to 39, are now estimated to be the largest age group nationally. In rural America, they are still not as numerous as baby boomers. While some boomers are exiting the labor market, millennials are now entering the ranks of employment and household formation. Baby boomers, those born between 1946 and 1964, continue to be one of the most influential age groups nationally, and particularly in rural communities. There are approximately 15 million rural baby boomers, comprising 1/4 of the rural population. They are the largest age group in rural areas. Despite an average older population, rural America is home to people of all ages. There are 13.4 million children under the age of 18 in rural America, spending their developing years working, playing, and growing up in small towns and rural landscapes. Thank you for listening. You can learn more about the Housing Assistance Council by going to ruralhome.org.
My name is Tracy Prince with BDT Housing Services in Walls, Mississippi. We service Arkansas, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. The big idea is to keep the persons lift up, and when they think they have no hope of housing and they see it and pay attention to whatever is going on around their surroundings, but just to let them know that we have grassroots nonprofits and CDC's still on the ground trying to keep and preserve rural housing in America. Well, I would recommend, if I could pay for them to come, I would surely make sure that they get this knowledge, because it's not very often. Every 2 years this conference is held. I wish that it could be held every year, because regulations and so forth changes, Congress changed, different rules changes. But they do just a very wonderful job by social media or even in the portal and the website to keep you up to date on what's going on.
My name is Sal Estrada. I am the Deputy Director of Tierra del Sol Housing Corporation. Well, one of the areas that should be very much attended to, and I think for all intents and purposes, for whatever reasons it might be, are the connections are not being made. And that is with tribal groups. So my interest then, because I have an obligation also to the USDA Rural Development in a contract that we have, is to promote housing, farm labor housing in tribal lands. And in terms of the recipients of the technical assistance services that we have, Indian tribes is one of the groups. But there is not much focus and interest, I guess, in that area. So to make the connections between agriculture and tribal areas is important.
And everybody that's worked with HAC seems to be very committed. Okay, so you look at not just the leaders, but leaders of leaders who are the staff, who make incredible, I'm sure, could be working somewhere else making a lot more money, but are committed to the cause and realizing that people in rural communities are just important as people in urban communities. It's just another piece of real estate that somebody has defined this or that. And when you look at the forward moving of history, sometimes people see people where they are. They don't always know where their beginnings are. They don't talk about, some people will. Some people are unfortunately ashamed that they've come from rural America. But when you are in touch with yourself, you don't mind sharing it because it gives strength. Just like anybody that comes from a small hometown, they get more support than people come from big land. In Chicago, I do something, I'm just like a little fish in a big pond. You come from a small place, hey, that energy, that love, those cookies or whatever, oh wow, they make a big difference. And it is the heart of America.
I grew up in a small farming community in rural Iowa, a thriving town of about 1,500 people with lots of locally owned businesses. As a child, I was taught that hard work, honesty, and following the rules, there wasn't anything I couldn't achieve. But I also saw young adults leaving for opportunities in large and mid-sized cities. I followed that same path, but when I go home, I visit a community that is thriving as much now as ever. There are dozens of locally owned businesses, new housing is being built, and large energy-producing windmills dot the landscape. My hometown is no different than the dozens of rural communities I've visited across this country working for HAC. Spirit and hope are alive in rural America. It never went anywhere. And while time marches on, the new vision for rural America must strive to be more empowered, thriving, and equitable. I see so many new possibilities for future generations, especially with improvements in technology and investments in rural broadband. We are quickly moving to a world where a choice of a career and the choice of where we live will be independent decisions for so many people. I loved growing up in a small town, and I believe in the future of rural America.
Hi, a beautiful experience of my work at HAC, and also to give me hope in rural America, was a couple of years ago when I was on an event, and during this event, a family received the key of their new house. They get this new home thanks to HAC programs. You can see their faces, happiness. Wow, it's incredible. So since that moment, I understood HAC mission. And also, I thought to myself to work hard every day to continue HAC mission. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to the How HAC Loan Fund Can Help Your Organization Achieve Resiliency session. I am Eileen Neely. I'm the Director of Lending at HAC. I'll be moderating today's session. Before we move on to the session, just a few housekeeping things. Turn off your phones, sorry. Join us as the conversation continues by joining us after the symposium ends at the discussion sessions, and join the conversation by putting in your questions, comments, thoughts into the chat. It's been very active all day, so it's been great. So thanks for sticking around this long, but with that taken care of, let's move on to the session. Like I said earlier, I'm Eileen Neely. I'm the Director of Lending. I joined HAC almost 2 years ago, and I have a varied career in affordable housing, including working as a lender at Fannie Mae and Living Cities, and then working at several different housing authorities. During my time at HAC, my team and I have been working to greatly expand lending and in order to develop, improve, and preserve affordable housing in rural communities. So let me introduce my team. If you can wave when I talk about you. Kristen Bloom is HAC's Senior Loan Officer. She is responsible for sourcing, structuring, and underwriting our loans. Kristen joined HAC a little over a year ago. Previously, she worked as a lender at Coastal Enterprises and at LISC, an affordable housing developer at 2 CDCs in Boston. So she understands the need of rural communities and of rural developers. Carlos Morales is our self-help homeownership program manager, commonly known as shop manager. Carlos oversees our shop program, and which we offer forgivable loans for self-help development. Carlos has been with HAC for 15 years, so in addition to knowing the shop program inside and out, he serves as our resident institutional memory. So we greatly appreciate Carlos. Jennifer Lamb is our portfolio manager. Jennifer is responsible for closing loans and, more importantly, loan disbursements, getting the money out to our borrowers. We are aiming to close 11 loans totaling $7 million before the end of the year, just in this month, so in December alone. So we are very fortunate that Jennifer has taken time away from her closing those loans and joining us here. So Jennifer joined us from Freddie Mac in August of last year. And then Louis Marshall is our loan processor. Louis makes sure nothing falls through the cracks. He processes all cash receipts associated with our loans, including regular amortization payments, quarterly interest payments, and payoffs. And with experience as a paralegal, he also steps in to help Jennifer with closings, Carlos with reporting, and me with pretty much anything I ask him to do. Louis joined HAC as a receptionist first, but joined the lending team on the same day as Jennifer in August of last year. And then finally, not on the lending team, but one of our borrowers is Greg Hyson. Greg is the Executive Director of Diverse Housing Services. They're a newly formed nonprofit established to improve and preserve affordable housing in Southeast Florida. Before he started Diverse, Greg has an extensive career in affordable housing, including serving as Executive Director of Oakland Community Housing and positions at both the California HFA and the Pennsylvania HFA and at HUD. Diverse Housing has 2 loans with HAC, and later he'll be sharing some of his experience with HAC and how HAC has helped his organization get projects moving forward. So this is an impressive group, so I'm going to let them do most of the talking. I'll just be guiding the conversation. It will be a conversation, so join us in the conversation, put your questions and stuff in the chat, and I will be monitoring that regularly. So let me start with Carlos. So you're the shop manager, so clearly HAC lends for self-help homeownership projects, but does HAC lend for other types of projects?
Yes, absolutely. As long as the projects are rural and for affordable housing, we lend for a variety of other projects. For example, starting with self-help housing, we can do loans for self-help housing even outside of shops. So organizations that do USDA 523, they can still come and borrow funds from us. We do also lend for traditional single-family development, and this could be either to develop entire subdivisions or to do infill projects in an already established subdivision or scatter sites. And in addition, we do lending for rehab. And then another huge portion of HAC's lending portfolio has to do with rental multifamily projects. New construction from the ground up for the whole rental project. HAC is also dedicated to the preservation of existing rental properties, whether they be funded by USDA or by HUD. And then again, just like in the single family model, we also are dedicated to preserve naturally occurring rental units, as long as they're going to be for affordable housing. We recently have financed one in Louisiana called the Bro Bridge Project by Open Doors, Louisiana. And then finally, we do lend for supportive housing. We have two new projects, for example, one by Frontier Housing called Sober House, which offers housing for residents committed to living a long-term recovery life. And then another one called The Cottages by Housing Assistance Corporation of North Carolina. And that offers supportive housing for individuals that have mental health or medical needs that require that they have support. And historically, also, we've done transitional housing for victims of domestic abuse. And then lastly, we always have an eye to support affordable housing towards targeted populations, such as farm workers or veterans. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. So, Louis, Carlos talked about the types of projects that HACS lends on. What about the phases of development?
Yes, so HAC's affordable financing is designed to assist housing projects through all phases of development, including pre-development, site acquisition, site infrastructure, vertical construction, semi-perm, and some permanent financing. Loan funds are available for pre-development, and eligible uses would include land options, down payments, site surveys, soil tests, market studies, appraisals, legal fees, and other soft costs that would be related to early stages of development. Loan funds are also available for site acquisition, and some eligible uses would include option payments, escrow payments, land and building purchases, and legal costs. And semi-permanent loans can be provided at varying terms and can be repaid through the project operations. And HAC funds may be used for unit construction. Eligible expenses are construction materials and labor, inspection fees, legal costs, titling and recording fees, and other soft costs that may be incurred during this construction. And these are just a few of the products that HAC offers.
Great. So, Jennifer, can you talk about who HAC will lend to?
Absolutely. While our most common borrowers are nonprofit organizations like community-based organizations, self-help housing sponsors, farm worker organizations, or first-time nonprofit developers who are just starting up, we also lend to cooperatives, land trusts, public and governmental entities, like Indian tribes and public housing authorities, as well as private for-profit housing developers, whether they be private companies or for-profit affiliates of nonprofits formed for LIHTC projects. Recently, we've had some applicants who are small family-owned developers that saw an unmet housing need in their community,
who are being entrepreneurial and stepping up to fill that need.
Thanks, Jennifer. And so for those different types of borrowers, do you have different criteria for your lending?
Not specifically, as long as their project is rural and affordable. Our loan committee, however, will definitely have in-depth questions related to HAC's mission and affordability requirements when there is a for-profit housing developer, such as why has this organization chosen to do a rural affordable project? For an example, a recent borrower, Adonis Holdings LLC, saw a great need in their community in Southern Colorado for workforce housing. They came to us for help to build affordable housing on family-owned land. While Adonis is a for-profit, they agreed to lease all of their units to low-income households as a part of the requirements of HAC's financing. Another question the committee might have is whether or not there are long-term affordability covenants associated with the project.
Wow, it sounds like Adonis was a great project. So, Kristen, Jennifer commented that the loan committee really digs deep into mission and affordability, especially for-profit developers. Do you have different terms for the different borrowers, and what are your terms?
We pretty much are targeting, we target the terms to meet the needs of a particular project and borrower. As Jennifer mentioned, the affordability of a project is something that definitely matters to us. And we generally support housing that is targeted to low-income households, which are under 80% of area median income, although we prefer deeper targeting when possible to include very low and extremely low-income households. HAC looks at that affordability and also looks at the big picture of the project. And we try to be flexible and keep our financing affordable so that we can make a loan that truly fits for a project and borrower. To us, the borrowers matter as much as the projects. We want both the project and the borrower to succeed so that we can promote long-term sustainability of the borrowers so they can develop and preserve additional affordable housing. As far as our specific terms, we tailor our terms to meet the needs, as I mentioned. Generally, our shorter-term loans for acquisition, pre-development, and construction are interest-only, with average lengths of a year to 3 years. But again, it's really based on the timeline of the project. And for sale housing, those loans are also interest-only, with principal repayment from sales of lots or homes. Those are sometimes a little bit longer, 2 or 3 years, and sometimes longer if really that's what the sellout plan needs. Our loans for operating rental projects do have longer terms, usually 5 to 15 years. We wish we had 30-year capital so we could make 30-year loans, but at the moment we don't have that. But we do offer longer amortization periods, 20 or 30 years, to ensure an affordable debt service payment for those properties. Our rates are generally between 4.75% and 6%. And we know this isn't as low as bank financing, particularly in the current low rate environment, but we make loans that banks usually won't make. And our rates are lower than most other CDFIs out there. We recognize that rural affordable housing developments have thin margins. And so we try to keep our costs low, our closing costs and third-party requirements. When impossible, we close our loans in-house with form documents to avoid high legal fees, and we'll waive appraisals or accept alternative valuations as part of keeping those third-party costs low. We're flexible on, we try to be flexible on collateral. We prefer real estate collateral, and we like to be in first position, but we'll accept a subordinate position if that's what's needed to get a rural affordable housing development built. And we will consider small unsecured loans.
So Kristen, you didn't mention loan size. So does HAC have a minimum and a maximum loan size?
So we don't have specific loan size minimums or maximums. This year, our loans ranged in size from $35,000 to almost $2 million. When we are evaluating a loan request, we try to look at the needs of a particular project and borrower, and rather than try to fit a loan into a particular product box with a specific minimum or maximum. We look at whether the project size and loan size are within the capacity of the organization. Some of our customers are new developers working on their very first project, borrowing for the first time. We definitely want to support developers doing that, nonprofits working on their first projects. But we prefer to see those organizations start with small projects and small loans. So start small, succeed at a small project, and then grow to larger projects and larger loans. This is part of how we support resiliency and sustainability for organizations.
So now you've heard from the HAC team. I want to turn to Greg Hyson. So again, introduce him. Greg Hyson is the Executive Director of Diverse Housing Services. So Greg, Diverse is a newly formed nonprofit. You formed about a year before you closed your first loan with HAC. Can you tell us a little bit more about your organization?
Yes, and thank you, Eileen. Diverse Housing Services, Inc. is really a nonprofit that was an outgrowth of our core organization, which is primarily a property management company. We saw the need in a number of projects that we managed over the years, and particularly as it relates to the smaller rural properties that we manage here in Florida that were aging in place. Many of the either nonprofit or small owners were fizzling out in terms of their energy towards keeping the projects moving and maintaining them as assets. Some of the board members were moving on, and it was time for a change to take place. And one of those projects in particular is a 44-unit project that is situated in Pahokee, Florida, where the nonprofit was beginning to move on. It was beginning to fledge. It would become difficult for them to continue to keep up with maintaining the asset and being good stewards of the asset itself. And we managed the property for several years and did the best we could in terms of maintaining it. But it was real clear that a property of its age required a fair amount of attention and resources to be provided to it. It had experienced at least a couple of major weather events. We did all that we could in terms of bringing resources to bear to maintain it and to keep it affordable and maintain a high quality of life as best we could. But clearly it was necessary for a change in ownership to take place. With that property and a few other smaller projects that we had in mind, we decided that it was necessary for us to establish a nonprofit, which I am currently the executive director of. And I also serve in the role as a vice president for the property management company as well. But out of that need to bring resources to bear, we created the nonprofit for moving Amaryllis Gardens, which is the Pahokee project, and a few other projects that are in our pipeline along. So that's how it all started.
Sounds like you're exactly the type of organization that Jennifer was talking about, is those entrepreneurial organizations that see a need and decide that no one else is stepping in, you're going to step in. So that's great. Also sounds like your mission aligns perfectly with HAC. So how did you hear about HAC? Did you know about HAC before?
I was not aware of HAC, and other than a couple of decades ago, had the opportunity to work with HAC through my life at Bank of America, but in more recent years was not aware of HAC's programs and what it offered. Became aware of HAC initially through a relationship that was developing for the acquisition of Amaryllis Gardens. The former multifamily housing director for the U.S. Department of Agriculture at the state introduced us to both you and Kristen in our first conference call, but prior to that gave us a pretty good understanding of what he thought the HAC's capabilities were in terms of working with us to assist us in providing the financing for the project.
Yeah, we certainly appreciate that close relationship that we have with the USDA. I remember Tim Rogers from the Florida office. He contacted me and said, "Are you still doing this type of lending?" And we said, "Absolutely." And so we gave him some background. He passed it on to you, and then we connected. So think back to that first meeting that we had. The USDA was on, Kristen was on, I was on, you were on. It was back in November of 2019. God, it seems like it was years ago though. So how did that meeting go? What happened?
Well, yeah, it was a little bit more than a year ago. And the meeting went well, actually. The introductions formally took place. Had a chance to really talk about the project, the needs of the project, was able to give some introduction to who we were as a company and what our mission and what our purpose was in terms of wanting to become more engaged in preserving affordable, particularly rural housing properties, the smaller ones particularly, since they seem to present the greatest challenges for us sometimes. But during that conversation, it became real clear that the people that I was speaking to, both you and Kristen, had really a wealth of knowledge and background in the affordable housing industry, both in the lending and the intermediary side of the equation, so that you were familiar with and understood the resources and had a relationship with USDA that I think was developing in a way that would really assure us some seamless ability to move the project through the pipeline. At that point, Eileen, we were really a year into the project. We had experienced a number of setbacks and some difficulties along the way. I think what you became familiar with during that process and talking to both Tim and in our initial conversation was that there were some issues that related to technically the transfer of the asset itself to the new nonprofit, and that needed to be worked through the process at the federal level. We were requesting a waiver, and there were some elements that really needed to be cured and solved prior to our ability to really advance the project along. We had initially looked at some of the more conventional 538 lenders, organizations that were larger and fully involved in the USDA origination process, but some of the elements technically that they weren't able to resolve, we were able to put on the table and brainstorm and look through what avenues we could explore in tandem with you and USDA to solve some of those problems to get the project to the closing table.
So Kristen was obviously also on that call. Kristen, what happened in what did you learn on that call? What was important that you heard from Greg that sort of indicated that we want to move forward?
Yes, one of the things we learned from that initial call, from our initial calls with Greg, was in addition to working on the Amaryllis Gardens, his first project, they had another project they were working on as well. And so in addition to it being a one-off opportunity with Greg, we saw it as an opportunity to help him build his organization to do more things in the communities that they're working in, and that was important to us as part of a larger plan. We also understood that they had a need for pre-development funding for that first project, but also for the second project that's a little bit further behind. So we were able to discuss and make a loan that covered both projects and was flexible to meet the needs. But overall, we were just very much impressed with Greg's background and knowledge that he brought to the project from his prior work and his management company, and bringing those to taking on these challenges of preserving the USDA portfolio, which is an important need in rural America.
So we do have a question, and I think this is a perfect time to get it because I was going to talk about the time it took. So from that very first meeting to approval, this one was for the first loan, the pre-development loan was 6 weeks. Kristen, can you talk about how long it typically takes to get an approval and close a loan?
It's that time of year where everybody wants everything really fast. So maybe right now it's taking a little longer because there's so many things in the works, but generally we try to move quickly. Our loan committee only meets once a month, so a loan that needs to go to loan committee, really the timing kind of depends on when they hit that loan committee cycle. But we try to get to an approval within 4 to 6 weeks. And then we can move to closing usually within a few weeks after that, although closing timelines can vary a lot depending on how fast the borrower wants to move and how complicated the transaction and project are.
Thanks.
When necessary, we'll move faster though.
Yeah, we won't tell anybody about our fastest because then they'll expect that same thing. But we really do aim to work with the borrower when there is a real need. Jennifer will work to get it done. So, and the timing that Kristen got this loan approved for Greg, his first one, is 6 weeks. It also included Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, New Year's break. So while it may not sound super fast, in hindsight, it was really pretty amazing, especially since we hadn't even known diverse prior to that meeting. So Greg, can you talk about the process first before we get into the specifics of the loan? Like, what was it like to work with HAC?
Yes, one of the things that struck me even from the beginning of the first call, or first initial call with you and Kristen, it became clear that there was going to be a process, an application process that I would be able to grasp, understand, and work with people staff-wise, and particularly with Kristen, who would be able to present to us and help us work through the application process. It became clear after that meeting that there were expectations just by the questions that were being asked and the underwriting process that unfolded, and her ability to get a really strong handle on the transaction itself from the real estate end, what the project was comprised of. But at the same time, the questions that were geared towards due diligence she did towards understanding who we were, what we were about, and what that all look like. But the process for me got to be real, really a good experience in that every step of the way I sort of knew or was informed or could find out, get answers to questions in terms of where our application was and what was expected of us and what we would need to provide, when we would need to provide it. But in addition to understanding what the application process looked like and what was going to be necessary in terms of paper that would be presented for review and analysis, the timing of what was going to take place. And a lot of times when you're working with lenders or working with government agencies, you're not always, close enough to the people who are involved in the transaction to get a really good feel for where you are in the pipeline and how things will unfold from one step to the next. And that experience for me was an extremely positive one. I really felt that, Kristen was a phone call away, and as the transaction evolved, the experience with Jennifer through the process, where I was talking with people on the other end of the phone, or getting emails and exchanging emails with someone who was responding almost immediately or within a reasonable period of time with answers to questions and giving me instructions and helping me through the process. I really felt that what I experienced was some really good, I don't want to call it customer service, but that's what it felt like to me. I was working with an organization who understood what the needs were for a new nonprofit such as Diverse, laid out, I think Louis laid out all of the elements of what was available through the pre-development loan funding and the acquisition funding. We were able to access and take advantage of it all. I mean, all of those dollars that were needed to make the project work early on and beyond were available through the process. And it seemed to be a pretty straightforward and clearly articulated process for us.
So Kristen, it sounds like you worked very closely with Greg, but you didn't deliver technical assistance as we often think, the more training, but does HAC offer technical assistance with first-time borrowers, first-time developers? Greg clearly has a lot of experience in affordable housing.
Yes, we do. We have a formal training and TA division who has been part of this symposium today, so run by Shantaria, who's been one of our hosts today. And so depending on the needs, the TA needs, we'll engage our TA team or try to fit you into one of our funded TA programs that allot a certain number of hours. But we here at HAC and the Loan Fund also, we're willing to spend a little bit of time brainstorming with borrowers, talking through projects, figuring out the best structure and path forward, both for the loan and the project itself. We want to make sure that that we're helping the projects and loans succeed.
I think Kristen's being modest. She definitely works with new developers. She has amazing level of patience. And so even if one of our new borrowers isn't part of an official technical assistance program that we offer and are funded for, Kristen works very, very closely to make sure that our borrowers succeed as much as the project. So she is definitely being modest. So Greg, you talked a lot about our pre-development loan to you, and but then there was an acquisition to perm loan. How did they fit together? And I know when you asked for the acquisition loan, there was still a lot of uncertainty about funding with Federal Home Loan Bank funding. You had a request into USDA for rent increase and additional RA. How did that work?
Well, and that worked during a time where, as was previously indicated, we had just came off of the holidays, but we also entered into a time frame where in January and February, COVID became a big part of what we were all beginning to focus on and deal with. The reality for us is that during that time frame, we were waiting for a few things to happen for us. I mentioned earlier that the project, Amaryllis Gardens in particular, that we were exercising our pre-development loan and moving towards the acquisition funding for with you, had been in the pipeline with USDA for a while prior to our getting to a point of ultimately closing it. But at the time when we started seriously moving in the direction of looking for the future of our acquisition loan, it still wasn't, we hadn't received the waiver. It was still in underwriting with HUD. I had, been at least in the third and going into the fourth extension of the purchase and sale agreement for the property. There was a fair amount of pressure that was towards what the nonprofit who was disposing of the project's needs were timing wise. And at that point, it became real clear that our Federal Home Loan Bank application wasn't the strongest in terms of its ability to compete. While I had a lot of the ingredients in play, it wasn't as assured a deal as others that were out there. The waiver wasn't approved at that point. There was no commitment. That commitment followed once it became clear what our financial needs were going to be and the fact that we were going to have to adjust our program. I frankly feel like the ultimate commitment for the acquisition loan occurred in April, which was immediately following ultimately the waiver approval and HUD's approval of the project disposition to us. The TPA was approved to take place. But at that point, we were not successful with the Federal Home Loan Bank application, which was a large part of what we were hoping in terms of all of the dollars necessary to build the budget to make the rehab that we wanted to make happen for the project just wasn't going to be. HAC was intimately involved during that process of understanding what the USDA process was and where we stood with respect to the Federal Home Loan Bank. Adjustments were needed in terms of getting the acquisition loan sized up appropriately so that we could cover the cost to acquire the project and provide the equity financing that was necessary to bring it to the closing table. Adjustments were made. The commitment happened in April, shortly after HUD approval USDA approval. Had USDA approved it in March, I think that it probably could have even happened sooner. One of the things that became clear to me is that because HAC was in tune with where things were with both USDA and us as the borrower, HAC was more responding to our timeline and what our needs were. And when it was time for the commitment to take place, it occurred. And shortly thereafter, within a very reasonable period of time after April, we closed the project in June after we resized the loan amount.
So Kristen, all that uncertainty sounds like it was more work for you.
It was a little bit more work. The core underwriting was the same. We dug in and tried to understand both the initial plan and what needed to adjust from that, and look at what Greg's backup plans were, what his alternative strategies were to make sure the project can happen with or without Federal Home Loan Bank. And ultimately, we got comfortable that their knowledge and the resources and tools out there were going to be available to make sure this project is going to be able to be preserved for the long term, and that Diverse will be stronger and HAC will be repaid.
So Greg, I want to talk to you about your timing. So you can't help notice that you came to HAC 3 months before COVID happened, and you closed the loan after COVID. And ultimately, you actually went through with the acquisition in June. So this was 3 months after COVID, and this is when we were all realizing this was not a 6 to 8 week period that we're going to be stuck with this pandemic. So how did COVID really influence your decision to move forward with this project? And has it changed how you're managing the project?
Well, to answer the question, the last part of that first, it's changed how we manage the project. But in terms of our position towards acquiring it, I think it even more strengthened our resolve to complete the acquisition itself. We really, that was a project that, and is a project that we've managed for nearly a decade. And we are very, familiar with the residents who live there, what their needs are. We're familiar with the asset itself and what is required in order for it to, be brought into the quality and standard that's necessary to continue to meet the needs in the future. We embrace the circumstances that the residents are experiencing. We're talking about a 44-unit project, 29 of which are on rental assistance, but it's a property that provides homes for very low, very, very low income residents who we understand and know we're going to experience, a difficult time in the short run, which is what we initially expected, but even more in the long run as this pandemic continues to advance and become more of a problem and a burden for the low-income residents that are living there. So from our vantage point, it was, we weren't turning around. We weren't going to stop what our plan was. We know the needs and we are familiar with the residents, and we wanted to complete the transaction. And it was more important to do that in as timely a way as possible. As I had indicated, we were already 2 years into an option agreement to purchase the property with a nonprofit that really needed it.
So let's, today is about resiliency. So we can't ignore that 800-pound gorilla in 2020, which is COVID. So Kristen, has COVID impacted the demand for HAC loans?
It doesn't seem to have impacted the demand. We get, if anything, we're getting more demand. We get frequent calls, frequent web inquiries through our website, and frequent referrals. So we're busy here in the loan fund. We do think about when we get these. We do look at COVID and ask about how it's impacting their project, if they factored in longer timelines, higher construction materials, and that they're properly evaluating all the different things that now need to be taken into consideration for a project, but we haven't slowed down our side of the lending because of COVID. And if anything, this crisis has made it more important that people have homes and that we continue to build and preserve quality housing in rural America.
So Jennifer, we continue to lend and you're continuing to close and monitor construction projects. Have you seen any impacts on the quality of the portfolio from your perspective?
Surprisingly, except for delays, not a huge impact. There are delays in government approvals, lack of building materials available, as I believe someone mentioned earlier today, as well as construction cost increase. We've been patient. We're extending commitments and maturity dates as needed as projects take longer. We're hanging in there and working with our borrowers as they work through these delays. Normally, our loan commitments expire about 6 months after approval, but we've extended quite a few of them at no cost because of COVID delays. And as Kristen mentioned earlier, our pre-development and construction loans are usually 1 to 3 years, but Kristen has been structuring these loans with extra time since COVID. And for the ones that were approved and closed pre-COVID, we've been providing more time for project completion. We've also increased some of the loans to help cover the cost increase.
So Louis, you deal with our operating properties. Have we seen any deterioration in quality of those rental properties that are in their amortization period?
No, we have not. And as Jennifer was saying, we as a team, we reached out to a lot of our borrowers. We communicated with them to see how we could assist and what could be done for them to be comfortable in making the payments. We offered deferred payments to many of our borrowers. And we were willing to adjust, maybe a payment schedule, either put it on the back end but we tried to accommodate them as best we could. So we've only had one borrower that just opted to move from, let's say, paying ACH automatic pay to going to a manual payment so that they could adjust it within the month. But all of our borrowers have been able to make payments. And as I said, there was only one borrower that, we took off of automatic pay. A lot of our borrowers, most of our operating properties have USDA rental assistance, as Jen Larson was saying earlier. So they have been able to, even though there may have been a reduction in their income, they had a buffer there so that, they didn't really see an impact. Many of our borrowers or many of the tenants are on fixed incomes, so that did not impact us nor them in terms of the rental payments.
Okay, so it looks like we have about 4 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. So I'm going to go to some of the chat questions. I think this one is probably either for Kristen or Jennifer. You guys can fight over it. What does HAC consider a small project?
We don't have a definition for a small project. We've made loans this year for projects of 1 to 4 units. Those are probably our smallest projects. I think for rental housing, I personally consider anything kind of too small for a LIHTC deal to be a small project. Greg referred to his 44-unit Amaryllis Garden project as small. I wouldn't consider that small, working in rural. It was our initial loan was small at $50,000, but it wasn't a small project. So we're open size-wise to meet the needs of rural communities. Sometimes what rural needs is a 5-unit project. Sometimes it needs a 40-unit project. We're flexible on that. I saw that the small project question was also related to timeline. That's not really, timeline isn't really driven by the size of the project. Sometimes a small loan can move faster because if it's under our loan committee threshold, it doesn't have to fit into a cycle that only meets once a month. So sometimes it can be a little faster. It depends on what else we're working on and when it hits our cycle. So I'd still assume probably 4 to 6 weeks for approval. Hopefully faster. We like to be faster, but can't commit to that upfront.
Jennifer, I know you love our loan to Damascus Outreach. And I did see that Jeff is part of this. So can you talk a little bit about that small project and what it was like to work on? Sorry to put you on the spot, Jennifer.
Yes, it was a great project to work on. Jeff has been extremely responsive and communicative around all the delays that have actually happened due to COVID. Even that small project saw many delays, but we worked closely with him to make sure that he, his needs were met and the project was still moving along. And I was, it was just a really great working relationship.
And just to let people know, this was a 2-unit rental property developed by a brand new nonprofit, again, an entrepreneurial group who saw a need in their community. They came out of their church and they said, some of our constituents, what are they called in the church? Is that what they're called? Sorry. Congregation need affordable housing and nobody else is building it. So here's a property that we can build we can rehab into 2 rental units. And so it was all new to them. And so Jennifer did an amazing job really helping him through understanding the construction process. And that's one of the ones that did see a lot of COVID delays and that we did extend regularly. So it was a $50,000 loan for 2 units. I think that's probably what, that's really a small project. We had another question about, and I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but these smaller HAC loans, are they available for this one I do understand, sorry, for the modification more similar to like USDA 504, Section 504? And I would say, I won't put anybody on the spot for this one, is that would be one that we'd absolutely consider. If there's a lien on the real estate, which we prefer, it will need USDA approval. But like Kristen said, we're willing to subordinate to USDA, so they don't usually balk at that as long as it cash flows and provides enough cash to make the debt service payments. Does anyone want to add to that question? Another question we got, and this is the one I don't really understand, is there a way for HAC loan funds to be utilized to supplement homeowners' budget overruns during construction because of the rising material costs? If I am to understand it, we don't do loans to homeowners. And so if this is about the homeowner loan, the answer is no. But if it is the developer who is experiencing cost overruns because of COVID and they need a larger construction loan than they already have from their bank or whoever's given their construction loan, we would definitely look at it. We care about getting paid back because we borrow money to lend money. But we will go higher loan to cost than most banks. We will do higher loan to value than most banks. And we will accept a lower debt service coverage ratio than most banks. So absolutely, but we don't lend to homeowners. So another question is, this one is for Kristen, is how soon should a borrower or a developer who's thinking about a project or looking at a project, how soon should they come to you to talk to you about the loan?
When in the development cycle? I didn't see that question. So, I think we'd say this, we're happy to talk to you very early in your thinking about the project, just to think about where our funds can fit and how they can be used best to move along your project. It's hard to get too specific until you're far enough along to know what it is you're building and how many units about and what your funding sources are, that sort of thing. But we're always happy to talk at an early stage and think about where our funds fit best as short-term financing, long-term financing, and what kind of gaps you're going to have, what other lenders you can be talking to help fill that.
Thanks. And so this is a question for, I think, Carlos. Does HAC only loan directly to clients, or could a community action agency get a loan for a self-help owner-occupied program to serve multiple clients? I think that's a softball one for you, Carlos.
Yeah. So yes, they would be eligible to apply because we don't lend, like Eileen mentioned, to individuals. So we would definitely work with the organization to fund your self-help owner-occupied unit. Sorry. So yes, we would. So it doesn't look like we have any more questions from the audience, and I think we're 2 minutes early. So if Terry and her team are ready to transition, we could try. Oh, I have to do my closing. Sorry, jumped the gun. So many thanks to everybody, for you guys, the presenters, for participating. I hope everybody else found the program as enlightening as I did. So again, we invite you to join the conversation. We'll all be on the networking chat after the symposium is over. Everybody can share their videos. Everybody can be on audio, so you can ask us all direct questions. So that's post-discussion rooms. And if you want to join, there'll be a join now button somewhere. I don't know where it is. Sorry, Terry. But if you decide not to join for the post-event networking, we really appreciate you sticking around for our session, and reach out to any of us. I think we're easy to reach. I didn't put a thing where you can, with our email address, but HACloanFund@ruralhome.org is a really easy way to reach us. You'll actually reaching Lewis probably, and then he'll forward it on to the right person. But we're easy to reach, and we do return calls. So plan on joining us in person a year from now, December 1st through 3rd, for the actual in-person National Rural Housing Conference, because I can't wait to meet all of you in person. Thanks.
How you doing, folks? My name is John Tavius Willis. I hope everyone's doing good during this holiday season and these strange times. But I want to give you one of my tunes, and it's entitled "The World's in a Tangle." I hope you enjoy it. peace while we're living, but we gotta get it when we die, 'cause the world's in a tangle. What's going on? Going to a foreign land and make it my home. Having a good day and jolly as you can be. I bet you'll get the blues when you turn on the TV, 'cause the world's in a tangle. What's going on? Going to a foreign land and make it my home. Thank you.
Hello. I've worked in affordable housing for many years. I've lived in different rural communities, ranging from a small town in southeastern Virginia to some of the most rural areas in central Washington state. It is the indomitable spirit of the people who work towards improving things that gives me hope for a more prosperous and equitable rural America. It's the people in the affordable housing community who are dedicated to enhancing people's living conditions. But most importantly, it is the people who live in the rural communities who want to solve problems and work together to make things better.
Hello, I'm Nati, and I'm excited because my mom, Alam, is a part of a group who's helping improve the quality of life in rural America.
As a young child, I used to go visit my grandparents, and they lived in rural America. It would seem like so hopeless, but it wasn't, because people like USDA and HUD, and of course Housing Assistance Council, soon visited the town and gave them affordable homes where they had running water and we didn't have to go outside. I like the sign that the town now has, and it says, "We aren't a big thing, but we're growing," and that is hope. Hope for a better tomorrow for everyone in rural America.
Hi, I'm here with my daughter Michaela, who's currently attending school at Virginia Tech University in Blacksburg, Virginia. which is actually located in the Appalachian region, one of the many underserved rural areas that HAC serves. The motto at Virginia Tech is Ut Prosim, which means that I may serve. Virginia Tech's motto and education gives me hope that our future generation will have the propensity to serve those in need, especially in rural America, where there's a great need.
Go Hokies!
Go Hokies!
Hi, Stephen. This is Anya, and this is Ty, and that's Emmett. He's a little bit shy. And what gives us hope about rural America is the chance to hear from artists and storytellers and those versed in the arts and the humanities, because they're the ones who allow rural America to be seen beyond election cycles, beyond punditry, beyond white papers, beyond spreadsheets. And when we listen to the artists and storytellers, we'll see rural America for its uniqueness, its complexities, its nuances, its warts and its strengths. And ultimately, they help us see that rural resilience and rural hope is built over generations. And that's what we love to support. And I'm glad that I work somewhere that supports rural resilience. And that's what gives me hope.
All right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the session, Rural Resiliency Through Policy Collaboration. I want to thank everybody for making it through to this part of the day. I know sitting in front of a computer, although many of us are doing it all day, every day these days, still can be a challenge. So I want to thank everybody for continuing to power through and be part of this session with us here today. My name is Andrew Dumont. I'm a Senior Community Development Analyst at the Federal Reserve Board. I'm going to moderate this session. So before we move into the session, there's just a few housekeeping items to keep us all engaged. You'll have heard this throughout the day, but just to remind you to please join the conversation by using the chat feature to comment, provide your impressions, connect and interact with other participants. I've been watching that all day, and there's been some great conversation in there today, so let's keep that going. In addition, just be sure to also transition your conversation impressions online using the hashtag Rural Resiliency on your favorite social media platform, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, whatever else is out there that I'm not hip enough to know about. Bring this there and let all the people know what's going on here today. I'm sure not everybody that's interested in this topic is tuned in right now, so let's bring them into the conversation that way. And with that taken care of, let's move into the session here. So before we move right into the conversation, I wanted to give you all a sense of who our speakers are and what perspective and experience they're going to be bringing to the conversation. So I'm going to ask them to briefly introduce themselves and their organizations. I'm going to call you guys out because that'll be easier than thinking it's going to work if I just send it out there into the world. And just a reminder to keep it brief. So we'll go and start with Julia, since you are the first person in my little grid here. Just introduce yourself and let folks know where you're coming from.
Sure. Thanks for having me. It's really been great to participate all day long. I just want to say that the speakers today have really filled me up in a way that I didn't know I needed today. So I really, really appreciate it. So Julia Malinowski, I am with Local Initiative Support Corporation. I am based in Durham, North Carolina, and which is not far from River City Community Development Corporation, who we heard from earlier today. And I manage the economic development and digital inclusion work for our rural program, which is Rural LISC. Most folks joining us today probably have some familiarity with LISC. So we're a community development financial institution, and we invest in affordable housing, small business, community safety and justice, and programs that help connect people with financial opportunity. And we do that through grants, loans, and equity. Our rural program, Rural LISC, has been in place for about 25 years. And we have an additional targeted focus on workforce development, broadband infrastructure, digital inclusion, disaster resilience, and placemaking. So a little bit of everything. And our policy focus follows our programmatic strategies. We recently published a document laying out our priorities for the next 2 years, which you can find on our website. And then I think I'm supposed to talk about how we support the work. So we work with and through more than 90 organizations on the ground across 45 states and Puerto Rico, and really pride ourselves, like I think everyone else who's joining this panel, on serving as a connector and a convener for those groups and others, really connecting nonprofits and small businesses to resources, thought leadership, and other opportunities. Glad to be here.
Great. Thanks so much, Julia, and great to have you. I'll pass it over to Nathan now.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks especially to David and the entire team at the Housing Assistance Council. Really honored to be here with you all today. It's been a great conference, and looking forward to a really robust conversation here this afternoon. I'm Nathan Oley. I'm the CEO of the Rural Community Assistance Partnership. For those of you who don't know RCAP, we are a national network of nonprofit partners. So we have 6 regional partners across the country. Through those 6 partners, there's more than 250 technical assistance providers that are on the ground in communities, working with rural and tribal areas in every state and territory across the country. Our focus has always historically been on water, wastewater access, but over the decades, we've also evolved and are doing work around economic development and entrepreneurship, disaster recovery, really almost anything focused on building capacity at the local level. Last year, we served a little over 3.2 million rural and tribal residents across the country, a third of which came from communities that sit well below the federal poverty line. And so our focus is really on the smallest, most distressed areas of the country. And we're really able to do that because of the boots on the ground through our regional partners that have long-term trusted relationships with rural and tribal communities across the country.
Great. Thanks, Nathan. We're glad to have you as part of the panel. Chitra, I'll go to you next.
Everybody, thanks so much for having me here. I'm a senior fellow with Aspen Institute's Community Strategies Group. So if you're not familiar, Aspen Institute is a global nonpartisan nonprofit organization committed to realizing a free and just, equitable society. And CSG, Community Strategies Group, has been active since 1985 and really helping to convene and equip and inspire local leaders as they build more prosperous regions and advance those living on the economic margins. And 75% of our work has been with rural America. So if you asked about which areas more specifically we work in, there's sort of 3 buckets. We've been working on regional development and resilience, on family well-being, and then on community and economic development philanthropy, so lots of community philanthropy organizations. And as I mentioned, a lot of the work we do is convening, and we see ourselves as being a catalyst and a hub for a lot of interaction between the diverse partners in rural America.
Thanks, Chitra. Glad to have you. And David, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Andrew. Although I think if you get to this point in the HAC conference and you don't know who we are, you're a remarkable person. Look, I'm thrilled to be here. David Lipsetz, CEO of the Housing Assistance Council. And since most of the folks tuning in know what we do, let me just take a moment to say the folks in the boxes just around me here, you're amazing peers. I really love that not only you're given some time today to do this, but your work inspires us. And we're thrilled to partner with you. And so I really appreciate you being here. And Andrew, you're not just a great moderator, you're a good friend to our organization, and you've really helped our field significantly with your work. So thank you all for being here.
Well, thank you very much for that, David, and thank you for the invite. You guys do a lot more out there than I do. I just get to study what you guys do and think about it, and hopefully say something that is somewhat meaningful. But I appreciate all the work you guys do. As you can see, we have a wide range of expertise and perspectives on the panel. A good amount of overlap, which is good. Just like you all out there in rural America, folks at the national level have to do a little bit of everything as well. So, there's a good amount of overlap there, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But there's a lot of, I think, also great, unique expertise in these different organizations, whether it's with community philanthropy, water, wastewater, economic development, housing. Each of the organizations really has something that they know particularly well. And I think that sort of overlap and that sort of unique perspective is going to lend us well for a great conversation today. So glad to be a part of that. So moving to the panel discussion, I wanted to start with you, Chitra, and there's a reason why these organizations in particular are on this panel. And just thought, since Aspen was a big part of that, that you might want to give us a little background. Why these particular organizations for this conversation about collaboration?
Sure, Andrew. So thanks. I have to admit that I'm a fairly short timer, or I've been with the CSG for only a short amount of time, since March. So I have to acknowledge that when this collaboration got started, it was really the brainchild of Janet Topolsky, who's the executive director of CSG, and also acknowledge Catherine Ferguson, who's the associate director, but on leave right now, and I'm standing in for. They really have done the lion's share of the work with standing up a lot of the initiatives that have come through CSG. And when the conference idea actually came out of back when Nathan started at RCAP, and I'm told Janet approached Nathan and said, hey, we really need to have some kind of conference, some kind of convening where folks can talk in a very integrated way about these issues. And there really isn't a space out there to do that right now. And from our years of working on rural, Janet has been there for 20-some plus years with CSG and working on these issues for many, many more, really understood that on the ground, rural communities work with many hats on all the time, and they don't think of housing or wastewater or economic development as separate things. It's all part of a cohesive whole. And so why can't we do that at the national level as well? So they started talking about this and said we really need to have a convening, a summit. They thought of it as a actual multi-day event. Called it the Rural Opportunity and Development Summit, or ROADS, and had plans to involve a whole bunch of other organizations, of course, but the first up next were HAC and LISC to be the partners at the national level who are at this cross-section and just really start off the planning and the fundraising to do this much broader summit. So that's how it got started. Of course, we had a lot of knowledge because we had been at the same time working on something called the Hubs Report. So we had been doing some research here at CSG to look at how intermediary organizations that wear these multiple hats and are intermediaries on the ground, how they do so many innovative things, and they don't look the same, they don't do the same things, but they're all trying to be allies and these sort of cross-sector organizations. And we put that into this Rural Hubs report, which you can find on our website, and that was published last November. So we have a lot of basis for this, and just happy to be here to talk about it some more.
Thanks, Chitra. Thanks for that background. And David, I want to turn over to you. Chitra mentioned some work sort of exploring capacity and talking about this conference and folks getting together and collaborating to really address the whole needs of a community. This conference idea wasn't the first time that at least a couple of the members of this foursome had worked together to inform the national dialogue. Could you talk a little bit about HAC's work with Aspen and others on rural data and media coverage and sort of what the needs of practitioners out there are?
Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. And as we at HAC, we learn often. We do a tremendous amount of work in tribal areas. You're always standing on the shoulders of 7 generations. There's always a story before the story, kind of thing. So to directly address what Andrew's talking about, and then maybe give a little previous context, the work that several of us did right after the Obama administration, as several of us were leaving that time and coming together as rural folks, looking back and having some critique of our time in that administration. We did a world of good, but there were some challenges, and some of those were around really addressing rural. We got together and we're collaborating, and several of us, Catherine Ferguson, who you heard mentioned earlier, and a few others, got together and approached Ford Foundation. They gave us a couple of bucks, and we put together a collaborative at that point where we were able to really bear down on 3 topics. And we've published all 3 of those and since moved on from that time. But hopefully in the chat here, you'll get a couple of those links that we knew data is a foundational issue. So we did a deep dive with the Urban Institute to look at the quality of data on the communities we were studying. We knew that the narrative was very challenging for all of us, that it was keeping us individually apart, but also keeping it an us and them of the other, and ours is a group of communities that has a lot of poverty and challenges spread throughout it. And so we did a report where we did a deep dive on media coverage and the narrative that gets told about rural places. And so we're trying to put that out. And then the third piece was a landscape assessment. And I would bet half of the people who are listening on this call were some of the ones who we interviewed for that, and then published that out as well. And the reason, the thing that animates my thing about this more than anything is that those things didn't exist. It's my experience early on in the previous administration was at HUD, where there is this deep, immense, extraordinary group of advocates and organizations, lenders and borrowers, and you name it, all focused in and have been started. Every single one of them that I know of has been started by the tremendous work of Julia's organization and some of the other national intermediaries in their investment. And boy, halfway through the administration, I moved over to USDA, and it was, the group Nathan works for now and Chitra, but the list was really short and the foundational elements weren't there. And so Catherine and myself and a few others who were focused on it really said, we got to step back. We can't just go invent something. We can't just start some group when we really need to know where we're starting from.
That's great. There's always a history. And it is so important that folks get together and collaborate and figure out what those needs are, shine a light on this. And you guys have done a great job at that. And I think it started to build that as we talked about preparing for this session, starting to build that muscle memory.
Before I put myself back on mute here, I actually want to do a shameless plug for you that you're not going to do. Andrew's collecting a bunch of us to write a book on what works in rural development and community development in rural places. with the imprimatur of the Fed, which is a phenomenal commitment of one of the nation's best resources. And so I know you've tagged probably all of us to write a chapter or two, and I swear I'm almost done. It's almost drafted, Andrew. But I really appreciate the Fed leaning in as well here. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, I was going to say, I was going to mention that later. Don't worry, I'll get my piece in there. But yeah, so we know that this is so important to shine this light on here and bring some more great minds. I mean, there are great minds working on this, but we want more. We want more for rural, all of us. So why do we want that? Why is it important for us to be sitting around the table together, Nathan? This stuff takes time. It takes energy. It takes time and energy that could be doing other stuff. We were just talking as the lead up to this. We're all busy. We've all got a bajillion emails in our inboxes, except for, Nathan, who files them all out immediately. But this stuff takes time and money. So like, why spend the effort to do this? Why are these collaborations so important?
It's really, the question is, the heart of this collaboration is why, right? Why did we come together as a group? Why are there other groups that are coming together? And, to me, from RCAP's perspective, the first and foremost reason behind it is it's part of our DNA. We're literally called the Rural Community Assistance Partnership. And if we don't live and breathe and abide by that goal of working with others, we're not living our own mission and our own cause. And so it's really important to us as an organization to think collaboratively, to reach out, to listen, and understand where we can bring resources and expertise and where we can help build bridges to bring in additional resources and expertise, or utilize other organizations who are doing fantastic work, and understand how that might impact our work in a really unique way. And most importantly, how it's going to actually impact the communities we serve. For us, we're fundamentally about serving communities. And if we're not willing to bring people to the table for rural communities, if we're not willing to sit at other people's table, we're doing a disservice to the communities that we're trying to serve. From a broader perspective, the need is so incredible. David talked about that aspect of being at USDA and seeing maybe a limited number of organizations that were really focused on this, or doing it in a public way, in a way that was loud and effective. And so it's really important because the need is so incredible. All of you on this call understand that need implicitly. It's an intentional piece of what you do every single day. And we all know that we can't do that work ourselves, that we need to do it collectively, that we need to be reaching out to others, utilizing resources and expertise from across a spectrum of organizations, if we're truly going to make a difference for rural and tribal areas across this country. And third of all, it comes down to working with good people and good organizations. Everyone you see on this call is committed to their cause. They're committed to serving, and it's part of what they want to do every day. You talked, Andrew, about the time it takes to build these relationships. It does. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes resources, just the same way as it does when you're working directly with communities. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes resources. And it's really important to understand that you have some solutions, but you don't have all the solutions. And so working with good people and good organizations is really at the heart of helping assist communities where they need it the most, and ensuring that they have the resources they need to build their own capacity, to think about their own future and the prosperity of their community, and to understand that there are tons of great organizations out there, and where there's opportunities to collaborate, it benefits everyone.
I think that's great. And pulling on that thread and one that David mentioned earlier, not just wanting to go out and stand up another organization is the point of collaboration. What I think is so great and why it's so worthwhile talking across organizations is don't reinvent the wheel. Whether it's doing a data scan, has somebody already done that before and I just don't know about the report, or whether it's somebody sort of figured out a great solution to something that one of my network members or one of the folks I'm working with in a community just needs to know about and can benefit from. It allows you to show up better for the communities that you're working with, and not reinventing something that already happens or standing up an organization that already exists and sort of funneling that expertise there instead of spending time and resources and money inventing something that already exists. So I think it is really about showing up in the best way possible for the folks that we're trying to support. So Chitra alluded to this earlier. We sort of came together with the original intention that we were going to do this great, it was going to be like a 400 or 500 person summit. It was going to be over 3 days. We were like, I kid you not, like 2 days from signing a contract on a venue when COVID happened. So Julia, COVID happened. There was this nationwide movement to raise up and address racial inequities in this country. And that all happened right as this group was meeting really on a weekly, bi-weekly basis to talk about what we were going to do together. How did that pivot happen? That wasn't going to happen anymore. That wasn't the right thing anymore. So what happened? How did we go from that and turn and move forward?
Sure. So, and I think, not only were we planning this joint conference, but I think everyone on this panel was also planning their own national conference at the same time as well. So it was a real double kind of what now moment in a lot of ways. And I was really thankful that we were all together for a lot of reasons, one of which was being able to just bounce off each other. Okay, what are you doing with your conference? What are the safest choices for everyone involved, right? So, we talked, and what, we all know to be true is that being a practitioner doing this work in rural can be isolating. It's one of the reasons why we all really focus on investing resources and bringing people together, like the symposium. We all put on conferences and find other avenues to connect folks over shared experiences, learnings, and struggles that peer-to-peer, which is so critical. And we knew that we wanted to find a way to still help play that connecting and bridging role, because during this time, we knew that it was going to be needed more than ever, right? And that's when we came together to co-develop the road sessions. So we took the S in seminar and we changed it to sessions and ran with it. And then, the other thing, one of the things David brought up and has been brought up several times is just the challenge of the rural narrative. So I think, the other thing that we really looked at is what is the rural narrative that's being put out during this time, right? During the time of COVID and this moment of racial reckoning, what's being shared out. And so we looked at the webinars and virtual convenings that were being put on in response, and so much good content, but we did see what we saw was, I would say, some gaps, some opportunities, right? Some missed opportunities to share some of the experiences and learnings that we knew were happening on the ground that were not being elevated in the national conversation. And that's particularly around our rural communities of color that we all work in and support. 21% of the rural population identifies as Black, Indigenous, or people of color. And, Lance earlier today and his team. Am I good now? Okay, there was an echo. Lance earlier today identified that I think 90% of rural communities have become more diverse over the last 10 years. And that's something that we felt really strongly needed to be lifted up, those narratives during this time and how those communities are, what their experiences have been during this time. And so we really intentionally, with the 4 sessions that we put on, lifted up BIPOC leaders. And then we also really wanted to lift up opportunities to show kind of cross-cutting strategies, things that are innovative in rural, because there is so much innovation happening in rural. One thing that was brought up was that in rural, everyone does everything, right? You have to do everything, and that leads to so much innovation. Our last session, we highlighted organizations working in rural health systems and how they're looking at the drivers of health, social determinants, and how that's pushing them to go beyond just what we think of as health. And then the other thing we really focused on was trying to raise up super action-oriented strategies for nonprofits and community leaders, knowing that folks need needs something they can implement now. And so really raising up what's happening today on the ground in one place that tomorrow a community leader might be able to pick up and try out.
Great, thank you so much for that. And those road sessions, I found to be incredibly insightful, and I got a ton out of them. So I hope if you all watching have not viewed those, they're all available online. I highly encourage you to check them out. We're still, turns out, in the middle of this, and so I think the content in there, unfortunately, is as timely as ever. So I definitely encourage you to check it out. So we're going to move forward and just think a little broader about COVID response. We did the road sessions; they were great. They were not the only thing that the collaboration led to, and David alluded to it before. I'll plug my own work now. One thing that it helped me with is, as David mentioned, we're the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis are working on a few things, but one being a comprehensive book around rural development and some successful strategies around promoting inclusive, collaborative, tailored, and resilient rural development in communities of color, other marginalized rural communities, and really, I mean, I think an approach that will work anywhere. I mean, we're particularly focused on disadvantaged communities, but I think it's a strategy that'll work whether you're disadvantaged or not. And there's going to be some great case studies, some great stories in there to be out in the fall, and a lot of these folks helped to shape what that was going to look like, and getting really, I think, a great diverse set of authors. Somebody from all of these organizations is going to be represented. So just a great collaboration from us in building that trust and using that to source for that, which we hope will be a great resource for you all out there. So keep your eyes out on that. And I just want to kick it over to the rest of the panel here. How has this collaboration allowed you to more effectively respond to the crisis, whether it's from a policy or community support standpoint? And Julia was just on here, so I'll maybe kick that over to Nathan. I know that you and Julia did a little bit of partnership on some small business stuff. So you want to talk about that a little bit?
I'll talk a little bit. Julia's really doing the yeoman's work. I mean, the things that Rural LISC and LISC in general are doing on the small business side is absolutely incredible. But, a little bit of context. COVID obviously has had a ginormous impact on small businesses across the country, both big communities and small communities. But when you look at the landscape of small businesses, 2/3 of small businesses when COVID hit didn't have any kind of online presence. And so automatically, as they started to close their doors, they were limited in their ability to continue to work and operate because they fundamentally didn't have the aspect of serving a market online. And so we've spent some time through some of our regional partners, particularly Communities Unlimited, who's our southern regional partner, has done a really robust online toolkit to try and help small businesses that have been affected by COVID, and even those that maybe haven't been as affected by COVID, to pivot to an online setting and make sure they're utilizing all the resources at their stead. The other big thing, and I'll let Julia talk about what they're doing, but we have 2 CDFIs in our network, and those CDFIs are on the ground in communities, both providing capital, but also technical assistance to those businesses at the same time. And it's such a crucial aspect. The PPP loan program was an incredible opportunity, but also really difficult for small communities to access and small businesses and small communities to access. And so CDFIs have been just a truly, really impactful piece of that capital stack to ensure that the small businesses in rural and tribal areas get access, not just to PPP funds, obviously, but also larger capital access. And LISC has a ton of programs that they've already put in place that is providing direct access to small businesses now. And so I'll let Julia talk about those.
Sure. Thanks, Nathan. And yeah, I mean, the work, so I can talk a little bit. We've been really fortunate at LIST to be able to work with a lot of national philanthropy to build out a small business grants program to really drive funding directly to small businesses with a focus on reaching some of those small businesses who are not able to tap some of the other federal subsidies that have been coming down the pike. And so, since spring, just in rural, we've dispersed more than $13 million in COVID response-specific grants to more than 1,100 small businesses, and that's scaling up rapidly because our current National Small Business Grant Program is focused exclusively on driving additional grant capital to rural communities. So it's a really fortunate position. It's really exciting work, but it's also an incredible amount of work to get that money out the door and get the word out to small businesses who may not be online, right, in small communities. And that's where, I think our relationships, I know the relationships that we've invested in, both at the local level, but regionally and nationally with these groups who are here, really helped us move so much faster and better when it came to being able to move and deploy those funds. And then the other thing I'd say, just, to go back to some of the members of the RCAP network, so Communities Unlimited and RCAC, Rural Community Assistance Corporation, what we know is that, for a small business owner, money is not a magic bullet, right? Money alone does not move the needle in any context. And it needs to be paired with that technical assistance and know-how, particularly during this time, right? And that's where our partnership with some of the organizations in the RCAP network was really so critical. We have deep relationships with both of those organizations, but really hadn't engaged with them in the context of those lines of businesses, right? And so in this instance, though, we had the relationships, we're able to leverage those to reach out and really develop some deeper relationships there and, get that support to some of the small businesses. And then also, RCAP and Nathan have been a part of organizing Rural Rise, which is a community of rural ecosystem builders. And so, we were also able to leverage that network that he's helped pull together to identify other groups providing that critical small business technical assistance to do some of that matchmaking and support to make sure that ecosystem and infrastructure is in place where for small businesses across the country and rural communities.
Great, excellent work by both of you. So the session's also on policy collaboration. I know Chitra and David have both been, Aspen and HAC have both been involved in the policy conversation and trying to raise up some priorities for potential COVID relief. So Chitra, do you want to talk a little bit about what Aspen has been trying to do on the policy front, and then David, you next?
Sure. For the interest of time, I'll just highlight a couple of things because, of course, we do a fair bit on this. But the two things that come up are one important thing that came up is that we have a relationship where we've supported something called the Rural Development Innovation Group over time. And this is a set of leaders, practitioners across the country who got together several years ago before the 2016 election and started talking about what rural development principles should be, what it should look like. And so we have, because of that group that already existed, they had a voice, and we knew that they had something to say about what was going on, especially with the initial response. And so, we asked the question of them, and they decided on their own to put together recommendations for the Hill and for the administration on if there was an additional stimulus bill, how that could be more responsive to the needs of the practitioners and the communities that are in our networks. And so we were able to, just see that idea. They did the rest. And because of this network, we were able to distribute it and get a lot of signatories. They were able to get a lot of signatories. And so that's just, the power of having these relationships and working on other things together and be able to share information. So, that's us being catalyst and a hub on these issues. And David, I think I can pass it over to you if you want to share anything more on that.
Very, very similar. Thanks, Chitra. And it was fantastic watching the work you did there. We have started to take a more proactive. HAC has for a long time been a resource for folks on the Hill and the department. So call us. We'll give them our nonpartisan, completely well-researched view on something. And you know what? It takes more than that. And I've really realized that we have to take that information and get it out there in this policy setting. We've been doing policy sign-on letters. We did one recently. Unacceptable that the CARES Act had this many dollars in it for rural housing programs and some of the other things. So when they came in to do COVID relief in Congress and didn't commit to rural places, you've lifted some boats, but not others by doing that. And so we backed up and said, okay, we need a coalition of folks. We got 100 plus of fantastic organizations sign on, sending a letter up to the Hill, said, don't do that again. If you have another stimulus bill, we need you to make sure you include rural. And I'll express a little positive, just that doing this remotely has been really hard, but having these peers and others has been extraordinarily helpful for us, and it's taught us a lot about how to move these things forward.
Great, thank you. So we are going to take audience Q&A. So encourage you. We've got 17 minutes or so left. Encourage you, if you have any questions, use the chat function on the YouTube, and somehow they will get to me, and we'll make sure that they get answered. But want to take your questions. If you have any for our panelists here, feel free to submit them. And while we wait for those, so I know it's hard to think about the future, about what comes next. It seems like every day we're all just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and things are going in the wrong direction in terms of case rates, and there's some concerns about what that's going to do to the economy. So it's so easy to focus on the now, and yet the future is going to arrive. So how do we as a collaboration put our thumb on the scale to make sure that rural isn't forgotten in the next, in how people are thinking about the future and sourcing resources for the future? So how do you see this collaboration or other collaborations that you're involved in informing that policy conversation with respect to the medium and long-term recovery? So Chitra, I know you had some thoughts on that when we were in.
Yeah, I can jump in on that. So, I've spent most of my career in federal government, as a bureaucrat, as a career civil servant, and I've seen how institutions, the legislation and the programs are were set up in ways that funding and assistance gets put out in very siloed ways. Whether you're talking about organizational, the infrastructure, the resources for building concrete infrastructure, physical infrastructure, or the resources for the people, the soft infrastructure. And we know that that's very true for rural places. It comes, and yet communities think of it, their resources in much more holistic ways. So we really formed this collaboration out of all those elements that we know communities, the way the communities see their work, which is, these folks here, housing, economic development, water, wastewater, like those components. And so we think we're modeling how things ought to work, right? So both at the national level, at more regional, and lifting up those voices at the local level that are doing similar things. So if you look at the people that were highlighted in every one of the road sessions, they are phenomenal examples of how this work is being done. And they are, if we didn't lift them up, if we didn't share, it's easy to forget about them. It's easy for funders and for policymakers or decision makers to think that it's not possible. And that's the first reason why people will skip over an idea and move on to what's been the status quo. And we know the status quo is not working. So I hope just by the virtue of us coming together and doing the road series and highlighting left out voices, that we're sort of contributing to the momentum that's already been there, that I think is already there to work across silos, to work in a more integrated way on all of these issues. And hopefully that will make a difference even in the conversations around policy directions for the new administration, the new Congress. We don't know, but we hope. We can only hope. Want to add anything? Anyone else?
Yeah, I would add on that, and it really does start to pull in some of what I'm seeing in the chat as well. We can't lift up local voices in the way that we have done, with duct tape and baling wire for years and years anymore, and feel like we're going to have an impact, right? We need resources. We need national organizations that can create that platform, just like we did all day today. Rural Rise, the Thrive work that's going on at ASP, just all this list is extraordinary at this, but we can't do it unless we really start to create that platform. And so I love that we're great partners with our locals there. I would also pull on one thread that Chitra was talking about, that when the moment comes, when the new president gets elected, when the crisis happens, you already have to be standing there with your piece of paper in hand, because the whole crowd goes whizzing by and you have to say, like, here's the great idea, grab this one. And rural doesn't have that. We don't have the infrastructure that is created by having philanthropy at our door regularly helping us do think. And we don't have it by having national capacity building intermediaries that are fully focused on rural. I would say that LISC is doing a great job of pushing us all in that direction right now. They're really taking some resources that have long been crafted for suburban and urban places and leaning into rural, but we need way more of that. So I really, I hope when to answer some of the chat, that when you hear us talking about roads, you see it as us making an effort with what we have, but this isn't the solution. This is one piece, and we need multiple pieces if we're going to do this, and they need to grow extraordinarily. So part of it's the moral imperative that we put on folks. Part of it's the hard elbow grease work that we're doing, and hopefully we can come out of this pandemic in better shape, better connected with growing resources.
And just to add on quickly to what David and Chitra just talked about, rural itself hasn't done a good enough job collectively of telling these stories. Even when we're talking about rural issues, typically it becomes one about agriculture, or even nutrition programs, if we're talking USDA in particular. Rural development, rural economic development, rural community development hasn't had a collective voice in a way that other entities have had. And so if you look back from the 2008 recession, rural communities were just starting to get to where they were pre-recession when COVID hit. And it's on all of us collectively to make sure that we take bold and decisive action to ensure that that doesn't happen after COVID. And so the collective knowledge, the collective passion, the collective work that we all are doing is really imperative to pushing that narrative forward, to highlighting the stories, to talking about outcomes as opposed to outputs, and ensuring that we do put a bold, aggressive plan and implement on that plan to make sure that the communities don't get left behind like they did in the recession.
So David, you mentioned there needs to be national intermediary focused on rural, and mentioned that we didn't have that. I think that all of these organizations on the panel right now are that, and do amazing stuff. So I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. What I do think is true is that you don't have enough resources. Right? I think that you guys could all do a heck of a lot more with a heck of a lot more money. So I'll go back, and we've got about 10 more minutes here. So maybe end where we started, which is this stuff takes time and it takes money. So to the point of a few of the questions that have come in, there's a new administration, there's a new Congress. The composition of that Congress may or may not be any different, but there certainly is a new administration, and it's entirely possible that there's another relief bill coming in the future. So as we think about capacity in rural to do meaningful, collaborative, whole community, development work to make vital rural places, what does that look like? What are we asking for? Is it more funding for the same programs? Is it new programs? Is it changing what behavior we incentivize? I know we've talked a lot about getting away from project-based funding and funding capacity instead or in addition to projects. So what does that agenda look like? What does that policy agenda? What does that money agenda look like? And what does that look like for the new administration? But let's not let philanthropy off the hook here. We know what the numbers look like there, and they're they should be ashamed of it. There's some that are stepping up, but they could do more. So what does that agenda look like from your perspective on how we incentivize people with money and policy to do this kind of work?
I'm happy to start. I think what you said about shifting from being so project focused, with our incentives is critical. I think we need to acknowledge that our dominant culture, right, pushes us to be transactional, right? We value quantity, right? We value productivity, right? How many things can you create? How many things can you do? And I think there are a lot of scenarios in which it's appropriate to count those numbers, right? But I think there are a lot of scenarios where they're counting those is disincentivizing the right long-term moves. So, if you take a transactional approach in a lot of rural communities, small communities, you are encouraging this approach, this mindset of scarcity, right? Because there are only so many numbers you can count in a small community, right? So everyone wants to count as many numbers as they can, right? Because they need to get those dollars, right? And so it's disincentivizing that critical collaboration. And I think what we all care about, right, is systems change, right? Generational change. And that's not, you can't capture that. That doesn't happen based off measures of productivity. That happens based on the development of deep, long-term relationships, right? And I think there are ways that you can incentivize and track that are evidence-based, right? That don't have that same, don't set people up in the way that I think right now we are incentivizing people.
Well, just to add into that quickly, there's a context here that's really important as well, right? It can't just be pure numbers, right? If you're talking about the creation of 10 jobs, for example, in a community of 1,500, that's fundamentally different than 10 jobs in a community of 150,000. And so there's a context that needs to be layered in, whether we're talking federal resources, philanthropic, that really needs to be tailored to ensure that rural and tribal areas can show that outcome and that impact in unique ways.
I also think we need, maybe I should tuck the impulse away, but we need to take a look at what we're doing that's hurting right now. It's not just throwing some more money at a capacity building or a housing program that exists today. There are the systems change that Julia refers to, is that there are elements to the structure of the way in which our government works and our private markets work that are creating and reifying this issue. There is no way to build public housing or vouchers or self-help housing or anything that's ever going to catch up to the hole that we're in, right? It's my dad used to say, if you're standing in the hole, first thing to do is put the shovel down, you know, and the shovel in our housing world is that there's $7 trillion a year Fannie Mae GSE in incentives that the staff there is working hard to get to rural places, but the structure of a GSE like that doesn't get the funds to rural places, or the Community Reinvestment Act, which I love dearly. And I think it's had immensely positive impacts, pushes affordable capital to a geography that does not include rural. That's just not okay. We'll never catch up with that unless we get someone who can break through the narrative at the federal level and say, here, like, look what we're doing. First, do no harm. And here are some of the ways in which you're making the poorest communities persistently poor. And that's not okay. So sorry if I went a little too far there, but
sometimes you got to step on some toes if you want to win the race. So go ahead, Chitra.
You know, I just wanted to plug and add in that, you know, one of the programs or initiatives that we've been leading at Aspen is Thrive Rural. David mentioned it earlier, which is, which is a partnership between us and University of Wisconsin, supported by Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and really recognizes that there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this space. And it's a drop in the bucket. You know, there's so much that needs to be done. But part of our work is really trying to show where investments are going, and through a kind of a process of laying out a theory of change of, like, how do we get to where we want to go? Like, what would it take? And identify the gaps and sort of have a common agenda that everyone can rally around, and show how their individual pieces will make this comprehensive whole. And, you know, it's a long road, and this is sort of more for the 10-year, not where David was mentioning is, you know, we need to already have been for this administration, but, you know, it's all, I think, pointing in the same direction, I think, and sharing with evidence what practitioners may know to be true, but to do it in such a way that it's building even more momentum towards the change we want to see. So, you know, this is a long game, a long-term process. And I think we're going to have sprints, and hopefully this sprint that we have coming up here is going to be, take us in the pot, break through some of these administrative hurdles and funding hurdles and move us in the right direction.
Julie, I saw you come off mute. Did you have something you want to add? I think that'll be the last word before we got a wrap here.
So I think you said something about not letting philanthropy off the hook. And I did. I did just want to call out the fact that there are funders. So the Appalachia Funders Network has been collaborating across the region for 10 years and has been really pushing support for collaboration at all levels. And, just earlier this week, the St. Louis Fed helped convene the Delta Philanthropy Forum, and there's a similar effort in that region as well. So I think more and more we're seeing great signs that philanthropy is coming along and wanting to do more and think more about how they support more holistically. So I do just want to, shout out some of the folks who are really stepping up.
Thank you. And our book will have a couple of great philanthropies that are showing how more foundations can really support communities. So keep your eyes out for that. So I do just want to thank our presenters for sharing their experience and expertise. It's been a great conversation. If you're interested in continuing the discussion, we invite you to join the Rural Resiliency Through Policy Collaboration Networking breakout immediately following the symposium. where each of you will be able to use your video and audio to talk to all of us. The links for the breakout rooms are in the description section of the YouTube page. If you go down to the bottom there, and I believe Sam may have posted it in the chat. I don't know with all the technology stuff, but there is a way to get there. If you search hard enough, we will be there and happy to talk to you. If you decide not to attend that, hope you'll continue to explore these topics and conversations heard today. I know all of us would be very happy to engage with you on this conversation and make plans to attend HAC's 2021 National Rural Housing Conference, which will be December 1st to 3rd of next year. I will certainly be there. I hope you will as well. I just want to say thanks, and I'll see you in the networking room, and maybe pass it over to David if you have anything you want to close us out.
Sure. Thank you, Andrew, Julia, Nathan, Chitra. That was fantastic. I really appreciate it. So it's actually kind of time to close out the broader part of the symposium. I want to thank everyone who's with us now. I want to say that I'm thrilled by the number of voices I got to hear, but I want to hear from those folks who've been paying attention all day and are going to join us in the policy in the rooms that Andrew mentioned. It's in the chat. It's also, if you look below your YouTube video link, it'll be listed down in the description. We certainly couldn't have gotten here without Wells Fargo and the Home Depot Foundation, USDA, and HUD. Their generosity was tremendous getting us online and able to touch so many folks. We're going to take that investment and take it back to the communities and the people which we work with. I would love to make sure that we're all not right here, but in the hotel room next year, or in the hotel ballroom next year, December 1st to the 3rd, 2021. We're going to have a new administration, and a lot of those folks we will have worked with. We've got a couple of exciting initiatives. I have a feeling we're all going to be just hugging and shaking hands and all that. So happy to see each other after this period of time. I look forward to seeing you at HAC's conference there. It's an important part of our community that I love joining all of you with. So before you click on the networking link, you can also stay tuned to this channel if you'd like and catch yet one more Grammy Award winning artist. Bobby Rush is going to join us here and talk a little and sing a couple of songs. And it's important for me, as I saw it go by in the chat a couple of times, I could use a little blues right now. John Tavius Willis is tremendous in getting us there. Bobby Rush, a longtime blues man who I really enjoy his music. And it may be a time where we all need to be singing and facing up to the challenges, but we know a better road's ahead. So thank you all for being here still in the conference. Thank you to these panelists, and I look forward to talking to folks in the networking room soon. Take care.
My baby left me long time ago. Said she wouldn't be back no more. I need some time, try to find where to get the woman out of my mind. She left me here to cry. Didn't even tell me goodbye. I need some time to try to find where to get the woman out of my mind. She left me without a word of warning. She didn't even tell me goodbye. I need some time try to find where to get the woman out of my mind. She left me wine. Left me here to cry. I need some time, try to find way to get the woman out my mind. She left me here to cry. Didn't even tell me goodbye. I need some time, try to find way to get the woman out my mind. Tell me goodbye. I need some time, try to find way to get the woman out my mind. I'm broke and disgusted, lonely hearted too, yeah. I say I'm broke and disgusted. Oh Lord, I'm lonely hearted too. I want you to let me in your house, girl, so I can have a little talk with you. If I can't come in, let me sit down here by your door. If I can't come in, just let me sit down here by your door. I'll leave so early in the morning, your real man will never know. If I can't be your full-time lover, let me be your part-time man. If I can't be your full-time lover, let me be your part-time man. If I can't see you when I want to, little girl, just let me see you when I can. If I can't sleep in your bed, let me lay down on your floor. If I can't sleep in your bed, woman, let me lay down here on your floor. I'll leave so early in the morning, your real man will never know. If I can't be your full-time lover, let me be your part-time man. I can't be your full-time lover, little girl, just let me be your part-time man. If I can't see you when I want to, just let me see you when I can. If I can't be your big dog, let me be a little dog till your big dog come home. If I can't be your big dog, mama, let me be a little dog till your big dog come home. And I will show you, little girl, how a little dog can bear a bone. As I leave you, this is brought to you by HAC. Someone can tell you how to get a better affordable home to live in. I'm talking about the underprivileged and anybody who wants a better life. I'm gonna leave you like this. How long? Somebody tell me how long, how long? How long? Somebody tell me how long, how long? If you're confused, talk about my 40 acres and my mule. Granddaddy died waiting. Grandmama died waiting too. Martin Luther King died waiting. What about me and you? If you're still confused, I'm talking about my 40 acres and my mule. Listen to me, I gotta leave you. Chicken in the car, and the car won't go. That's the way it's spelled, Chicago. Knife and a fork, and a plate of green. That's the way it's spelled, New Orleans. See the girl over there with the hot pants on. Turn her loose, let her turn me on. Me and that woman go hand in hand. She's a bow-legged woman, I'm a knock-kneed man. Chicken in the car, I said, car won't go. That's the way you spell Chicago. Knife and a fork and a good plate of green. That's the way you spell, Lord have mercy, New Orleans. See the girl over there with the hot pants on. Turn loose, fellas, then I turn vibration on. Me and that woman go hand in hand. She's a bow-legged woman, I'm a knock-kneed man. Chicago, that's a big leg, bow-legged women there. New York City, bow-legged is there. Kansas City, Georgia, Alabama, Texas, we grow big down there. Me and that woman go hand in hand like a bow-legged woman and a knock-kneed man. I got to leave you today. Daddy told me on a dying he said, give up the heart, but don't lose your head. You came along, what did much too strong. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me eat on in. I got to leave you. Let me in, let me in. Let me eat on in. Somebody ask me where I've been. Up your house, I'm going again. Somebody ask me what's my name. My name is Pudding Tank. I heard somebody say, hey, hey, Bobby Ray. Somebody said, hey, hey, Bobby Ray. You say, I got to leave it now. My name is Bobby Rush, better known as Super Boy Brand. Chicken head man, that is. Go out, get some help. If you can't find the help, call HAC. They'll do it for you. Love you, man. Appreciate you. I support you. My name is Bobby Rush.